What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic evening, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is Austin. I'm broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles. Folks, we're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Tuesday. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. It's Tuesday. It's Newsday Tuesday. I'm live, I'm alive, and I hope everyone's having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day, no matter what people say. That's right, and we're going to have a great time regardless. It is Tuesday. It is October 29th, 2024. We are 7 days out officially from the election, and this is a part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hasan, Hasanabi, Piker, in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. Miss says, put those arms away, slut. I will never do that. Sorry. Mythological in the building. I will not be putting it away. We got 7 days out from the election. Audio desynced. Wait, what do you mean? Actually? No. People just be saying shit. Anyway, folks, I'm live, I'm alive, and personal news-wise, there's not a lot going on in the world of Hasan Hasanabi Piker because, you know, I just don't have a lot of motion. Not much happening in my world, not much happening in my universe, you know? Folks, it actually lags 0.5 seconds behind. Okay, now I said, now I brought to the attention of the audience that there might be some audio issues. Everyone is saying there is a delay, and I don't know what it is about, but folks, cheers. Personal news wise, what's going on in the world of Hasanabi Piker? Let me tell you, ended the broadcast last night. Didn't really do much. Made Austin a breakfast sando, so at least I did that. I didn't even eat a breakfast sando myself. I just made him a breakfast sando. Camera's incredible. Chat, the camera is the same camera. It's just lit up better. That's it. The camera is the same camera. T-shirt Muazzam, thank you. Wow, we got Turkish fans of the t-shirt. I'm wearing, of course, my merchandise. Ideology.shop. You can go grab yours right now. American made, union made. Look at this. Where are you going? Place. Bad girl. Okay, look. Daily merch flex. Tie in there too. Anyway, where was I? What are the prospects for Tony Hinchcliffe getting DNC MVP? I mean, he really cooked it. He really killed it. But folks, personal news wise, not much going on. I made Austin a breakfast sando last night, and outside of that, not really anything else. Your light is reflecting right behind you. No, I know. We need to put like a film on the frame. But yes, the election collection is live at ideology.shop. How long is your wingspan, big dog? It's very long. Anyway, personal news wise, I was supposed to do Piers Morgan this morning. I think it was like me versus Tim Pool or some shit. I'm not entirely certain, but I had a family emergency come up, so I had to cancel on that last second, and that's it. That's literally all I've been dealing with this morning. So what? Not to be that annoying, chatter, but the glare from the lights in the background is pretty noticeable. You can put a polarized filter on the lens of your camera and it should fix it. No, you are that annoying. You are being an annoying chatter. I'm familiar. I know the issue. I know what the problem is. That's crazy. Why do people say not to be that annoying? Yeah, everyone's all right. Everyone's fine. And there's no issues. But that's it. I don't really have any personal news going on. There's really not much happening. Like I said, I was supposed to do this Piers Morgan thing, but I didn't get to do it. LA Times was in the building yesterday. As you guys know, Los Angeles Times, they're doing a profile on the boy, on the kid, on the man, the myth, the legend. So that's fun. Have you thought about putting the ring light directly behind your head so it looks like you have a halo behind you? Yeah. Anyway. Do you see this Bernie video about supporting Kamala Harris in spite of Gaza? Yeah, I mean, I know what he's going to say. He's going to say what he's been saying his whole life. New Hogwatch. Jordan Klepper went to a Trump rally. Fantastic. This is one of the greatest parts about the election cycle, is just like being able to watch my fellow Americans do their thing. You know? Okay. We hope y'all like the changes. The Hasan stream, we have a lot more improvements planned. Going to investigate matte film or picture frames for the reflections on the pictures behind too. Yeah. We're all working on it. We're hearing your posts, and we're hearing your criticisms and comments. Okay, calm down. So they're profiling Austin. Yeah. They were like, LA Times came over and were like, honestly, we wanted to originally we originally wanted to basically Asmin is being baited by Dan. Help Zach out. What do you mean? There ain't no way Asmongold is coming fresh off of his 14-dayer to just like immediately be like, yeah, Twitch has a real anti-Semitism problem. That would be insane. I doubt it. Also, once again, for all of my criticisms of Asmongold, he is like usually much more open-minded. He comes back and instantly shows stop anti-Semitism montages of you. Wait, really? Damn. What the fuck? That's actually kind of shocking. Anyway, the joke I was gonna make is that LA Times was like, I'm writing a profile on you, and then they saw Austin and they were like, this beautiful man, he knows so much about the polls. Like, what the fuck? We should profile him instead. You gotta watch the new Jubilees today. They're fucking insane. I don't know, man. Jubilee's been like clapping my shit. They've been like copy striking my shit, and so is Joe Rogan, which is really fucked up. How do you deal with being forced to take rest days from working out due to life circumstances, injury? I literally get anxious. Yeah, I have an answer for that. It's called I don't take days off. No days off, baby. No days off. But I feel you, honestly. But it's good to do some recovery. Just do a little bit of an active recovery on your day off. And then, you know, get back into it. I don't know if Asmin hates me or not. I doubt that he does. I was very open-minded and kind in the conversation that we had. So yeah. Also, his dad watches me, so I think I got that. I got Asmin dad. I usually got Asmin dad on my side. So, new camera king? No, it's the same camera. He's watching all the new Apex stuff about Twitch that was just put out in the meantime. Yeah. So close yet so far. No, he's gonna do it, bro. He's gonna do it. Osmongold is real, okay? Osmongold can't hurt you, even though he is real. Osmongold is going to happen. I am making dua every day. Inshallah, one day Osmongold is going to be the real deal. Okay, I hate the AI art, but what are you gonna do? I'm losing my voice pretty hard, but yeah. That's it. That's all that's popping off right now in my world. Okay. Asmin banned. Israel bans Unrwa. Trump rally fallout over Puerto Rico comments. Osmongold unbanned. Can you address this? Now I almost want to eat Austin's ass. Good one. Did you see Trump tweet out at Latinos of a video with Latinos singing "Vote Trump"? Yes, of course. Are you fucking kidding me? Of course I did. Of course I did. That's my go right there. Anyway, Osman Gold on banned. Israel bans Unrwa. Trump rally fallout over Puerto Rico. Comments. What else? What else was I gonna say? There's a lot. Yeah, Bernard Sanders. Bernard makes a case to vote Kamala. Talking to Greg Kazar later about the Latino vote / border anti-immigrant sentiment. Get in now. I have a friend that voted for Milei in Argentina. I'm trying to explain. Themasius, thank you for the playlist. My partner just learned about Jill Stein and was wondering why nobody talks about her. How do I explain Jill Stein to him? I don't know. Why are you saying AOC? You're a good streamer, but now that Asmin's back, I'll be tuning into him again for real nonpartisan political commentary. Bye. Yeah. Can you stop censoring your critics, please? What is this? Bad Bunny posted a video. Okay. Osman Gold on ban. Israel bans Unrwa. Trump rally fallout over Puerto Rico comments. Mehdi Hasan. Hate crimed on CNN. Okay, there it is. I have a friend that voted for Milei in Argentina. I'm trying to explain to him why the libertarian policies don't work. Do you have any examples of countries where libertarian policies have failed? Every country. Including but not limited to Argentina. Even though in the case of Argentina, it's like... Dude, that's such a long conversation. I can't answer that right now. I'm sorry. But Chile. Look at Chile. Look at Chile. Pinochet, 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 Pinochet. Chile, Pinochet, Chile, Pinochet, Chile, Pinochet. That's all you need to say. Just repeat that over and over again like a mantra. And before people say, oh, dude, his policies are going to work in Argentina. It's like, yeah, dude. That's inevitably what is going to happen in Argentina is that the IMF will help it in order to advance the agenda. I wanted to say this now. Fuck Hasan. Fuck Muslims. What? Wait, don't ban that guy. That was really funny. He just came in real cordial. Like, why did he come in like almost polite? I wanted to say this to you. Fuck Hasan, fuck Frogan, fuck Arabs, fuck Muslims. And his name is Arab Sukkahs. Arab Sukkahs. It's like, hey guys, I just wanted to get this off my chest. Says just like unrestricted Islamophobia, anti-Arab sentiment. Pieces out. Hey guys, just wanted to get something off my chest. I don't want to come across like a mean guy, but I really think Arabs are barbaric, and also Hasan and Frogan should die. It's like, damn, dude, fuck. What did I do for you, man? He saw this as a safe space where he would be heard. Yeah, I mean, it's true. Anyway, here it is, folks. This is the blast off. 25%. Hasan Piker versus 25 Haas quarters. Are those zinc cans behind you? Yes, they are. Doing a macro aggression. AOC stealing you bar for bar.
We're losing the argument on immigration, so I need to tack right on immigration And then, oh my God, like of course we're losing the argument on immigration because we're not making an argument on immigration. We're not highlighting how economically devastating it is to engage in mass deportations in the United States. We're not telling people 1 in 15 people in this country live in a mixed status household. 1 in 50. Did you know that? Did you know that 1 in 15 people
I didn't know that either.
Lives in a mixed status household?
This is which she's in the pocket. She's in the pocket. This is good.
Policy means tearing up 1 in 15 families.
That's so good. That's such a good talking point. God damn, that's a good talking point.
We don't
see. This is AOC at her best. Whenever it's like foreign policy or when she comes out like and she does stuff around foreign policy, sometimes it's like AOC not at her best. This is peak AOC. Speaking specifically on an issue that she knows very well, that she cares about quite a bit, and she's a fantastic communicator. Like, that's something that her team researched, okay? I know how this stuff works because I also do political communication every single day. Like, and through the process of, like, reading and constantly coming up with, like, different narrative frameworks, you start leaning on certain talking points. You parse through the data and you find certain things and you basically craft a message that is humanizing for migrants and how impactful it will be if the Republican anti-immigrant agenda actually goes through. The 1 in 15 is new information. Like, it's not new information, but like, I wasn't even aware of this. I wasn't aware that 1 out of every 15 American lives in a mixed status household, as in like one parent is undocumented. Okay? That's fantastic. It's not a fantastic fact, but I'm just saying that like that's a statistic that is a really, really good thing to communicate to Americans. She did a fantastic job there. She's great. This is great. Kind of fumbled her Arabic messaging though. Yeah, I saw that she did it like reverse or something. She put a fucking reverse Arabic letter on there or some shit.
We don't make that argument well enough. And so then we're surprised why when Republicans flood the zone, why tacking right doesn't work.
Hasan silenced his critics. Hasan receiving Islamophobia and casually silencing his critic. Don't ban that guy. Yeah, I mean, dude, I hear Islamophobia every single day. It's just like, dog, there's literally like a fun little game that I think like Tectone and every fucking like WoW playing dipshit is now playing. Path of Exile playing dipshit is now playing, called like Terrorist or Twitch Streamer. And it's literally just like verbatim. It's just verbatim saying that like prominent Muslim and Arab and like I said, prominent Muslim Arab content creators are all terrorists. Here are their quotes. Like, did Osama bin Laden say this? Or did Hasan say this? And it's just like, like, that's just, I don't know how else to describe this. Like, there is obviously no way that Twitch would ever take action against that. I don't even want them to take action against that because, like, clearly, if they were to do such a thing right now, everyone would pounce and be like, Twitch has a real anti-Semitism problem. They are not letting unrestricted Islamophobia to continue. Hasan runs this platform. But it's like kind of crazy. Don't listen to the idiot masses. You're always vindicated. Bro, why is Path of Exile taking strays now? No, it's because that fucking like 3 IQ New Zealander Quinn. Isn't he a Path of Exile player? He's doing the fucking... He's doing the same. He's doing that shit. He's like, yeah, he's a terrorist, mate. Yeah, dude, I'm a fucking terrorist. You got it. I'm sorry that I'm not the most racist person you have ever encountered in your life. So I guess I'm a bad guy. He's like, it's just like, it's ridiculous. I remember when Quinn used to just play games before he took on this asshole persona. I mean, he's always had like weird fucking politics. But most of the time, these guys are at least like trying to be fucking brand friendly. So they just like shut the fuck up. Like, it's so casual remarks. You don't even know what to say. Yeah, I'll do like a long broadcast describing like the actions that America took in terms of foreign policy that contextualizes like another act of violence that you foresaw. And it's so easy to just undermine all that and be like, well, he's a fucking terrorist. You know? All right. I guess, yeah, you got me. What do I say to that? There's not really anything you can do about it either, because it's like, there's not really anything you can do about it because Islamophobia is so permissible, is so like normalized. So people can just like get away with saying whatever the fuck they want. You know what I mean? And actually, one of the things that we're going to be talking about today is quite literally about that, which is what happened with Mehdi Hasan. You know? I'd enjoy Canute a lot more if he stuck to being apolitical. No, I'm not even talking about Canute. Oh, Canute was like, he's a terrorist. It doesn't really matter. I don't really care about that. I still like Canute. At least I respect Canute because he has put on so much size. You know what I mean? I don't have that same level of respect for people who are playing fucking Path of Exile. I'm sorry. No disrespect. Like, you know, at least Canute has done something that I like appreciate. He's a big guy. So no pushback? What do you mean? So no pushback? Bitch, what am I supposed, what can I do? What do you mean? Like, I live in the United States of America, dog. What the fuck are you talking about? No pushback. The only thing I can do is just keep my fucking head down and do whatever the fuck I'm doing. You do understand that, right? Because like, dude, Rashida Tlaib was literally the only congressperson that got censured by US Congress in this entire fucking past 12-month time frame, where you had congresspersons like Tom Cotton openly talk about executing, driving over peaceful protesters. Okay. You had Louisiana's very own Kennedy come out in a anti-hate crime, anti-Semitism congressional hearing, point to a prominent Muslim woman and go, you should put a bag over your head. You love Hamas. You love Hamas. You love Hezbollah. You love Hezbollah. You love Iran. You love the Ayatollah. Like, it's just a Klan rally over there. Ain't nobody saying nothing about that shit because that's just the fucking reality. There's literally nothing you can do. It's completely unacceptable. It's completely inappropriate. But unfortunately, not much you can do about it. You know what I mean? People couch Islamophobia as like real valid criticisms. And if you were around as a, I don't know, political commentator or someone who is like familiar with this sort of shit in the Obama era, you saw this. It was fucking even worse than it is now. So at least there are like prominent content creators who can communicate these things, like myself and many others who could just be like, yeah, dude, this is fucking ridiculous and just move on. But there's not really anything you could do about it beyond that. Like, it was so much worse back in the day, dude. Holy shit. Anyway. Kind of random question, but are you going to have a producer or tech guy during the election day stream? No. It's just like the craziest stuff about that is when you, hey, yo, Majority Report, thank you for the raid. In the process of showing the Stop Anti-Semitism montage, a clip was shown by Myron saying we need to take our country back from Jewish supremacists. And there were a lot of two base in Asman chat. They didn't get banned. The irony still visible in the VOD. That's the funniest part, is that like people literally anti-Semitism in the eyes of so many people is like so much more acceptable as long as like they are in a vague area in terms of like Israel. Okay. Especially if you say you are pro-Israel, you could just, and Asman is not pro-Israel, by the way, but I'm simply stating like a lot of these guys that make this like terrorism or terrorist or Twitch streamer type shit, like they will put real anti-Semitic or real like weirdos on there And then they'll like slam on people like fucking Frogan or myself into that to be like, see, they're all a part of this group. And it's like, am I aligned with Myron from Fresh and Fit or Sneeko? Really? Am I? Because if you think I'm on the same side as those guys, maybe there's another thing that is tying everybody together in your eyes. You know what I mean? Maybe, I don't know. Maybe there's something else going on there that's just tying everything together. I can't seem to put my finger on it, you know? I can't seem to place what it is. A deranged divorce Italy fan called in a Majority Report Emma Sam and mass shit on him for being an antisocial weirdo. Oh, hell no.
Who's this? Where are you calling from?
Hello, Thomas from New Jersey.
Thomas from New Jersey. What's on your mind?
Hey, how you doing? So I had a question to Emma about the Hasan thing. If you don't want to take it, I understand. But
what Hasan thing?
So
like right off the jump. That's your first problem. What do you mean the Hasan thing? Nobody knows. Half the time, these guys are so invested in their fucking little echo chamber where they're like, well, you know the latest of the Hasan thing? And it's like, what are you saying? It's almost like, you know how like when transphobes will just like laser in on the latest trans technology or whatever, or the latest like trans athlete that won third place in the fucking Iowa hot dog eating competition or some shit. And you're like, I don't know what this is. And I don't care. And you shouldn't care about it. Why do you care? Like, that's a self-report, dude. Like, what do you mean the Hasan thing? Like, why are you so invested, dude? It's crazy. It doesn't make any fucking sense. Ay. Asmongold watching fuck Hasan videos in front of 50K people. I don't. What else is new, man? What else is fucking new, dog? What are you saying? What are you saying? Who cares? There's nothing. There's like. Oh no. Let me guess. LSF is going to have a field day with some of the fucking choice quotes about how I should be banned or some shit. Yeah, I know. Your haters are hating on you right now. No way. The weird thing about Asmon is that Hasanabi really treats him with all the respect in the world, and you genuinely try to show him. Yeah, but also Asmongold low-key also is reciprocative. He reciprocates that respect as well, if we're being real. Like, I don't think Asmongold is he shows reciprocity in terms of like charitability and being open-minded. So I've always said he's like kind of interesting dude for that reason.
So the comment, and it's just a criticism, but the comment where Hasan says things like the Houthis are doing cock and hanging out with the captain, and
they're doing what?
It seems like propaganda. Hasan's interview with the Houthi guy.
Hold on.
He says,
yeah,
like, dude, this is the problem. Okay, you're opening up like a faucet of like weird shit that most people don't know. You're coming across. You know, okay, I'm gonna bring this back to like transphobia once again, because it's like a very noticeable pattern of insanity that when you're in it, you don't recognize, but when you're outside of it, it's like pretty obvious. What this chatter is doing on the Majority Report right now is kind of like having a random guy come up to you and be like, did you know that like they're chopping children's penises off? Did you know about this? Like, it's like obsessive. It's obsessive and it's weird. And like most people, even in the space, most people like Emma Vigeland and Sam Cedar, who even know me, are probably not aware of what the fuck you're talking about. You're like panting and excited to be like, did you know that this is what's going on? It's like, it's not like it's a very weird thing that you're doing. And I don't know how to, like, I don't know how to describe this to people. Like, maybe, hopefully one day they will understand that, like, this kind of shit is, like, visibly off-putting to most normal people, but I don't know.
He won't call them hostages, right?
What is he
they are
saying?
hostages, let's be real. And he says
Dude,
they're
hold on.
doing
I
pot,
have
they're
no
partying.
context. I didn't see the
Oh, okay.
interview. I have none of this context.
So you
principle,
called it a great interview and told everybody they should watch it, but you didn't watch it.
No, I saw a clip of it. I saw probably 2 minutes of it. I didn't watch the full context. I don't watch Hasan that much. I'm friendly with him. I like his politics. Hold on. Hold on.
Okay.
On principle, I agree that we should be learning more about Houthis, about Hezbollah, about resistance groups to Israel, because this is a region that the West, and particularly the United States, has been exploiting for its oil, for its resources, and has been waging wars in that area. We killed...
Like, I love your content, and it's helped a lot in the formation of my empathy as I left my bigoted home years ago, but I am not online enough to comprehend or care about these weirdos. I'd rather just enjoy your content and live my life in the rest of the world. Yeah. Bro is not even talking to a bus driver. He's talking to Sam Cedar, and Sam Cedar's like, what the fuck are you on about? I know. Like, these are people who are at least, like, more knowledgeable about the issue, but this guy is just, like, panting and trying to fucking, you know, it's just like, I want everyone to live well. Okay. I want everyone to live well. I want everyone to be able to have health care. I want everyone to be able to have, like, a fucking meaningful existence on this earth. Okay. We don't have a lot of time here. And I do, like, none of my haters will ever fucking hear me when I say this, but I do genuinely want them to stop doing this. Not only because it's, like, obviously self-serving, because it's, like, fucking ridiculous to have to deal with this all day, every day, but it legitimately is better for your mental health if you stop doing stuff like this. Like, this is not a healthy fucking way to exist. Okay? It's not. Like, you're ultra hug boxed, ultra echo chambered, ultra online. You're going to come across like a fucking weirdo amongst normal people.
Up to 1 million people in Iraq. We are midwifing a genocide in Gaza. And so understanding where they're coming from is very important. And I think it's Western chauvinism to pick apart their ideology from the outside.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I would just say you should watch the interview because it is propaganda. He doesn't do those things. He compares them to the number one
I don't care.
Character, superhero character, guy with superpowers, number one anime character, and then says things about the hostages. I think you should go watch it.
Let me ask you this question.
He's comparing them to a character. You don't understand. You need to do something about this now. It's like, come on, dude. Come on. Come on. Oh my God. Why did little bro think anime was a solution to a losing conversation? He's not thinking. He's just horny.
Question. Let me hold on for a second. I'm curious. What do you what do you think is behind, like, let's say when, like, Richie Torres right now apparently is really focusing on attacking Hasan? What do you think is behind this? Like, I mean, we have hours and hours. I mean, for the first 6 months of this of Israel's assault on Gaza, for instance, I could name to you the names. I could actually identify IDF spokespeople. I can't even do that with American military spokespeople. I can't do that. Like, I mean, but they were on our TV so often. So what is like, and I think would you concede that
Yeah, that's wrong.
incredibly often, hold on, that they are not challenged by these hosts of these shows that go out to millions upon millions of people?
It depends upon the show.
But I mean, you wouldn't refute that. Like, I mean, we're talking hours and hours and hours and hours and hours. Maybe not all shows, but the vast majority.
No, that's true. I wouldn't refute that.
Okay,
But
so
does that make
I'm
it okay to do
curious.
it on the other side?
No, I'm curious though. What do you think the obsession is of this? Because we didn't, the amount of phone calls that we got for any given interview with IDF spokespeople was rather limited. I didn't see Richie Torres or really anybody for that matter go after any type of journalists who were not questioning. I'm just curious, what do you think this blowback is? Like, because from my perspective, without really, to be totally honest, knowing.
Law, the latest clip on the Reddit is about how you made Austin uncomfortable by showing him terrorist propaganda. They're saying it's another Nick situation, Lemafayal. Yeah. Austin, who is my podcast co-host, one of my closest friends, on this broadcast, like on this in this entire space, who knows my entire family, who literally sits with me and does political commentary in that same broadcast for 4 hours, was uncomfortable being next to me. Like, that is the level of like, this is how it works. This is how you get other like parasocial losers to basically view a situation that is objectively the opposite, right? Like, you can psych yourself into just believing something that is so stupid. Like, that's an insane thing. If you want to understand like Reddit brain syndrome, this is a perfect demonstration of it. Hasan, his insistence that it doesn't matter if rape happened on October 7th is insane. Dude, I said that doesn't justify genocide. Are you moving away from the camera?
I have 4 more.
Are you? Austin is escaping. Like, I'm very clearly joking. He was getting up to get fucking sushi, dude. Like, that's an insane thing. This is the funniest fucking thing to clip chimp, to be like, yeah, dude, Austin is really scared. Nah, he's got no motion. He sucks. Like, this is a day where Austin was on camera for approximately 4 hours talking about politics, including, but not limited to, everything. Trying to make sure he's not next to NMP clip in Congress. Miss said he'd be in LA this week and might not go on Hasan's stream. Was he invited to be on? No, and if he was, he would 100% go. Guy has no shame. Like, also, why is this post so late? Most anti-Hasan posts are from EU Redditors. That's why they show up early in the morning in the US. Yeah. Why is it so hard for Hasan to just say, yes, the rapes happened and they're horrible and I'm sorry for minimizing them? Why is he incapable of recognizing he did anything wrong? Why would I turn around and fucking act like, excuse me, Kaya, what the hell is going on? My mom is in the background, so she's like, she's so spoiled around her place. And this morning, I did actually work her out. So I don't know why she is behaving this way. And clip it. Kaya is uncomfortable. Yeah, clip it and ship it, boys. They do not like that you have friends like a normie and they're alone in their basements. Anyway, the reason why I pointed to that is because it's so fucking weird that like you can try to clip something that is so the opposite of reality and people will still believe it on Reddit as long as it corresponds to their personal biases. They did this with Nick Pollum, and now they're doing it with Austin, which is even funnier than Nick Pollum. I love Nick as well. And Nick was also ironically staying at my house at the time. But it's hilarious that they're like, nah, Nick actually hates him, but he's like scared of him and his fan base. And it's the same principle behind like Austin, who is my fucking podcast co-host, okay? Co-owner of the podcast that we do together. Like, that's an insane thing. Didn't Nick ask you to teach him about stuff? Yeah. Anyway, let's continue.
Too much about the principle. It's just, I find it fascinating that we have now turned that the whatever you want to call it, what is it, Hasbara or Hasbara or the push by Zionists now is all second or third order stuff as the images keep rolling in, as we see people burned alive in tents, as Israel a year into this, they have literally killed the people who would negotiate getting the hostages out. They have all but abandoned, and certainly I'm not speaking, this is not me, this is not conjecture, this is just from Israeli reporting, abandoned any attempts to get the hostages back. And now, like, the number one thing that I see coming out of Zionists is about an interview that Hasan did.
Nobody believes it. They all watch the full stream, hey watching. They have the full context. They're just jerking off via Reddit comments. I know, but like who does this like actually change the minds of? Right? Like, what happens? Someone goes, wow, a lot of Hassan's close friends seemingly hate him. So then what happens? Like, next week he's on, or the next day he's on the broadcast, and then we just move on. I think they just really want to frustrate you and take your time up with drama. It's because you force Austin and Nick to come to your stream and watch top of the hour ad break. Okay, dude, get with the program. I'm not running ad breaks no more. But you can still subscribe at the top of the hour if you would like to, for $6 or for free to support the show, and also be able to send me links. It was the 2 weeks of mainstream media coverage that tilted them. Yeah, whenever I get motion in mainstream media, they like fucking they lose their minds and they start going. My normie friend legit was like, wow, I've been kind of put off by Hasan lately. I saw some clip where he was like laughing at rape, and then he had some terrorists on his stream. I spent a good while deprogramming him after that, but it still does happen to some good people. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure most people do not have the capacity to seek out additional information, but it's not the end of the fucking world, dude. I don't even fault people for hating me. Like, there is so much fuck Hasan content that is completely out of context everywhere, online, non-fucking stop. The only thing you could do is just point to the stream, okay? Come in and see for yourself if those are the things I believe in, you know? There are also videos where I go through the context of a lot of these things, including, but not limited to, on my YouTube page. For every like fuck Hasan video, there is a video where I like very clearly describe what I believe, right? And you can just point to them on that shit. Like, you can point to like YouTube videos to see the full context of everything. Man, I saw a TikTok comment that said, you posted the Jewish person on a pike, normies are not paying attention. Yeah, I mean, there's gonna be people that are fucking insane. They believe like insane shit. That's it. I'm glad I watched you before watching Abba and Preach. They had a video where they were looking at a clip trim video of you that made you look transphobic. Yeah, it's really funny that like there's hella people that will be like, Hasan is transphobic. That's what really pisses me off. What really pisses me off is that when people will take something that I don't believe at all, or will make it seem like I believe the opposite thing that I actually believe. That actually does piss me off, because it's like, come on, dude. If it's something that is in line with my values, it's one thing. If it's something that is in line with my values, is one thing. But if it's like something that I don't believe, that I have like tens of thousands of hours railing against, and you're just over here being like, nah, he believes this shit. Actually, he is transphobic. He's homophobic. He's anti-black. He fucking is anti-Semitic. Like, these are things that are frustrating. I would say show the Destiny versus Destiny TikToks here and there so people will see how stupid and hypocritical Destiny is. The week you did that made Destiny calm down a bit. Yeah, I mean, it's fine. I don't really give a shit. There's more important things to cover. There's an election happening. So I'm going to finish this and then we're going to get to that. We're going to dive into that.
6 months ago.
9 months ago, who I'm now, apparently the kid wasn't even Houthi. Apparently the kid was just participating in the blockade, which was extremely righteous. That these resistance groups
The funny, not funny, but like the craziest thing is they're going to get this fucking kid killed, okay? At this point. Like all these like dumb Westerners are going to get him in trouble with either the Ansar Allah administration that has already arrested him before, or America. You know what I mean? He's just going to get fucking killed. And then what? Okay, you got it. You killed another 19-year-old in Yemen, you know? Just another fucking Tuesday. It's really, really, really frustrating that kind of dumb shit like makes people feel happy and excited. Like your life still sucks, you know?
In the area.
But wait, I'm just curious. What do you think accounts for that? Like, why is Richie Torres focused on this 8 to 9 months after this interview was done? What do you think that is?
It's the Twitch. It's what's going on with Twitch is the reason why it's come back.
You say, tell me Richie Torres is a big Twitch fan?
No, it was a big deal then, and it was talked about then, but it died down.
No, it wasn't. The only people that talked about it were talking about it in positive terms, or it was literally journalists that were reaching out to be like, hey, can I get his contact so we can also interview him? No one gave a shit. Y'all, this, again, it probably popped off in your Discord. It probably popped off in the subreddits that you visit. But like, no, it did not reach like broader fucking consciousness or in a way that you want to present it as. Okay? And that's what a lot of people don't understand. Like, what you see in your hug box, what you see in your echo chamber seems so real to you. And then you were ripped away from that in a brief moment when you are either outside and trying to explain this to like normal people, and you realize like, no, most people don't see it in the same way that you do.
And with Frogan saying the thing about soldiers with PTSD,
I don't know
spotlight's on Twitch, and that's one of the most blatant things that's been done on Twitch. That's why that gets brought up.
You know what? I would suggest to you.
One comment.
Let me suggest, make a suggestion to you. Instead of getting super involved in these in Twitch dramas, if you want drama, go and watch some of these videos and get involved in the actual
dynamic.
Yelling
about the ethno state and how they hate brown people.
Well, I mean, I think you should do. I think
Sure.
you should.
Talk to a person in real life.
I would. I mean,
calling people trust fund kids, and the only people who are angry about this are trust fund losers, and all the things that was said this week.
I think you've lost the thread already. You were okay for about 10
Yeah.
seconds, but then you went off. Look at the first order issue.
you're 100% right. There's a lot of horrible things being said, but pushing propaganda over here doesn't make it okay doing it over here. That's my only point.
What is propaganda?
Yeah, and this 9-month-old interview that I did watch at the time. I don't remember it. Obviously, it's clearly as. Can I keep talking?
Months old, it's okay.
Yeah, no, I'm saying what I'm saying is I watched at the time. I did not think anything was actually that problematic about it. I thought it was an interesting view of things. Not that I would say take people hostage, but to the extent that there are, say, boats being taken hostage in certain areas, I look at like what's causing this issue, and I don't like isolate it into one thing and say, oh well, this person, look at this bad thing of a statement from a political group. Like, what are we talking about?
What's fascinating is the argument that we hear that it's Hamas's fault. Like Hamas made Israel kill all of these civilians, right? Like that transitory, the responsibility is not on the person taking the action. It's on the person who provoked the action. But couldn't you make that same argument with the Houthis? Like if it's so transitory, like, well, look at what Israel made the Houthis do. Like there's, let's ascribe agency to everybody who's involved in there. Let's ascribe a certain amount of like implications. Yep. The Houthis definitely inhibited food that could have gone to the people in Sudan, because that is where some of those shipments came, and that responsibility is on them. They were the only country, I guess, if you want to say, that was responding to this slaughter of Palestinians. If you want to say that the Houthis are responsible for this, how can you in any way say the Israelis aren't responsible for the deaths of thousands upon thousands upon thousands of children? Never minding, like, in the future, never mind that the numbers are probably higher than the ones that...
It's funny because if you said exactly what Sam is saying here, I have. There'd be 6 hate threads saying Hasan supports terrorism law. I have. The difference is that Sam is a media professional that has been doing this for years and years and years and deserves a lot of respect from a lot of these other like younger folks that have maybe watched him here and there. And I think it's a good thing. I think it's a good thing that they trust him. You need to understand something. I don't care if people fucking despise me. Okay. As long as their heart is in the right place, as long as like they're also recognizing that Israel is doing a genocide, as long as they recognize that like that has to end. It's the same principle behind when people were like, Hasan, you bought a house, you're fucking rich, but a socialist. Hasan, you're rich, but a socialist. Like, fuck you. How does that work? It's like, no, it's good. Remember the conversation I had with Ethan when I was getting fucking yelled at for buying a house? And one of the things I told him in one of the first ever Leftovers episodes was like, it's healthy to not like rich people. I think getting mad at me is, probably not the most appropriate venue, right? I think it's kind of silly, and only time will show how silly it is. And time has shown that it's a silly thing to fucking yell about. Okay. Having said that, however, I think it's, keep that energy for wealthy and powerful people, and the disdain you have for wealthy and powerful people across the board. The issue is a lot of these people are not mad about the power imbalance or the way that society is designed to churn out certain results that help the super wealthy. They just don't like that I am telling them that shit is fucked up and also have become successful in that process. And that's what's sad.
That we even quote at this point. Never mind like the massive trauma that these children half of the population there under the age of 18 are going to be subjected to over the decades. Somehow that's not the responsibility of Israel. Somehow the 70 years, 80 years now of nearly 80 years of essentially occupation, or, you want to call it, Warsaw Ghetto style blockade around Gaza, however you want to characterize it. That's all not Israel's fault.
And Nicola writes in, fundamentally, Hasan was trying to humanize a 19-year-old Yemeni kid who's known genocide most of his life. He didn't elevate some monster you people are crying are lost in ideology. And that kind of sums it up, because I guess I just learned, recently that wasn't even a kid that was Houthi. He was just a Yemeni kid that was participating in resistance.
I'm sorry,
so
even if he was, the question Hasan asked, which is like,
Sure.
What about anti-Semitism? You agree that's bad? He's like, yes, we agree that we don't want to get...
That's the other part of the interview where I like directly asked him about like Jewish people, whether he's a Houthi or not. You know what I mean? What am I supposed to do? Fucking dunk on a... Like they just want me to like debate a 19-year-old in Yemen who does not speak English, who has, once again, only known genocide his entire life, only known famine his entire life. I am supposed to assume that he is lying.
Confused, and that there's something to ask about the Houthis because of statements like death to America, death to Jews. He says it is related to the Zionism.
A YouTuber I like made a fuck Sam video, so I left the comment saying he was wrong. He blew up on me, and then I criticized him for never covering Gaza. Since then, he has uploaded over a dozen videos on the topic. I thought that was kind of cool. That's amazing. That's good. That's good shit. Okay? Get these motherfuckers to talk about Gaza. That's great. You have now successfully made something positive out of like a fuck Hasan video. That's fine. That's the funniest thing when people are like, I'm pro-Palestine, actually, even though I've noticeably been quiet for the past 12 months of genocide. And the only time I'm ever going to talk about it is when I'm cynically critiquing a person who has, done as much as he can to communicate what is fucking going on.
And look, you can say he's dishonest about that, but that question was asked.
But I'm sorry, if these groups say death to America, we have to reckon with that.
Why do they say that?
We have. This is because
they hate our freedom.
They just hate us for our freedom.
McDonald's and Burger King. And
This is like that's the underlying thing that is also very frustrating about these sorts of conversations. Is that like you are very deliberately dulling your own perspective. Like you are very deliberately making yourself dumber. You are closing off an entire fucking, like you're closing yourself off from like additional information and succumbing to unserious and childlike analysis. When you do this, you are turning into a Steven Crowder style person. And it's kind of funny because like many people who used to be fans of mine who now like hate me or whatever used to laugh alongside me when we used to make fun of people like Steven Crowder for saying these idiotic things like they hate us because of our freedoms. Like they hate us. That's why they're saying death to America, because we got gay people here. It's like, no, dude. It's like, why are you an otherwise intelligent person, an otherwise empathetic person, so willingly shutting off a part of your brain and then turning around and believing, like purposely trying to get yourself to believe a thing that you might not have believed a year ago? That's it.
Playboy and stuff.
That we have to reckon with that. First of all, the assumption that this kid was Houthi when he was just Yemeni and participating in the blockade, you could argue that that's a little racist. Secondly, if they're saying death to America and they're saying horrible things, we are the world's superpower. As I mentioned, we have like
just take the last
Great
century.
Britain, France, other imperial powers carved out the Middle East for their own imperial interests, and then post World War II, the United States basically took over the mantle, and Israel has been a big part of that policy. We have ruined the lives for millions of people in that region, killed up to 1 million people in Iraq. And then, of course, what we've done to the Palestinian people. Of course, they don't like America. And if you can't deal with that, you're a little baby. And then you don't really want to deal with, I think, the reality of what we mean as a global empire on the world stage and the kind of resistance that's going to come up. And it's not going to always be resistance groups that have our exact ideology. I wish that there were more secular.
It's not always Mandela.
But Barghouti is in a Israeli prison and has been there for 20 years. Where is the Palestinian Mandela? He's locked up, dude. That's why.
Well,
so like this helps. What this kind of framing about Muslim and Arab people in the region engenders is that flattening of the power dynamics here to make it as so they're just basically all anti-Semites and bigots and America haters, when they are actually responding in ways that they can. And some of these groups are good and some of the tactics are wrong and some of the groups are bad. Some of the tactics are good. Who knows? Whatever. But the overall problem is American imperialism in the region. And everything else that you're dealing with are semantics to obscure that very reality.
We should also say, and someone reminds it, like, you know, if you take 10 minutes to understand 5 minutes, we provided a lot of support for the Saudis bombing in Yemen, resulting in the deaths of I don't know how many thousands upon thousands of people. It breeds resent. It turns out it breeds resent.
Yeah.
It breeds resent. Call from an 870.
Damn. Pack watch. This is a massive issue of not being able to imagine yourself in someone else's shoes. I mean, I get that. I'm a little bit more understanding. I'm a little bit more understanding of people who are deluded by Western chauvinism. Because, like, Americans literally don't even have empathy for their fucking neighbors, dude. They don't even have empathy for their goddamn neighbors who have, like, identical living circumstances to them, but are just, like, marginally different, whether it be because of their gender expression or the color of their skin or financial predicaments that cause them to become homeless. You know what I mean? So, like, they don't even have fucking empathy for those people. In a nation where so many people literally flex their lack of empathy for even their immediate neighbors, how the fuck can you get them to have any ounce of empathy for people thousands of miles away that have been victim to a lot of the things that America has done that they don't even hear about, that they don't even see, that they are willingly blind to? So I get it. And that's why, in spite of all of the barrage of like bullshit where people go, fuck you, Hasan, you fucking love terrorism, you fucking piece of shit, you love terror, go back to your own country, if you don't like it, leave it, that type of shit. Like, when people say that sort of thing, I have no choice but to just eat it and then continue explaining my position over and over and over and over again. You know? Because for as many people who are directly refusing to hear the truth, there are still going to be hundreds of people who are like, you know what? I never thought about it that way. Do you understand? And that's it. And I think no matter what, inevitably it will click. I believe it. I believe it. It might not happen today. It might not happen tomorrow. But there will be an issue that someone cares about. Okay? There will be an issue that someone cares about personally. And they'll hear me communicate they'll hear me advocate about these issues that they do care about, and then it will click. It will click for them. Okay? It'll click more the worse things get, and more the people see how being fashionably callous hurts everyone. Yeah, everyone has their own radicalizing moment. Because the massive faucet of misinformation, smears, and lies can only go so far. Okay? At the end of the day, if I'm not those things that people are saying that I am, then people will inevitably come to that conclusion. You know, they can't keep up the facade. They just can't. And for as many people who are like, man, for as many people who get swept away by this kind of nonsense. You got my MAGA mom to say she agreed with you on some things last night, and we've been fighting for like a year over everything in Gaza and politics, and you did more than I could in like 20 minutes, but still a long way to go. Good. Just remember what happened to Jeremy Corbyn and Bernie. Being honest is often not enough. We need to actively oppose the people that are liars. Yeah. I mean, I do a good deal of that, I think. And this community does a good deal of that as well. So, you know, it's not like I just fucking take it or change my position when I get like a barrage of smears. That's the ultimate goal. But yeah, let's get back to the election, which for those of you who are not familiar, is going to be in 1 week. Joe Rogan turned down Kamala Harris' podcast interview over campaign demands. From what I understand, there's an update to this. Joe Rogan came out and made a statement as well.
Catherine, popular podcaster Joe Rogan is also now tweeting after his interview with former President Trump, saying the Harris campaign offered for her to come on the podcast, but only for an hour and not in studio. Rogan writes, I strongly feel the best way to do this is in the studio in Austin. My sincere wish is just to have a nice conversation and get to know her as a human being. What do you make of that? And given the massive size of his audience, how significant would an interview with Rogan be at this stage in the race for Harris?
Yeah, look, it remains to be seen how significant it would be. Of course, Trump did this interview because his campaign is trying and working to reach those younger voters that he so needs to pull over. Of course, Harris has been leading in that youth vote, that younger demographic, but Trump is also trying to pull that over, especially with white males. Rogan's audience, obviously, is tailored to that demographic, pulls in that demographic, if you will. So, sure, I think it's important on the one hand that if Harris.
I think Kamala Harris going on Rogan will be good. That's my most controversial opinion. I think Kamala Harris going on Joe Rogan would be good for her. Because Joe Rogan is virtually incapable of doing adversarial interviews. Okay? Unless it's like some of the shit that he really, 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 really cares about. Like weed, COVID. You know, unless it's, or, you know, vaccines, weed, COVID, that sort of stuff, like he will pop off on. The better version will be Tim Walz. If Tim Walz went on Joe Rogan, Kamala landslide. Like, I'm not even kidding. Sam mentioned yesterday's show that their sponsors are being boycotted because of their stance on Israel-Palestine. So they didn't have ads. To support TMR, join $10 a month. Join MajorityReport.com. Patreon for $5. Patreon.com/Majority Report. Yeah, same principle holds here as well, baby. Subscribe to Majority Report. Subscribe to the Hasanabi Report. Use your Twitch Primes. Oh, damn. Lebitard and friends. Tim Walls had a good answer about Tony Hinchcliffe's jokes at the MSG rally on our show this morning. Okay. Using vulnerable people as a punchline. Okay. The Dan Lebitard show is nutty mode with the politics lately. Just great takes all around.
Sentence. I don't know, because you were playing Madden on Twitch with AOC, how much of what you saw at Madison Square Garden this weekend. Surely you've read about it, though. So what are your thoughts of how racist all of that felt?
Well, that's another thing that Senator Vance once said. He said the thing that voters don't really like about Donald Trump is the racist part. That was him. I did not say that. Look, this is dangerous stuff. It started long ago, but the Springfield stuff of denigrating, Haitian folks who were here legally just trying to get by. This dehumanizing piece of it is what's really, this is the oldest playbook in the world. And I think for us, the contrast couldn't be greater. We're talking about unity. We're talking about bringing people together. We're talking about a to-do list for the American public rather than kind of an enemies list and putting people on there who we don't like. And very troubling. And I feel, my job as governor is to protect the citizens and do all we can. And I'm hearing from folks, the Hispanic community is nervous and in some cases scared. So I didn't watch it personally. AOC showed me that in real time. I didn't know who this guy was, this comedian or whatever, but, saying that we don't have a sense of humor, using vulnerable people as a punchline for your jokes is really weak. That is not humor. And I have to say this,
be a man.
The guy's delivery was terrible. It was just mean spirited. That wasn't a joke. That was a dog whistle. Well, not even a dog whistle. It was a scream.
Be man. What kind of man shits on those who are weaker than them? What kind of man shits on those who are less fortunate than them? Okay? I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Bullshit. Anyway. Let's get back to Joe Rogan.
Were to sit for an interview, of course, she would be targeting that same demographic.
And that's why I don't believe in dark humor. No, there is a way to do it. I'm not a fucking I am not an anti-dark humor guy. Okay? I'm not anti-comedy. I'm not anti-dark humor. I make edgy jokes all the fucking time. Okay? There's a way to do it. I make jokes about trans people. I make jokes about gay people. I make jokes about every single fucking group of marginalized individuals. Okay? The difference, however, is how I make those jokes. If it comes from a place of understanding, the plight of the communities that you are speaking about, okay, that is a little different. That is what is different here. Just simply making like a watermelon joke about a black person, like that's bullshit. You're just straight up just doing bottom of the barrel nonsense. You're doing that because you don't have anything in the tank. You're doing that because you don't want to understand. It's pathetic. You do that because you're a hack. That's it. Nothing worse than that. I think in the realm of comedy, nothing worse than that. Give it up, Hasan. We all know you're a woke list of socialist, liberal, communists, and that's why people like you hate edgy comedy. That's why you're friends with the creators of Cumtown. Yeah.
That the former president did. At the same time, I'm not sure at the end of the day how much it would really matter, though he does have a big audience and a large reach. So it could potentially.
No, if a joke is coming from a person in the marginalized community, it's okay. Otherwise, you're punching down. No, you're wrong about that. You're wrong. This is why I think bold declarations about like what kind of jokes are permissible from the likes of like Sheltered Rosebud and many others in this community are the exact opposite of the commentary that I'm making. Okay? That's not what I'm saying at all. Please stop. Let's just not even talk about this any longer. Especially because like, let's be real, a lot of neurodivergent lefties here, not exactly joke understanders, okay? It's it. It's just the truth. It's fine. You guys don't get it. That's why I spend a whole bit of time trying to describe to you the process of like why certain things are funny and explain to you what a joke is. Why in the world would you want to make fun of marginalized people? Oh my God. Because I hate them. Okay, that's why. That's it. That's why. Yeah. Like, I am not in the business of just like constantly being a fucking joke police. It is so stupid. Okay? Plenty of people who are not a part of the in-group make jokes about an out-group, about a marginalized community, as long as it is coming from a place of understanding. As long as it is coming from a place where they recognize the hardships, okay? I am a cisgender, heterosexual, white man, okay? I make jokes about trans people regularly, but it's not at the expense of trans people. Okay, it's not me going, oh, they're weird. Am I right? Look, they're so weird and I don't understand it. I'm not on the outside just like pointing to them and saying they're weird and they're gross and you should make fun of them. That's the difference. Okay. That's how it works. Let's finish this.
Potentially still happen at some point. We'll see.
All right, Karen Travers, Catherine Falders, thank you. And at least 40,000 people are now expected for the Harris campaign's closing arguments at the Ellipse in Washington, D.C. The Secret Service and police are preparing the area with street closures and fencing along the National Mall. ABC's Alex Brachet joins me now for more on that part of the story. Alex, what's the latest on the preparations and the safety concerns going into this, especially the recent controversy surrounding the Secret Service?
Hey, Diane. Well, you can probably hear they're doing mic checks at the Ellipse behind me. And that is where the vast majority of these people will be funneling through. You see the Ellipse there in the middle where all those trucks are, the signs say freedom. And then in the far distance is the White House. As Karen mentioned earlier, this is emblematic. Number one, the vice president wanting to show that, the presidency in the background with the White House there, but it's impossible to escape the fact that the last time there was a gathering at the Ellipse like this, it was January 6th. You mentioned security preparations. So we just wrapped up rush hour here in D.C. They're going to be shutting down this stretch of Constitution and many of the surrounding streets. You see this fencing that lines the White House grounds. Also in the distance, a number of sanitation heavy-duty trucks that will be used as barricades here. Law enforcement here is very, very tight. And Diane, It's partly because of those Secret Service concerns, but also the National Park Service tells us they're expecting more people than originally reported. Originally, some 20,000 people. Now we're being told that 40,000 people will be at this rally tonight. Again, street closure is going to begin around noon. People are going to start to line up around 3 to get in by that 7:15 start time.
ABC's Alex Prochet, thank you.
The latest Israeli airstrike hit this occupied building in a northern Gazan town, killing dozens. CBS News senior foreign correspondent Holly Williams reports on that and the backlash.
Kamala's doing January 6th early. Brilliant. That'd be really funny. Trump about to be really pissed. He chose a limited capacity venue. I'm a 22-month subscriber because you hate me. Yeah. Liberal January 6th is such a funny idea. Conservatives all lean into hack shit because they just can't be, oh, you're offended. You don't understand comedy. Meanwhile, I got Matt Walsh crying about white people tacos saying it's anti-white racism for a joke. Yeah. Have you talked about Unrwa being banned yet? I did yesterday, and I will talk about it a little bit more as well. But there was some other stuff that I wanted to get into before we get to Unrwa and Israel. Specifically, we have Bernard Sanders. Wait, what? Paul Pelosi attacker sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole? Wow. Wow. They're coming after my man for having gay sex in woke ass San Francisco. That's crazy. That's crazy. This is homophobia. Okay? It's homophobia. That's crazy. People do not even want to be understanding of just two guys in love, you know, having a little lover's quarrel. Remember when Elon Musk very seriously posted like some AI written article being like, well, we should look into the fact that Paul Pelosi is a gay lover with this guy. Like, that's like the amount of nonsense that he fucking gets away with is so alarming, is so frustrating. They got the pee-pee and you're making jokes. Yeah. There's the 30 Democrats, 30 Republicans jubilee that I heard is pretty nutty. We can probably look at that. The issue is like they fucking clap my shit, dude. I kind of don't want to watch Jubilee videos anymore because they come after it. Like they literally slam on it, which is crazy because like half of the fucking people that they have on are like either current or former Hasanabi heads. And they've also tried to get me on as well. So I don't know why they're doing that. Speaking of Elon, look how insane it is. Okay, Megaphonics. Try submitting X-ray, PET, MRI, or other medical images to Grok for analysis. This is still early stage, but it's already quite accurate and will become extremely good. Let us know where Grok gets it right or needs work. That's amazing. Okay. Oh, God. Oh, my God. So, speaking of jokes and hack material and just like straight up hatred, okay, this happened last night and we immediately covered it, obviously, as it happened last night. Mehdi Hasan went on a CNN panel. Okay, and the guy breached Reddit containment. The guy who was in front of him basically was thinking that he could get away with saying some extremely Reddit type shit extremely Twitter type shit. Okay. Haven't they literally thanked you for watching the video before? I know they have. So I don't know why. I don't know why they're like
you don't want to be called Nazis.
The other, like, there's this group that they're using to copy strike people and they keep coming after me. So I don't know why. It's very annoying. Yeah, I said this is what happens when you think real life is like Reddit and Twitter. DM me the details so I can verify. Because there's a database for strikes and shit. It's a LDS. A group called LDS. Don't update the app, Hasan. Make sure it's a real one, I bet. I don't think it's Mormons. I just think that their group is called LDS. They keep claiming my fucking videos, dude. It's annoying. But I don't know. So this guy's a former Proud Boy orbiter who used to go on Gavin McInnes' show regularly under his real name. Someone told me that that guy who was shitting on Mehdi Hasan also wrote for Richard Spencer or something. I don't know how true that is, but I would like to investigate it a little bit further. But point is, Mehdi Hasan is on a panel talking about fucking racism from the Trump Nazi rally, okay? And look at how the conversation falls apart so quickly.
If you don't want to be called Nazis, stop doing.
You've been called an anti-Semite more than anyone else at this table. Yeah. And people will sit there and no, by me, I never called you an anti-Semite. Okay. I mean, I'm not sitting here saying
I'm a supporter of the Palestinians. So I'm used to it.
Yeah. I hope your beeper doesn't go off.
I'm a supporter of the Palestinians, so I'm used to it. Well, I hope your beeper doesn't go off. Now, that is probably one of the most commonplace fucking things I've heard since Israel did its terror attack on Lebanese soil that many people celebrated, like, openly. Okay? So many motherfuckers celebrated that shit. And it was very frustrating. It was very, very, very frustrating. Okay? But look at this. Look at why this is considered permissible.
Wow.
You should not.
No,
Did you just say I should be killed?
No, I did not say that. No, I did not say that.
Hold on.
Did your guest just say I should be killed on live TV?
I said I hope
Guys,
you
let me just stop.
You said you hope my beeper doesn't go off.
Because you said I'm a big supporter
of the Palestinians.
Of Hamas.
Guys, let me stop.
Palestinians.
Are you a supporter
Am I
of
what?
Hamas?
No, of course I'm not.
I apologize.
Are you a racist, violent person inciting violence against me?
Ryan,
That's disgusting.
that is completely.
No, I apologize.
That
Good
is
job, CNN.
completely
Let's have first
out
block
of
say the
pocket.
Muslim guy
You
should
know
be
that.
blown
I
up
apologize.
on
I
TV.
apologize.
Don't say then I apologize. You literally.
I thought you said Hamas. I
You didn't think I said Hamas.
Yes,
I said
did.
I supported Palestinian rights.
Yes, I did.
Why? Because when you hear
What's funny
Palestinian,
is
you
Rudy
hear Hamas.
Giuliani said this
No,
yesterday,
because-
so you're a great guest to be here
All
to
right,
defend
I
Rudy
told
Giuliani's
myself
Give me
I
one-
wasn't going to
give me-
entertain
give me one
nonsense
second.
today, and so at this point,
This is what we're in
I
now.
can't
This
do
is America in
Here's
2024.
what I will say.
Forget the
Here's what
racism.
That's right.
It's I should
That's
die.
right.
I didn't say that. You
You
should
said,
die.
what does beeper mean? Don't give me your
I
faint
did not
ignorance.
say you should
Guys,
die.
Why did you say
guys,
with my
give me-
beeper
give me
go
a-
off?
What did you mean?
What did you mean by the beeper?
So what
I
did
said-
you mean?
What did you mean by the
No,
beeper?
no, no.
No, you didn't. You said, I hope your beeper doesn't go off.
Ryan, stop talking.
At least have the guts to support your racist
sorry.
comment.
Hang on.
I'm so sorry.
Let her
bring it back.
This is why yesterday's rally was disgusting.
Don't call us
and
Nazis, but I'm going to
outrageous.
threaten the brown guy as a
This is
terrorist
why.
and kill him.
Because I didn't ever say Donald Trump was Hitler. But do you know who stood on a stage yesterday and said, I want to come to the Nazi rally? I don't have to make up words and call you something. You're saying it for yourself. And what you just said
Kamala
right
Harris
here,
is a pimp
apologize.
Now, there's something going on here that you have to understand. he is a Republican. He is like a Republican guy doing this. So now liberals will say, wow, like this is unacceptable. The problem is liberals have also kind of played a role in normalizing this kind of sentiment. Like it's not that shocking when you have Biden's State Department anti-Semitism czar Deborah Lipstadt saying this exact same fucking joke, basically, on a panel.
After October 7th, there was a feeling around the world that Israel is weaker. And in the
you want a beeper?
Like that's the thing. Like this is something that like people can be super callous about. This is something that people can like very openly be super callous about. And there are many other instances where directly on CNN, people have done this sort of shit. And you know, I think it's like Reddit and Twitter breaching containment for sure. But beyond that, it's good that there is like at least some level of pushback. Okay. Is that a slur? I've never heard that word before. What do you mean, beeper? No, it's not a slur. It's just basically saying like you will be extrajudiciously assassinated by the state of Israel. That's what you're saying. When you make that joke, when you say like, oh, wow, your beeper is running, which many people did about fucking Rashida Tlaib as well. And every single person that's like openly pro-Palestinian, especially if they're of a Muslim background or if they're from the area, if they're Arab, like people just go crazy with that. Every single Arab and Muslim content creator that is pro-Palestine has received those jokes a million times over. I don't know how many people we have banned in the aftermath of Israel exploding 2,000 fucking pagers, killing a bunch of like first responders, killing a 9-year-old girl, and many others. Like, it's so incredibly commonplace. It's just, that's it. And that's the reason why I think this person is like very, that's the reason why this person is like very cool, calm, and collected. And dare I say, shocked when people call him out, when he realizes, oh, this is hostile. Look,
did you just say I should die?
You should not.
No,
did you just say I should be killed?
No, I did not say that. I said, no, I did not.
Yeah, look at his face. Like, look at his face when he realizes, like, the moment that he realizes, like, uh-oh. Uh-oh. Like, he's having a little panic moment. I'm glad that there's a little bit of pushback at this point. But I think that, you know, part of the reason why they're doing it is because it's gotten so completely out of hand. The other clip of this joke got ha-has. This time, not so much. But then on Twitter, he's trying to play this off as a joke, of course. Yeah. I don't think it's just Twitter, Reddit and Twitter. Rich Lowry, him, Tony Hinchcliffe, and everyone that's part of the MAGA movement all say this stuff behind closed doors and are waiting for Trump to get elected for this kind of talk to become normalized. This kind of talk is normalized especially against Arabs and Muslims. What do you mean? I can give you a million examples of this shit. Former TV booker explains that this is a major issue for network TV. CNN just removed a far-right panelist for a racist remark as progressive commentator Mehdi Hasan. This was the right decision, but as a former TV booker, what happened is a part of a much bigger problem. Before going independent, I used to be a producer on The Hill. Like all mainstream media shows, we were constantly trying to have a balanced panel discussion, but we always had a problem. It was very difficult to find Republicans who weren't crazy. Frequently, my colleagues would book right-wing commentators, and as someone who'd come out of conservative media, I often had to review them before they were put on air. More than a few times, people who were alt-right activists were booked before I removed them. Other times, we couldn't find anyone who was actually qualified to talk about the news of the day in a non-frothing manner. We had people offered who had made racist remarks, people who had stalked women, etc. The Republican media, meanwhile, made zero attempts at balance. We also had several commentators who expressed Christian supremacist ideas, which meant, of course, that they couldn't possibly add anything useful to Israel or Islam. This is what happened to the very long-suffering Abby Phillips tonight. The biggest beneficiaries of affirmative action in media are Republican commentators. That's true. The MSM are desperate to find anyone who can engage in civil dialogue without filibustering or collapsing into bigoted rants. This is why you often see the same Republicans everywhere. Republican elites have a huge quality problem on their side, but they don't care to do anything about it. That's because they realize that engaging in informational hygiene would shrink their very unstable coalition. They've chosen extremism and never get called on it. And it's true. Okay? And especially when it comes to like Israel stuff, especially when it comes to Israel-Palestine related shit, liberals say the same exact unhinged things as well. Look at Bill Maher. Bill Maher says stuff like this on a regular fucking basis. Congresspersons make these same jokes. Like, look at this. This is a representative.
Say self-defense what Israel did with the pagers and how the walkie-talkies?
Now that's a Republican. Okay? That's a Republican.
They killed an 8-year-old and an 11-year-old.
Do you have your pagers on you? John Fetterman, on the other hand, is also defending the pager attacks in like non-hostile media environments. Okay? Just so you understand, like the very same people that are fucking outraged right now because a Republican said that joke directly to fucking Mehdi Hassan's face are the same people that made those exact same jokes. The most revealing part of this train wreck was that this twerp's sniveling cowardice. He makes 2 rapid-fire, nasty, racist, disingenuous remarks, and then when he gets called on, he goes for, "Oh, I'm so sorry, I misunderstood you." Was totally clear who this guy was from his Twitter feed. Okay? Is it possible that Hezbollah just bought new Tesla pagers? I mean, I guess that's more of a joke on Tesla than it is about the pager attacks killing civilians, to be like unimaginably and endlessly charitable to that specific person. It's not the exact same kind of joke, in my opinion. But yeah, that interview Fetterman gave was crazy because he was called lying twice in less than a minute. Yeah. Do you guys have the Fetterman interview as well, where he like justifies the death of a 9-year-old, which is insane? Oh, here it is. Once again.
I would love to understand where your affinity with the state of Israel actually comes from. Can you explain its origin to me?
Yes. Well, I mean, I can't say that there is an origin. I think it's really about, that's our ally. There's a special relationship. And now if anyone that studies history realize that if you aren't unwilling to stand and protect and support the Jewish community, that can end in incredibly terrible, awful ways. That's what history has taught us. And now to anybody that doesn't follow the history and not even aware of a lot of it, like err on the side of democracy. And that is the only democracy in the middle of that region. And I had the chance to visit there, and that's the kind of society that have the same kinds of values that we live and what we aspire to, especially, ironically, progressives, especially for women and members of the LGBTQ communities. And that's why for me, it's an easy choice through this.
I am curious if on that trip you made to Israel, if you went to the West Bank at all and met any Palestinians there.
I didn't go to the West. I didn't. And then, so I didn't have unlimited time to see all the things that I wish I could. But I would love to go back. But
I guess what I'm asking is if you've tried to understand the other side of this conflict.
I've talked to a lot of people. I would visit and I would discuss members of the Arab and Muslim from Pennsylvania. I would have open dialogue. I entertain that. I would be happy to really understand the other side. And I've been unable to, other than it's like, hey, if we can just stop fighting and attacking Israel, that's going to make the quality of life for anyone in that region to start to get better.
As you mentioned, you visited Israel for the first time in June. You met with Israel's Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, who thanked you for your courage in your support of Israel. How do you see his leadership during this conflict?
Yeah, I thought it was really curious that Democrats felt like they needed to politically to criticize Israel, but that would be difficult. So they found that, well, we're going to just focus on Netanyahu. And you can think he's a bad leader or a bad person or anything, but that happens to be the democratically leader of Israel.
Oh, God, he's so bad. Here.
I just want to bring it back to your state, though, because you have gotten criticism from both Muslim groups and pro-peace Jewish groups. Last month, the Philadelphia and Pittsburgh chapters of the Council on American Islamic Relations, they issued a joint statement where they condemned you for saying that you loved Israel's pager attacks targeting Hezbollah in Lebanon.
I do. I absolutely.
Well, they said when our elected officials start condoning the civilian loss of life, our collective moral compass is irreparably harmed. That's a quote. And indeed, that attack did hurt and maim civilians.
It didn't. It actually was targeted for.
It did. What do you mean it didn't? You can't just wish cast something that didn't happen. How is any fucking different than the just QAnon weirdos, You're just hallucinating.
Members of Hezbollah. No one uses beepers in that situation other than they were a member of Hezbollah.
There was a young child
that was a micro targeting to minimize civilians.
There was a young child who was killed who was taking the pager to their parent.
Unfortunately, tragically, because Daddy was a member of Hezbollah. That's tragic. He
would you have the same energy if the roles were reversed? If a member of the Knesset of the Likud party that you just criticized. Right, Benjamin Netanyahu. Oh, it's just people are criticizing him, whatever. If a child of a Likud party member someone in the chat said the dad was a doctor. Yeah, there was a bunch of there were a bunch of fucking guys, stop sending me Richie Torres tweets, please. He's got the John Fetterman brain rot, dude. He's posting. Is this the same Myron Gaines who say we must first figure out a way to take our country back from Jewish supremacists? You and Hasan Piker are two symptoms of the same disease, anti-Semitism with Twitch. This guy's not even a fucking Twitch streamer. He literally was unbanned and then subsequently banned from Twitch. Okay? Please, you do indeed have a First Amendment right to speak, but so do I, and I will speak And speak I will to the chagrin of every rotten anti-Semite on Twitch. This guy's not even on Twitch. It's just brain rot. This is funny. I saw this earlier. This person saw Ethan Klein's screenshot and the name Hasan and assumed it was Hasan Piker, not Mehdi Hasan. Lumping you in with Fresh and Fit is wild. I know. It's disgusting. Why is Myron coming to your defense? What the fuck? I don't know. It's just maybe to fucking whitewash their perspective somehow. I don't know. There's never been a moment where I've defended them, okay? They are. Myron is literally a Holocaust minimizer at best. Most likely a Holocaust denier, okay? When he had a conversation with Ethan, I remember very quickly, Ethan was like, okay, what do you think about the Holocaust? And he was just so evasive. He's nice enough to support your right to speak your mind law. Guys, stop. It's fucking cynical, okay? It's completely cynical. He's backing you, though. A lot of you are so fucking stupid. A lot of you are so fucking stupid, dude. You are literally operating with minus 10 IQ, okay? You just genuinely don't understand. No, I am permitting them. What do you mean? I don't want fucking support from Nazis and Holocaust deniers, you dumb fuck. The fuck is wrong with you? That is not a very good argument. No, it is a good argument. And if you fucking support Holocaust deniers and Nazis and the like because they said, oh, well, I respect people's First Amendment rights, like in the process of like trying to normalize their fucking perspective, you are a dumb fuck, okay? You are dumb as fuck. You are so easily duped. Holy shit. God damn. There's never been a fucking singular moment where I've ever allowed that kind of sentiment to be expressed in this fucking, in this community. Okay? They're too focused on drama to realize that what they're doing. Yeah, these people have to be baiting at this point. There's no way you can be this brain dead. No, I think that they are that brain dead. I think there are, there's going to be a lot of stupid people in this fucking community too, everywhere. What's next, dude? Oh, Nicholas Fuentes defended my right to free speech. Oh, okay. Sure. Like, what do you mean? Fuck those guys.
Brought that danger and evil into their home. And that's what's
like a lot of people I think don't understand, okay? The way I look at this, okay? A lot of people who are pro-Israel are fascist of a different variety. There is no difference in terms of like ethnic superiority arguments that Nazis have made, that neo-Nazis have made, that fascists still make to this day, versus people who believe in the demographic concerns of Israel maintaining a Jewish ethnic majority. Okay? It's a handshake. One side, it's a handshake where both sides are unironically making anti-Semitic arguments. The idea that like all Jews have to 100% singularly defend Israel. It's ridiculous.
That's what tragically resulted in that poor child's death, and that's what's so terrible. She paid the price because her father was a terrorist for Hezbollah, and I grieve for the death of Palestinian children and other innocents there. I don't assign any more value to their lives. I mean,
yeah, you do.
This is my own children's lives, and that's why we have to destroy Hamas, and we have to develop a new way forward where people can live in peace, so that this kinds of death and misery, it has to stop. But it's not being driven by Israel; it's driven by Hamas and Iran, and that kinds of commitment to destroy the state of Israel. And now you have idiots in this nation, talking about and chanting about from the river to the sea. And they try to pretend that doesn't exactly what that means. And that is Israel is in the middle of the sea and that river. And that has to be wiped free. And that's at least own your anti-Semitism rather.
Shut the fuck up. Anyway, you guys understand that like there are permission structures for genuinely Islamophobic sentiment being expressed here. And that is part of the reason why the fucking Richard Spencer writer guy thought that he would be able to spew that nonsense comfortably on CNN, especially when CNN has done this. CNN pundit calls Democratic Representative Ilhan Omar a public relations agent for Hamas with no pushback.
Today. No, she's a Democrat. They're going to vote for Biden. I'm not surprised about that. I am surprised that in the year of our Lord, 2024, there is a public relations agent for Hamas sitting in the United States Congress.
Today?
No.
He didn't get fired. He's still one of the most prominent Republican voices on CNN. Okay? So understand that. This is what I mean when I say Islamophobia is so pervasive and so fucking permissible. Okay? It's just like the most normalized form of bigotry. Where, like, in the United States of America, a white supremacist country built on those fundamentals, built on chattel slavery, indigenous ethnic cleansing, Americans have improved their ways in which they do anti-black white supremacist sentiment. Okay? So much so that even if someone is like a die-in-the-wool racist, there are certain things that they hear where they're like, oh, that's a bridge too far for me. Wouldn't go that far. You know, you could have a guy with like the identical politics of a fucking Klansman who will still turn around and go, oh, saying the N-word with a hard R, well, that's a little bit much. Whereas Islamophobia and its social conditioning and it's like the propagandizing of Islamophobia is relatively new. It's a relatively new target. It's relatively new in comparison to like the inception of the American state revolving around anti-black white supremacy. So there is no masquerading. You can be like, no, these guys are all jihadis. They're all terrorists. They're all terrorists that need to be killed. That type of shit is not only pervasive, but totally accepted. This is a fact all over the Western world. Yes. Will this sort of sentiment be normalized even if Kamala wins? Yes. Kamala Harris will come out with a statement, just like Barack Obama did every now and then, about like how Islamophobia is really scary and people shouldn't do it. And then everyone will turn around and be like, she loves Muslims. She's a jihadi herself. It already is. Kamala Harris is currently the vice president. Joe Biden is currently the president. It's currently pervasive. It's currently accepted. Anyway, the mainstream media needs to stop platforming dishonest and bigoted Republicans. America needs to hear what the far right thinks, but we don't need to hear their bigotry and trolling. Reporters can present these views and their significance. We don't need these bigots. Until CNN and other outlets return to the regular standards, they're going to keep having their right-wing commentators engage in self-destructive acts. Remember the imploding of Jeffrey Lord, Ed Martin, and Corey Lewandowski? These people keep horribly tarnishing the CNN brand. The hard reality is that Republicans are so far from center that they cannot engage in civil debate. The viewers would be better served by ending the right-wing food fights. We also don't need fictitious Republicans who lie constantly either, like Ronna McDaniel. CNN's Republican chief executives clearly are behind these recent Republican affirmative action hires. They suppose that having more right-wing droogs on air will get Republicans to flip away from Fox, but this will never work. For every Fox bot tuning in, they lose 2 disgusted viewers. And just closing on the root of Ryan Jerdowski, he is a full-on racist and radical Christian supremacist who has written for racist activist Richard Spencer, a fucking Nazi, an out-and-about Nazi. He has been running on operation to block black and LGBT authors from school curricula. He should have never been on CNN. Richard Spencer confirms that this guy literally wrote for him more than a decade ago, but wrote for him nonetheless. The irrational both sides fetish has created a dynamic where it is more controversial to call a fascist what they are than it is for Republican politicians to praise Hitler like Trump and Mark Robinson do. Calling a Nazi is more controversial than being an actual Nazi. What the actual fuck? I'll convert this into an essay, but in the meantime, here's what the current rising conservative host is up to is just as disgraceful. Anyway. Ben Shapiro defended him on X. Imagine if someone had made a joke about October 7th directed at him on his platform. The hypocrisy is crazy. Yes. Like that person would be fucking locked up. It's just so fucking annoying Yeah, from writing for Richard Spencer to appearing on CNN. What a glow up for Ryan Jardusky. Congrats to all involved. Yeah, Richard Spencer confirms it too. Has Trump alienated swing voters after the Madison Square Garden rally? We're going to cover that in a second. Hold on. The only reason he faced backlash is because Hasan pushed back immediately too. Every other time it's been brushed over because nobody cared. Guys, Jake Tapper and Dana Fash are CNN's two top billed commentators, okay? They literally engaged in a similar fucking conquest coming from the same exact Islamophobic place against Rashida Tlaib. Okay? They did that against Rashida Tlaib. Now, of course, like the views of some of the top billed commentators do not reflect the views of the entire institution. I'm not saying that every single person has those exact same opinions, but understand why people like this think it is perfectly normal to say shit like this on CNN. Okay? That's it. And it's interesting to think because when Dana Bash and Jake Tapper were doing that to Rashida Tlaib, they were doing that as Rashida Tlaib was being attacked with virulent, open Islamophobic attacks that made the same exact joke about her beeper, her beeper exploding potentially. Like that was a cartoonist that posted a cartoon of Rashida Tlaib and a beeper right after the attacks from Mossad, the terror attacks on Lebanese civilian population in Lebanon. Online liberals use plenty of Islamophobic language. They resent every vocal pro-Palestinian person. I just hope that I hope that people understand what they are doing. There are plenty of open-minded individuals who value themselves as progressive, who do repeat some of these fucking talking points, and I urge them to reconsider. Okay? I urge them to, re-examine the way that they speak about Palestinians, about Arabs, about Muslims. This is a dangerous prospect. Okay? I know that there will be some people, at least, that are coming into this community that will do that. I hope. There is zero room for racism or bigotry at CNN or on our air. We aim to foster thoughtful conversations and debate, including between people who profoundly disagree with each other, in order to explore important issues and promote mutual understanding. But we will not allow guests to be demeaned or for the line of civility to be crossed. Ryan Jardusky will not be welcome back at our network. Yeah, they clapped a fucking Nazi, but like, why did they have a Nazi on to begin with is a great question to have, is a great question to ask. And, if left unexamined, this kind of sentiment will continue to grow. Yes, I already watched the Majority Report defending me from smears today. I did. You are a R-worded racist, unfortunately. Me. Don't ban this person. I really, really, really need to understand why does this person think I'm racist? I need to know. This is old news. Holy shit, people woke up today. LeMafiao dies in one shot. Damn, he watched me play video games, though. Unfortunately. Despite the threat he represents, think well-meaning folks are missing the forest for the trees with Trump. We must deal with the rhetoric that is now polluting the space. No, I find it really funny when people say shit like this. I just want to know why he thinks that. Also, he's a Hasan, I like you, but some of your takes are delusional. It's funny because, like, if I was racist, I feel like this person would be a fan of mine. Like, that's the funniest thing. So many of my naysayers will be like, dude, you're fucking racist. And then you look at their, like, background, you look at the things that they advocate for, and they unironically are just, like, genuinely racist half the fucking time. So it's like, yeah, if I was a racist, as you claim, you would probably be a fan of mine and you'd be defending me everywhere online, being like, oh, actually, he's just exercising his free speech, you fucking idiot. You don't understand. Anyway. Okay. We're gonna do the Trump alienated a swing voter thing from Channel 4. One of my favorite things, as you guys know, is like when British people study the American heartland.
The King of New York is back to reclaim the city that he built.
Donald Trump didn't, of course, build New York City, but in the self-described world's most famous arena of Madison Square Garden, that's certainly the tale he wanted to tell. That he was back in his righteous home. Only
That's what the guy painted? The pizza boxes guy? That's awesome.
this time he brought the MAGA circus with him. But if the aim was to endear himself to his native New Yorkers, the opening act sure didn't get the memo.
Like, I don't know if you guys know this, but there's literally a floating island of garbage in the middle of the ocean right now. Yeah. I think it's called Puerto Rico.
Puerto Rico is in fact an American territory, which makes them, by the way, a critical American voting bloc. Racist slur number one.
There are more Puerto Ricans. First of all, okay, couple facts. Puerto Rico, American territory. If you're Puerto Rican and living in Puerto Rico, you can't vote. However, if you are Puerto Rican living on mainland United States of America, as there are, by the way, more Puerto Ricans living in the continental United States than there are in Puerto Rico, just so you guys understand, you can vote. Okay? Just so we're clear. Okay? And there are a decent number of Puerto Rican Trump supporters. The thing is, they also love Puerto Rico unconditionally for understandable reasons, okay? If it ain't a shithole, then why did they leave? That's awesome. See? Here you go. Here you go. Dumb fucks. Once again, keep chirping. Keep chirping, dude. Keep fucking chirping, bitch ass. So fucking stupid. People are so openly disgusting. Like, I think more people should be embarrassed to have opinions like this that they broadly televise. Okay? They didn't leave Puerto Rico. They are American citizens living in another part of America. It's like being from California and loving California, but having to move for one reason or another to a different fucking state. Okay? That's number one. Number two, there are obviously many reasons as to why Puerto Rico is deliberately underserved as a U.S. territory. Okay? We fucked Puerto Rico up. We did. America, the American government. Okay? What a fucking stupid question. Oh, why did they leave Puerto Rico instead of staying on the fucking island? And it's like, I wonder why, dude. I wonder why. Well, one immediate reason is because Puerto Ricans are treated as second-class fucking citizens. That's number one. Second reason is that the infrastructure is deliberately kept shitty. It is one of the greatest examples of vulture capitalism. Democrats and Republicans are both responsible for this, for the record. It's you can loop this under like the bipartisan consensus of American foreign policy if you want to. Anyway.
But it got darker and more dystopian from there.
The whole party, a bunch of degenerates.
Kamala Harris, she is the Antichrist. Her and her pimp handlers will destroy our country. We need to slaughter this other people.
Then came the main act himself. They almost managed a kiss. But did Trump manage to rise above the X-rated sideshow? As the New Yorkers like to say, forget about it.
Kamala, you're...
A British person trying to do a forget about it joke is insane. Don't do that. That's like a hate crime, I think. That's unacceptable, okay? Unacceptable.
Fired. Get out. Get out. You're fired.
Camila.
The aim was to paint this...
I do think it's funny how these guys exercise so many creative liberties whenever they want to try and figure out a way of saying Kamala Harris's name wrong. Like, they use all their creative juices on that, okay? They're tapped out by the time it comes to like being creative for anything else.
This is the pinnacle of Trump's comeback. But critics drew a very different parallel with a Nazi rally that was held in this very venue in 1939. Only this was the here and now.
November 5th, 2024, 9 days from now, will be Liberation Day in America. It's going to be Liberation Day. On day one, I will launch the largest deportation program in American history. I'm going to get the criminals out. I'm going to kick them the hell out of our country as fast as possible.
Outside.
Why do you think the Puerto Rico thing is getting more attention than some of the more unhinged statements? Because Puerto Ricans are American citizens and they love Puerto Rico, regardless of what their fucking political allegiances are. Okay? And they vote. You can say whatever the fuck you want about undocumented immigrants, but because they have no political power, because they are hyper marginalized, but they don't have any kind of fucking motion in terms of voting because they can't vote, it doesn't matter. You can get away with all the other unhinged shit. You can literally say whatever the fuck you want. You can lie and say Haitians are eating cats and dogs, which Donald Trump also did. People find that gross, but there's not the same level of pushback because Haitian migrants that are here with the proper paperwork under temporary protected status still do not have the right to vote. Puerto Ricans, on the other hand, do have the right to vote. There's 500,000 Puerto Ricans in Pennsylvania, dude. And it's such a very obvious, overt, gross, racist ass fucking thing to say, oh, it's a trash island. There are, once again, and I'm going to repeat this, there are, once again, more Puerto Ricans living in mainland United States of America, Alaska, Hawaii, than there are in Puerto Rico, the island, okay? And virtually every single one of them loves Puerto Rico. Doesn't matter. They could be hogs. Doesn't matter. They could be Trump supporters. They still understandably love Puerto Rico and want what's best for Puerto Rico. Okay? That's what happens when you are a colony. You maintain some kind of like hope that inevitably your people and your island will thrive. Have you not met like a Puerto Rican person ever? This is not like other people in diaspora, okay? It's a unique predicament. Like Cubans in Miami especially do not like Cuba, okay? That's why you hear insane statements about Cuba, like from Miami Cubans in diaspora. Even I would say Venezuelans, many Venezuelans are not exactly fond of Venezuela for one reason or another. That's not the same for Puerto Ricans.
The assembled MAGA faithful were full of pride.
Gee, I've been a lifelong New Yorker, lifelong Republican, and I have never been able to confidently wear my MAGA hat in the street until this rally today.
And we saw the economy under Trump, we saw the economy under Kamala. Which one was better?
Well, he was over 2 hours late, and we had this.
I need like one extra question from these people, like just one additional question, please. I feel like it's journalistic malpractice, and also you're leaving a lot of content on the fucking table when you don't ask them, what do you mean by that? What do you think Trump is going to do in terms of fixing the economy? What do you think Trump is going to do to fix the economy? What has he communicated to you? You're kind of misspeaking. They love the country but are more conservative, so they hate the governments in Cuba and Venezuela. No right-wing Puerto Rican is going to advocate to bomb the island of Puerto Rico in the way that like a right-wing Cuban will advocate to bomb the current Cuban island. Not just the administration, but just bomb Cuba. That's the difference. Like the distinction I'm trying to make here is that regardless of political allegiances, Puerto Ricans still obviously love Puerto Rico. Puerto Ricans, especially conservative ones, will get pissed off if you make them. I mean, yeah, I lived in Miami. This is common for every Latin American subgroup, if we're being real. Puerto Ricans, especially conservative ones, will get pissed off if you mistake them for Mexicans and are incredibly proud of being Puerto Rican. Understandably, why people will be like, I'm not Mexican, I'm Puerto Rican, or I'm not, that's literally just racism. That's a normal thing to get mad at. But the meme in Miami especially is like, Latinos fucking have a little extra smoke for being mistaken, like Dominicans for Haitian. Or Puerto Ricans for Dominican. Like it's a meta. It's meme. It's a meme. Point is, he's going to increase our taxes and decrease our taxes. The upper class, that's going to make his friends rich. So that's how we'll fix the economy. Miami Cubans here. We are the Iranians of the Americas. I have family that do advocate to nuke Havana. Meanwhile, my best friend is from PR. And he wants to nuke Washington to free PR. Yeah. I'm not kidding. Of course I'm not kidding, dude. Yes. Miami's Cuban mayor says the U.S. should consider airstrikes against Cuba. Yeah, we talk about Balkan posting online quite a bit, but it is very similar. Like, Latinos also Balkan post in terms of like where they come from, like unironically. They do. But we're not going to get into that right now. It's not important. Let's continue.
Standard mix of campaign themes, the economy and immigration, and a fair bit of freewheeling, which may explain why hundreds of Donald Trump fans are leaving early. How was it?
Incredible, amazing. It was electrifying. The place, everybody was on fire. You know, there could be a red wave coming through. You never know. We could be another swing state.
She surely knows that Democratic New York would never vote for Donald Trump. Harris is 15 points ahead here, and she, by chance, was visiting a Puerto Rican restaurant yesterday in Philadelphia as Trump's anti-immigrant barrage was underway. Today, as she was en route to the swing state of Michigan, Harris said Puerto Rican voters would support her and reject what she called Trump's nonsense in New York.
They want a president of the United States who's about uplifting the people and not berating, not calling America a garbage can.
Joe Biden popped up too this morning, doing his Democratic duty by voting in Delaware, one of the closing acts of his political career.
It's up to you. No.
The question is whether Donald Trump's big New York finale will be one of the closing acts of his.
Siobhan Kennedy reporting. Well, let's get some reaction to the Madison Square Garden rally from Albert Eisenberg, Republican political strategist and a writer for the Philadelphia Inquirer in the city. Welcome to the program, Albert. That was a hate rally, wasn't it, last night?
I think that a lot of the people in attendance who are increasingly diverse on the Republican side, the Republican Party is getting more diverse, will continue to get more diverse this election, would protest that.
But there's some very off-color jokes.
Yeah, there were.
Against Latinos, against African Americans, against Jews. I mean, just off-color, unacceptable language.
Yeah, but it's funny because there's always media uproar when it comes from the right, but I haven't been asked any questions about the Hamas rhetoric, pro-Hezbollah rhetoric.
What Hamas or pro-Hezbollah rhetoric is happening at any point? Like, what has happened? Where is this happening?
Rhetoric on college campuses, and Kamala really has an issue. As a Jewish person, it's actually incredibly important how you frame the discussion.
It is, but none of those students are running for the presidency. And
no, but they're supporting the Democratic Party. And
but hang on, this is a presidential candidate who's been president, running for office. This is his final pitch.
So the vast majority,
and he opens the gates to some very offensive language.
So the vast majority of voters are not going to be voting based on an off-color joke about Puerto Rico, which was off-color, not good. They should have vetted that comedian, and they should have had him on.
And they did apologize, but they sort of distanced themselves. Is that because Puerto Rican voters matter, especially in this state?
Absolutely, and Latino voters are shifting Republican. So despite a lot of the uproar and sort of the upper-educated, people who consume a lot of media.
Yeah, it's elitism. It's the elites, dude. I hate this because there is some validity to these claims when the Democratic Party is posturing with Liz Cheney over and over again and have openly targeted college educated whites in the suburbs. That is what's so fucking annoying about it. Okay, that is what's so fucking annoying about it. It's the Democratic Party has historically been the pro-working class party. What the fuck? I hate that they're just completely dropping Like, they're completely dropping the ball on this shit. Crazy it took this long to see Trump as the fascist he is. I don't think you're talking to me, right? Because there's never been a moment where I haven't said that. Oh, you're talking about like Puerto Rican voters potentially? GeoGuessr Israel guy just dropped a great one on Puerto Rico.
Ocasio, thanks for the 10 gifted. Lush vegetation, fertile soil. Oh man, this infrastructure needs some help. Maybe we're over here in Haiti. What? Why is there crumbling infrastructure in a U.S. territory? In October 1898, the United States seized control over Puerto Rico and began using the island as a testing ground for chemical weapons and forced sterilization campaigns. During World War II, the United States wanted to test chemical weapons on human subjects to ensure their efficacy across races. So they conducted racial tests.
That's, by the way, that's such an incredibly racist thing to do on both ends. Like, on the one hand, you're obviously like treating different races as like less than human by subjecting them to chemical weapons testing. But on the other hand, it's also incredibly racist because you're like, oh, well, we have to make sure that like black and brown people don't have like a special way of not being killed by our chemical weapons in a way that like white people will be killed. That's just race science. We need to determine their Pokemon type weaknesses. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like insane.
Testing on Puerto Rican subjects. They also conducted jungle testing on Puerto Ricans on an island off the coast of Panama. The same doctor who conducted this testing bragged about injecting cancer into a number of his Puerto Rican.
Big homie had the Hitler stash and everything. That's kind of crazy. Like, you ain't slick, Cornelius. You ain't slick. He had like a little bit on the sides to be like, no, it's not Hitler. But like, come on, man. Seems like you fucking deliberately shaved off the sides, big dog. What is that? You ain't slick, dude.
Rican patients in a letter that was leaked in 1932. In 1945, he was awarded the Legion of Merit by the United States Armed Forces. In the 1940s,
maybe Hitler got it from this guy.
Mainland leaders were concerned with the growing population of the island, so they rolled out a forced sterilization campaign that spanned decades and forcibly sterilized 1/3 of all the women on the island. This campaign led to even more gruesome experimentation around a drug that ultimately produced the modern-day birth control pill. And now, our leaders hand no-bid contracts to their cronies to leech off of even more of the island's resources, despite the ever-growing threat of climate catastrophes there.
Yeah. Yeah. Wasn't this a bit you and Austin did? It's apparently a political ad now.
Your pilot speaking. They tell me the plane is malfunctioning. I'm not surprised. They were very unfair when they gave me this plane. They're giving us bad planes, nasty planes. I think I know a lot more about flying planes even than a lot of the engineers do. I look around and see all the beautiful lights and switches. Nobody knows what they do. They said flip that one and maybe this one. I said let's flip all the switches, but nobody listens.
It's not a bad ad. They also tested the contraceptive pill on Puerto Rican women. The hormone concentration were like 60x the modern pill. The test subjects we know of, very little of the thousands died of cancer. Oh, he beat me. Yeah, he did talk about that. We've done so many fucking awful things to just people that we considered less than human. It's kind of wild. AOC endorsed the pro-independence gubernatorial candidate, by the way. Yeah. It says, Vamos, Puerto Rico, hoy estoy orgullosa de endosar la alianza. Juan Dalmau por gobernador. Ana Irma Rivera Lassen por comisionado residente de Puerto Rico. Y A. Manuel Natal por alcalde de San Juan. Porque Puerto Rico no se vende, se defiende. Damn, I didn't know you were such a gifted linguist. When I do a good Spanish accent, you guys make fun of me. When I do the deliberate Peggy Hill, you also make fun of me. There's no winning. This accent is worse for Puerto Rico than the comedian's joke. I'm sorry. Hasan Spanish, a Loki. Hey, okay, I'm going to try. Vamos, Puerto Rico. Hoy estoy orgullosa de endosar la alianza. Juan Dalmau por gobernador. Ana Irma Rivera Lassen por comisionado residente de Puerto Rico. Y a Manuel Natal por alcalde de San Juan. Porque Puerto Rico no se vende, se defiende. Is that better? Yes, that is somehow worse. Wait, what? How is that worse? How did you end up making it worse? Okay, half the chat is saying it's so much better, and half the chat is saying it's so much worse. Porque Puerto Rico no se vende, se defiende? Am I saying it wrong? Calm down. You got a little spicy with the arrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr Turkish too. ¿Por qué Puerto Rico no se vende? Se defiende. How the chat ain't native speakers? How would they know? I don't know. Say ferrocarril. I don't know what that means. Are you making me say something bad? Alcalde, not alcalde? Okay. Roll the R in Puerto Rico when you say Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico. Okay. The R in Porto is just soft, just a tap, otherwise good. Okay. All right, let's continue.
Most voters are pocketbook voters.
Yeah.
They have not liked what they've seen on affordability. They've not liked what they've seen on the border from the Biden-Harris administration. It's increasingly economically impossible for working class people to get by, and foreign policy-wise, the world to become a lot less stable under Biden-Harris.
Yeah.
So my point is just, yeah, there were some off-color jokes.
Yeah.
Trump's an off-color guy, but people are going to be voting based on the issues.
And off-color is a very mild way of describing this. I wonder if they only sort of apologized about the Puerto Rican stuff because it matters electorally, and the rest is just fine. It's offensive
politics.
Exactly. Just so you understand, like, that is the reason where people were like, why do they care about the Puerto Rican stuff so much, but like not about anything else? Well, that's because Puerto Ricans vote. They're American citizens. And there's a shit ton of them. And they all love Puerto Rico. So that's the reason why Trump is like, I love Puerto Rico. I'm a fan. I love it.
You put your finger in the air and decide. I mean, politicians do all sorts of things because they think it'll matter or not.
Does it set the right tone for this country? I mean, at the end of the day, you know, it's one country. Hopefully someone's going to try and unite it.
Yeah, I mean, I would say allowing Putin to march into Ukraine and pulling out of Afghanistan and leaving billions of dollars of military kit actually set a much worse tone than an inappropriate rally. And I hope you're hearing me on that, because that really matters.
I'm absolutely
for your
hearing you. Well,
listeners
it
at home,
matters in Europe.
Yeah,
but
and they need to understand, the viewers at home need to understand, there are regular people in this country that are not able to afford living
allowing
under Biden and Harris.
Putin to move into Ukraine Donald Trump is the guy who wants to cut and run when it comes to Ukraine.
I think that that's massive speculation, but we'll see because I think Trump's going to win.
Okay.
So we'll have to see how it goes. I think the world's going to be more safe under the Trump administration. I think a lot of people agree with me.
And on that point of Trump winning, if he does...
I thought Puerto Ricans can't vote for president. Yeah, Puerto Ricans in Puerto Rico can't. There are more Puerto Ricans living in the continental United States of America than in the island of Puerto Rico. Okay? Puerto Ricans are American citizens. Puerto Rico's American territory. Oh my God. This is like super basic shit. How the fuck is a Turkish guy describing to Americans what their fucking country is like? What the fuck? I don't understand it. So are Hawaiians, by the way. Yeah, but Hawaii is a state. So they can fucking live in Hawaii and vote for the president. Puerto Rico, on the other hand, is still considered a territory. This is part of the reason why it's, Hawaii has a litany of similar problems to Puerto Rico in the way that we have treated the indigenous population, like destroying their ecosystems and whatnot. But Hawaii still gets like some of the amenities of being a state that Puerto Rico as the island does not.
Doesn't win, do you think he's still going to declare victory, or is he going to concede?
Oh, man, all this speculation. I don't know whether Kamala's going to. I mean, she's out there calling him a Nazi. So that's all very heated rhetoric. And I'm genuinely not trying to be defensive because I'm a Republican commentator.
Think he should
I'm telling you how I feel.
But
this is what Trump's answer was to the Puerto Rican stuff, by the way.
I will vote for Donald Trump. Oh my God, I will vote. I will vote for Donald Trump. Oh my God, I will vote. I will vote. I will vote for Donald Trump. The people go out to vote, no fear, no more. Vote for Trump. Let's go. Vote for Trump. If you want to keep America great, vote for Trump. Let's do it. I vote for Trump.
Yeah, this is an old ad.
Oh my God, I will
This is a Hasanabi classic.
I will vote. Oh yeah.
For Donald Trump.
Oh my God, I will vote. Oh my God, I will vote for Donald Trump.
This is also unimaginably racist because I don't think these guys are Puerto Rican. Not a single Puerto Rican here. They're Cuban. And he's just like, people are saying I'm being racist to Puerto Ricans. Well, here's a bunch of Puerto Ricans. Okay, here's a bunch of Puerto Ricans saying in a Spanish accent that they'll be voting for me. Meanwhile, they're all Cuban. What's the difference? They're all Mexican. I don't understand it.
Don't believe in fake news. All I need is the truth. Because we love our country. We love it just like you.
Economy.
Life is good for Trump because we love our country. We love it just like you. Oh my God, I will vote. I will vote for Donald Trump. Oh my God, I will vote. I will vote for Donald Trump. Oh my God. If you feel proud to be
Yeah, all the flags are Trump Pence because this is an old song. We've literally, I've played this. I think this song actually originated as an AI song back in the day, and then I guess someone went and remade it. But like this is not like I've played this before. There wasn't good AI in 2016. No, there was. Yes. It was like the earliest versions of like AI music, and I don't think it was in 2016. I think it was in 2020. But yeah, see? Oh my God, I will vote for Donald Trump, performed a Trump rally in Miami. It wasn't in 2016. It was in 2020. But it was also, I think you're losing your mind. Go ahead and hit the ad. There was no AI songs back then. No, it was, dude, fuck. What was it? There was another thing. Like it would be, this was in 2019. Yeah, they did an AI. This is an AI song from 2019, but that's not. It was like an app, dude. It was an app. I think this is it. Yes.
The following ad is made by Latinos for Trump.
Wait, is this it? What was it? It was like no. There was like an AI thing back then. Songify is that what it was? It was like, or Vocaloid? Is that no? Fuck. Now I'm getting annoyed because there was like something that there was something out there that was like I remember using. I think this is what I was thinking of. Musically or Diddy or something? Yeah, it was that. Yeah. It was an app that everyone was using. There were SpongeBob memes. I forget the name. Yeah, it was some shit like that. It would like make one thick bitch. This, thank you. This is what I was thinking of. This is exactly what it was. Diddy. That's what it is. Diddy.it. This is literally from 2017, chat. Okay? Before you guys act like this shit didn't exist back then, yes, it fucking did. And I remember using it, and I thought that it was literally like the Trump one was from this. Donald Trump is one thick bit. Oh, here it is. Anyway, see that Trump-a-see? Yeah. That was from 2017. Okay? So they literally, they were doing this shit way back then as well. And I think a lot of people are doing some revisionist history at this point. It's not Suno AI, man. Shut the fuck up. It's in 2017. Suno didn't exist back then. Okay? Anyway, I thought that the Latinos pour Trump because of the way that these things are popping off. I thought it was also AI in the same Diddy thing. And then they turned it into a real song. For Donald Trump. Anyway, but the Spanish one, I guess, was like too racist, or the Spanish one was like too much for the racists, so they turned it into an English one. Ultimately, is literally is Cubans. Like, this is a Cuban bop, okay? Cuban Americans that made this song. So Donald Trump posting this to be like, see, I love Puerto Ricans is pretty funny. Anyway, there it is.
Okay, well,
I think both sides should concede if it's unfair.
Right.
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean,
Yeah, but you didn't concede last time around. So
yeah, I thought it was inappropriate. And yet you see, and this is something that I've talked to some of the British folks here about, you see Trump is probably the favorite to win this election, and it's because the Americans have lived for 4 years under Biden-Harris, and they don't like what they see.
But just finally, briefly, undermining trust in the institutions in the process of democracy is not helpful, is it?
Yeah, I mean,
it's dangerous.
I think the institutions have undermined themselves in a lot of ways. I think Hillary and the Democrats undermined themselves with the Russiagate scandal, which might not have been covered as much in the UK,
No,
but was seriously undermining the legitimacy.
But she never said the election was stolen from me.
She's called him an illegitimate president infinity times.
She didn't say the election was stolen. It's slightly different, isn't it?
He went too far. I'm not here to defend January 6th. I will never do that.
Right.
I'm telling you that most people can't afford to vote based off of off-color jokes, something that happened, and there's been a lot of bad things that have happened, including U.S. people who have been murdered abroad due to the Biden policies.
Got to leave it there? Albert Eisenberg, thank you very much for coming to the program. Now, one of the things that makes US elections so intriguing and unpredictable is the somewhat peculiar system of the Electoral College. It means that the winner of the popular vote doesn't always come out on top, and tiny numbers of ballots can make all the difference.
You're not trying to get the most number of votes, it's all about winning the most votes in the Electoral College. So whichever candidate gets the majority of the 538 electors wins the White House. The magic number to reach is 270. Now, the way it works is that each state is given a number of electors based on the number of congressional districts they have, plus their 2 senators. California, for example, has the highest population, just under 40 million people, so it gets to send the most representatives to Washington. That means California gets 54 Electoral College votes, the highest in the country. On the other hand, the 6 states with the smallest populations, along with the District of Columbia, get the minimum of 3 electoral votes. And most states have a winner-takes-all system, giving all their Electoral College votes to the winning candidate. The election campaign is fought most fiercely in 7 key swing states that will determine who wins the White House. One of the most important, and won by Joe Biden in 2020, is Pennsylvania, where Kamala Harris and Donald Trump are battling to secure those vital 19 Electoral College votes.
Well, I hope that was clear. We spent the last couple of days taking the temperature here in the swingiest of swing states of Pennsylvania.
Hey, Philly! Oh, I love this city. I just love this city of brotherly love.
Pennsylvania, we love Pennsylvania. Here in Pennsylvania with the workers.
Both candidates have been lavishing love, money and time on this state with compulsive obsession. Dozens of visits between them, hundreds of millions of dollars spent. We travel the roads that both sides believe will lead to the White House. And as the few undecided finally make up their mind and the committed make it to the polls, America feels like the squirrel on the high wire, terrified by the consequences of a zero-sum election where one side's victory is the other side's disaster. First stop, rural Newport, Trumpland. We don't get Mr. Nice Guy himself, but the next best thing, his would-be daughter-in-law Kimberly.
Hello.
Partner of Donald Jr., former Fox TV host and trust.
and former wife of gruesome governor of California, Gavin Newsom.
Trump whisperer.
We are cautiously optimistic.
It's all about Pennsylvania.
Fabulous. Everything's going to come down, I think, to Pennsylvania.
How do you counter the fact that just about everyone who worked for Donald Trump in the first administration can't stand it?
I don't know
One of
about
his former
that.
chief of staff said he behaved like a fascist.
Well, I don't know. What I'll tell you is there's a lot of people that didn't do their job well, and then, sour grapes. What we're going to do after November 5th when we win is have some of the smartest, most talented, brightest people come into the administration with the help of God and really do something to make a difference in this country, to lift up all Americans. What was that?
But there's no such thing as all Americans in a tribally divided America.
He knows us. He's for us. He wants to make the country great again. And he can. He'll make it. He'll get us jobs. He'll bring the prices down. And, we'll be able to afford groceries and gas, the things that we need.
So life was better when he was in office?
Absolutely.
If Kamala Harris wins this election, what would that mean for you and for America?
Well, for America, it would probably be the most horrible thing that could have happened. And indeed, for us, it would be the same thing.
So what are you most upset about?
Jeez.
Too much to choose from.
Yeah, somewhere between, the border doesn't affect me here in Perry County so much, but I don't like how it affects everyone else.
Oh, good. Wow, what an empathetic and kind individual. She's like, the border stuff has no bearing on my life whatsoever, but I've chosen to imagine the right-wing fantasies that it might be harming others. Good shit.
Who represents your interests more? The billionaire from Fifth Avenue or the prosecutor from Southern California?
The billionaire from Fifth Avenue.
Really?
He lived in the American dream. We're all going to be that rich one day and have that type of lifestyle. So good for him.
Not all bikers travel the same road. In Philly, we meet Black Bikers Vote. Their mission, to get black men especially to register for the ballot. Their concern is less the cost of living and more the future of the republic itself.
So if Trump were to become president, what would happen to you and your country? Yeah.
This won't be my country anymore. I would absolutely get ready to leave this country.
Really?
Yes.
Where would you go?
Back to Africa.
Uh-huh.
I'm already ready, packed and ready to go. If Kamala does not win this election, I'm no longer going to be here. I'm looking for ways to leave America.
I don't put anything.
That's crazy, dog. That's like, that's okay. I got nothing.
Past anybody in this country now, because you can almost make that argument if he loses, there might be, extreme violence. There was violence 4 years ago when he lost the election. He never conceded that he lost the election. And, we've been kind of silently relitigating the Civil War since 1865.
But there will be some black men, maybe not many, who end up voting for him. What would you say to them directly?
Know who you are. Remember who you are.
Same message.
I don't know. I get why he's kind of scared. No, I get that too. This is wild though. There's some Ivy League bikers. Yes, they're HBCU grads, brother. What are you talking about? They got like Divine Nine, like Greek lettering on their patches and shit. Yes.
Message at this gathering: get out the vote for Kamala Harris. First up, the formidable mayor of Philly.
The path to the White House runs straight through the Keystone State of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania.
And here past some familiar faces. One thing the Democrats don't lack is star power, unleashed.
And may I introduce Mr. Robert De Niro.
Oh my God.
Thanks, Leo.
I just want to start. It makes me so angry that we're here talking about a like Donald Trump.
Mr. De Niro, what happens if she doesn't win?
Good question.
And one they would rather not have to answer. This week, there's arguably no one more powerful in America, maybe even on Earth, than an undecided voter of Pennsylvania.
Did he say the F slur? That'd be really funny, but no. he did not.
Yeah. We found one in his isolated homestead on the banks of the Susquehanna River, and his name is Bill.
We don't have a good candidate to vote for, whether it's Democratic or Republican. We just have a bad choice.
But you're going to vote for one of them?
Well, if I don't have a right to complain, do I? So I'm going to vote for one of them, but I don't know which.
Pennsylvania is the cradle of American democracy, but if the doomsayers on both sides are right, it could also become its shallow grave.
Well, I'm now joined by Lindy Lee, a top Democratic fundraiser and strategist here on the roof in Philadelphia. Thanks for coming on the program. I mean, your reaction, first of all, to this rally last night?
Well, I mean, where do we even start? They called, I'm not even sure what I'm allowed to say on air, frankly, so I'll try to be as circumspect as possible.
We don't want to repeat any of the off-color jokes. Yeah.
Right. Well, Trump had some fanciful words to describe Kamala Harris. I'll just leave it there. I think I can say devil. And then they described Puerto Rico as a floating pile of garbage. And this is a U.S. territory. These are Americans.
Yeah, and a lot of them are living here.
Exactly. Not only everywhere, you know, and Latinos are such a growing voting demographic. Yeah. For him to offend them like this 8 days from the election is a catastrophic mistake. And that resulted in endorsement from Bad Bunny, Jennifer Lopez, Ricky Martin, these very well-respected Latinos for Harris.
But one thing I've always found extraordinary is that however offensive the language is from the Trump campaign, and a lot of people, you know, get offended by this stuff, actually it doesn't make that much of a difference when it comes to votes. And it's
Wasn't Lindy Lee an anti-Bernie person in 2020? Yeah, I think so. I mean, it makes sense if she's like operating as a spokesperson for the Democratic Party right now. A lot of the fucking surrogates are wreckers and shitters, you know. The Democratic Party will always have space for you if you play ball and you go after the left wing of the party and routinely undermine efforts to make the party more progressive. Always. I mean, that's evidenced by the fact that like, fucking Liz Cheney is like a prominent fixture in the campaign. Okay, on the most like forward-facing opportunities, Liz Cheney is considered like a very valuable person for the campaign. It's insane. My 18-year-old cousin said he's voting because his girlfriend told him Bad Bunny endorsed Kamala, so now he's being dragged to go vote. That's a low propensity voter that decides the election, Lamau. Yeah, it's not good when like people start remembering. It's not good when people start remembering that there's an election happening, and when the most amount of eyeballs are on the cycle, one of the most prominent, one of the most like forward-facing moments in the campaign, as the most amount of eyeballs are on it, is saying Puerto Rico is a trash heap. Not great. You also have to you could play all of the hits from a couple months prior now, and it would still be fucking a decent message. Because remember, there's like a lot more people paying attention. There's a lot more people paying attention to the campaign now because they're like, oh shit, there's a There's a election going on, I guess. The funniest thing Tony would do if he causes Trump to lose. I mean, the reality of the matter is, if it wasn't fucking Tony Hinchcliffe saying this shit, there would probably be another thing that would hurt his chances. Tony Hinchcliffe's statements would not hit the same if Donald Trump wasn't such an overt racist, okay? Like, that's the problem. Everybody already kind of understands that Donald Trump and some of his most diehard MAGA loyalists are fucking cultish freak weirdos who are just so annoying, okay? It's not just that they're virulent racists. That much is definitely true, but they're also so incredibly fucking annoying. And like in 2016, there was a lot of that resentment, a lot of white supremacist resentment that was, I think, definitely packaged under Trump's more moderate approach to social politics and who he was going up against, and the resentment that a lot of Americans felt, the frustration that a lot of Americans felt towards just the way that the way that their material conditions look like. But now the Trump supporters are not shutting the fuck up. They didn't shut the fuck up for 4 years when Trump was president. They kind of went away when Trump wasn't at the forefront. When Trump got like banned off Twitter, it was probably one of the best things that could have happened to him, because it really caused Trump to just be like weird and awful in his own little bubble. And it caused his fans to shut their stupid fucking mouths. But now he's back. And now there is no more like shy Trump voter. Okay? That's not a real thing. They are very prominently displaying their virulent, unrestricted hatred all over the place. Okay? Non-fucking stop. And I think that grosses a lot of people out. It grosses many people out. Okay, guys, I got it. Okay, it's funny. Yeah, Austin's take. Okay, come on, please. Can we be serious for like a second? Jesus Christ, dude. Oh my God, my fucking community. Holy shit.
Surprising how thick-skinned so many people are with this language, including perhaps Latinos.
That's a really good point, but this is offensive to the core. This is about their self-esteem. If someone insulted like me like that, I would, just to maintain my self-respect, I would not be voting for him. And not only that, he's calling Americans the enemy within, and he threatens to deploy the military against U.S. citizens. This is just like beyond the pale.
But I've spoken to so many Latinos in this state and elsewhere who say, okay, we don't like the language he uses. I wouldn't invite him around for dinner, but I totally agree with him when it comes to the economy. And Kamala Harris just hasn't come up with a convincing message.
He's the one proposing an across-the-board tariff that would raise consumer bills, the price of consumer goods by thousands of dollars every single year. He is the one who has promised to extend the multi-trillion-dollar tax cut for billionaires and corporations, leaving everyday Americans out in the dark. She's the one who promised 3 million housing units by the end of her term, who promised an extension of the child tax credit. His party let that expire, which plunged millions of American kids back into poverty. So on the policy front, it's not even a contest.
Your speciality is fundraising, and your party's done an incredible job. You've raised much more money.
I just co-hosted Tim Walz here down the street.
By the way, you correctly predicted what Trump would say after this.
I want you to know that Puerto Rico stands behind you, and Puerto Rico loves you.
Well, we love it. I know it very well, and we helped you through a lot of bad storms, I'll tell you. We had some really bad ones. You remember you were there when I brought the hospital ship against everyone's advice, and we got it in there and took care of a lot of people. But I think no president's done.
Trump's Puerto Rico Hurricane Irma recovery response was so fucking bad, dude. It was insane. They not only withheld aid, but the aid that actually got there was just like sitting on, like, or Hurricane Irma, sorry, Maria, my bad. It was, well, Irma too, no? Am I crazy? Was it Irma and Maria? Like, they, where he literally, they had like a shit ton of water bottles sitting on a fucking runway. Like, they just didn't, he didn't do anything. He just went there for a photo op, chucked some fucking paper towels at the people that were there and fucked right off. Yes, it was first Irma and then Maria hit 2 weeks after.
Done more for Puerto Rico than I have. So thank you. That's really nice of you to say. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mary.
Puerto Rico.
Yeah, Trump delayed $20 billion in aid to Puerto Rico after Hurricane Maria, report finds. Funding was unnecessarily delayed by bureaucratic obstacles after hurricane killed 1,000 people in 2017. And then he fucking did this shit. Who could forget this? Por Donald Trump. Good stuff, man. Good stuff. There's here.
This big event at Madison Square Garden went on for hours. I don't even know if you were there for the whole thing. I don't know what time you got there.
Yeah, you might have not even heard that this guy was calling Puerto Rico trash.
I was told and made aware that you had no idea about this comedian who made comments.
I still have, I have no idea who he is. Somebody said there was a comedian that joked about Puerto Rico or something, and I have no idea who he was. Never saw him, never heard of him.
That's always, bro. That's always the same shit.
And don't want to hear of him, but I have no idea. They put a comedian in, which everybody does. You throw comedians in. You don't vet them and go crazy. It's nobody's fault. But somebody said some bad things. Now, what they've done is taken somebody that has nothing to do with the party, has nothing to do with us, said something, and they try and make a big deal. But I don't know who it is. I don't even know who put him in. And I can't imagine it's a big deal. I've done more for Puerto Rico than any president, I think, that's ever been president.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here.
Yeah. Classic shit. There was some more we were gonna cover on this front. Hold on. Oh, I want to hear Trump scrambling to defend fallout from MSG rally.
Now to Rachel Scott, who's tracking the latest on the Trump campaign from West Palm Beach, Florida.
And we're going to do some fucking hog watch too, baby. Just get ready.
Rachel.
Michael, good morning to you. And today, Donald Trump will try to get ahead of those closing remarks by Vice President Kamala Harris in Washington. He's expected to deliver remarks to the press here at his Mar-a-Lago estate in just a few hours. But in the final stretch, it is Donald Trump who has found himself on defense.
Overnight, with just 1 week to go, Donald Trump campaigning in battleground Georgia, pushing back on accusations he is a fascist.
They use that word freely, both words. They use it, he's Hitler. And then they say, he's a Nazi. I'm not a Nazi. I'm the opposite of a Nazi. I don't know.
Vice President Kamala Harris has not said that Trump is a Nazi, but she did agree with Trump's former chief of staff, retired four-star General John Kelly, who said Trump amounted to a fascist. Kelly said Trump would rule as a dictator if he could, saying the former president praised Hitler multiple times, saying, quote, he did some good things. Those comments clearly getting under Trump's skin.
She's a fascist, okay? She's a fascist.
The former president boasting about his rally at Madison Square Garden that was marked by racism, sexism, and vitriol.
We could have filled it up 10 times. If you looked outside, you saw all the way back to the Hudson River.
The Trump campaign scrambling to contain the fallout after speakers they invited made disparaging comments like this.
I don't know if you guys know this, but there's literally a floating island of garbage in the middle of the ocean right now. Yeah, I think it's called Puerto Rico.
Trump has not disavowed, apologized, or distanced himself from Hinchcliffe's comments. His campaign did issue a statement saying it doesn't reflect the view of the former president. But sources tell ABC News that his advisors even debated on doing that. And his running mate said this.
I'm not going to comment on the specifics of the joke, but I think that we have to stop getting so offended at every little thing in the United States of America.
But Democrats pouncing. Former President Barack Obama speaking in all-important Pennsylvania, where there are 500,000 Puerto Ricans.
Oh, we got to stop being offended at every little thing.
Trotting out and peddling the most racist, sexist, bigoted stereotypes. One guy called Puerto Rico, quote, an island of garbage. Now, these are fellow citizens he's talking about.
The Obamas blitzing the battleground states for Harris. Former First Lady Michelle Obama over the weekend laying into Trump, saying voters are ignoring his, quote, gross incompetence. Trump saying she made a big mistake by attacking him.
You know what's nasty to me? Michelle Obama. She was, ooh. I always tried to be so nice and respectful. Oh, she
wait,
opened
what?
Up a little bit of a box. She opened up a little bit of something. Oh, she was nasty. Ooh. Shouldn't be that way.
At his rally last night, former President Donald Trump also praising billionaire Elon Musk, who has been holding events in support of him in those key battleground states, including in Pennsylvania. And he's been giving away $1 million checks to registered voters who signed his super PAC's petition. Well, sources did tell us that the Justice Department sent a letter to Musk warning that could violate federal law. This morning, we are learning that the Philadelphia District Attorney has officially filed a lawsuit over that giveaway. A hearing is expected on Friday, George.
Danny, I know you've had a chance today to be
Let's
just
go.
talking to voters
Put them in
the
handcuffs.
immediate aftermath of it to get their reaction. What are they telling you?
Aaron, quite frankly, we spoke to a lot of Puerto Ricans here in Philadelphia today, and they told me that they're mad, they're frustrated. Many of them told me that they took these remarks personally. And listen, Aaron, we're in a Democratic city speaking with a normally Democratic coalition, so it's not that surprising we'd find some outrage. But I was surprised at the level of outrage that we really did see, because we spoke to not only Democrats, we also spoke to an undecided Puerto Rican voter, also a Puerto Rican voter who already voted for Trump, and they told me their frustration with these remarks was palpable as well.
I told y'all motherfuckers, bro. I told you.
Harris's campaign wasted little time Monday morning.
They did us a favor. They woke up. They woke up. They woke us up. They woke us up.
Assembling a host of Puerto Rican surrogates in Philadelphia.
So I hope that people are as angry and they turn that anger into vote.
Pennsylvania has more than 480,000 residents of Puerto Rican descent.
What's funny to me, if Bezos or Soros was doing what Elon was doing, they'd start a war. Oh, for sure. Oh, for sure. But you have to remember, it's always projection. What they claim George Soros is doing in terms of like paying for protesters is a very common aspect of Republican astroturfing operations. You know that, right? When Republicans are yelling about shit, this is a very common fascist point of view, but it's a very common fascist technique, but it's almost always projection. Just like when Israel talks about what Hamas is doing, it's projection. It's what they do. And they're just saying Hamas is doing this thing that we do all the time. That's it. There is a massive double standard in the media reception to Republican attitude, Republican statements. There is like the way that it is received, the way that it's received by the media, the way that it's normalized by the media. There's always been this double standard. I mean, it goes both ways, Law. No. I say this as someone who is endlessly critical of the Democrats. No. There is no fucking both ways on this shit. Are you kidding me? I rip into Kamala Harris droning on and on and on all the time. I get to do that because, you know, I think it's ridiculous when she cannot come up with a fucking decent answer for a question that she knows she's supposed to receive months ahead of time. But Donald Trump supporters, they do not have the opportunity to say this. Donald Trump is Mr. Ramble, okay? He never fucking stops rambling. Think about it this way. Colin Kaepernick says that, you know, police brutality is a massive fucking problem. Double standards are on both sides, not saying in regards to projection. Yeah, okay. No, double standards are on both sides is fucking silly. There's only one side that both parties like to fucking dunk on, and it's the left. But beyond that, remember, Colin Kaepernick says police brutality is a massive problem for black people in this country. I'm taking a stand. What happens? He gets subsequently blacklisted from the NFL. Nick Bosa, on the other hand, Nick Bozo, can run around and be like, I love MAGA, Donald Trump, hell yeah, baby, let's go. No fucking problems whatsoever for him. Do you understand? Do you get it? It's not even a double standard. It's a single standard almost. You know, he disrespected the flag. Come on, dude. Come on. Not the same at all? Wait, what do you mean not the same at all? LeBron campaigned for Hillary. First of all, that's the NBA. They have different standards. The reason why you can't point to the NFL in the same way is because that happened on the field. Okay? Colin Kaepernick did that on the field. Took a knee during the national anthem. Nick Bosa also did what he did on the field. Okay? Brother, if I see you disrespect the flag, we're going to have to go settle things like men in my bedroom. Yeah. The contradictions across society are so apparent, it's crazy. Even then, who gives a fuck if it's a double standard? People are talking like fascism deserves equal credence. It doesn't. My point is, it's even worse than that. Okay? American media and Americans in general, by and large, our institutions are by and large way more open-minded towards fascist sentiment than they are towards anything that is outside of the boundaries of like the Democratic Party. You can go as far right as you want to, and maybe sometimes you'll get yelled at, like the dude who made the beeper joke on CNN. Okay? But there is no equivalent on the left. There is no moral equivalent between the extreme left and the extreme right anyway, no matter how hard these dipshits try to fucking claim there is. Okay? The most extreme leftist position is like, I want everyone to have healthcare, including Nazis even. Universality means every single person gets healthcare. Okay? On the other side, the extreme right's opinion that is being reflected by the current campaign, by the way, like directly, is mass deportation of all brown people. Okay? That's insane. Not only is it morally repugnant, but it's also simultaneously, it's just like there is no moral equivalence here between the two regardless. But then beyond that, one size extreme opinions are so fucking routinely normalized. And the media reflects this double standard on a regular basis. As a journalist, I've seen newsrooms do this in the name of objectivity because they're afraid politicians will refuse to be interviewed by the organization. I know, it's called access journalism. It's very commonplace. It's ridiculous.
According to 2022 data from the U.S. Census Bureau, that's the most out of any of the battleground states. And the Philadelphia metro area is among the top regions with Puerto Ricans outside of New York and Florida. Philadelphia City Council member and Harris supporter Ketsi Lozada knew she had to speak up after last night.
I think that what folks don't realize is that when Puerto Ricans get angry, we turn into action mode very quickly.
Around Philly's largely Puerto Rican Fairhill neighborhood, voters we spoke with had heard the comments.
Él no sabe lo que está hablando. Puerto Rico es una isla bella. Puerto Rico es...
He doesn't know what he's talking about. Puerto Rico is a beautiful island. 32-year-old Christian Hernandez is voting for the first time this year for Vice President Harris. The Trump rally remarks only solidified his vote. You think Puerto Ricans heard those words from last night?
Yeah, for sure. A lot of Boricuas, they're mad and disappointed.
Marcos Pagan didn't like the comments at all. When you hear stuff like Puerto Rico is a floating island of garbage, what goes through your mind?
To be honest, I feel disrespected because he doesn't know what we go through. You know, we've been through a lot.
But Marcos still is not sure who he's voting for. When you hear comments like that, does that change your perspective about who you might vote for?
No.
That's not enough.
I'd rather see it to believe it, you know. Everybody gets extra clouded words.
Fernando Santiago already cast his vote for former President Donald Trump. But now he and his whole family are mad about last night's remarks. What did you think about him calling Puerto Rico a floating island of trash?
That's messed up because that's my island, you know. I don't want people talking like that, you know. This is not right.
Con la falta de respeto, con la actitud de ellos, no van a llegar lejos. Porque en verdad,
I think he's not going to go far because of this lack of respect towards Puerto Ricans.
Exactamente.
Now, I will say, we reached out to the Trump campaign, specifically in Pennsylvania, to speak with someone about what happened.
This is so funny, dude, of all the things to stick. No, dude, it is the most, like, as soon as I heard it, I fucking called it. I was like, this is going to be a massive fucking issue. Okay? There is nothing that I can, like, equivocate it to in terms of, like, damage. Like, you go to fucking Detroit and you're trying to win over the Michigan vote as Donald Trump, and you say Detroit's a piece of shit, people from Michigan will still be like, I get what he's saying. But you fucking talk about Puerto Rico like that, across the board, every Puerto Rican's gonna be like, there's nothing like there's nothing that is a decent analog here for me to describe it to you. Because, like, yeah, he says a whole bunch of racist shit. Donald Trump says a shit ton of racist things, but directly talking shit about Puerto Rico is absolutely going to piss off Puerto Ricans. Because I guess it's kind of like this, okay? When Donald Trump says, like, Mexicans are rapists or whatever, and then Mexican Americans go out and vote for him, they still see it as like, yeah, we're American. Like, we want strong borders. Hell yeah, brother. Like, they're talking about he's talking about the other Mexicans, not us. But when he talks shit about Puerto Rico when the comedian at the MSG rally says, like, Puerto Rico is a piece of shit island full of trash, you've officially targeted every single Puerto Rican. You have said something that every single Puerto Rican will be upset with, understandably. There is no way that you can, like, dance around it. Stop saying that Trump said it. Of course, because Trump didn't say it himself, bro. Trump didn't say it. You're drowning in cope. I think you're stretching this, and so is the media. What did Trump even say about Puerto Rico? Oh, right. That's right. He didn't say anything. Dude, it's so... God, I love when I see a real hog in the wild, dude. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, dude. Yeah, we got a pro-Trump dipshit in here. Let's go. Oh my God. It's sick. Hell yeah. No, I didn't say that Trump said it, or if I accidentally said something that makes it seem like Trump said it himself, I apologize. Of course, it wasn't Trump. It was, however, vetted by the campaign. We do know that. The Trump campaign actually stopped Tony Hinchcliffe from calling Kamala Harris a cunt. So I guess like that was a bridge too far. That was potentially a bridge too far for them, but not calling Puerto Rico a trash heap, an island of trash. Let's see what Jon Stewart's take is on this. Speaking of Jon Stewart, The Nation wrote an article on Jon Stewart, and they interviewed me for the article as well to talk about my, like, what Jon Stewart means to me personally. Let me see if I can find it. 25 years of indecision with Jon Stewart. Before he left his post at The Daily Show, Stewart was America's voice of reason. Times have changed, has he? By John Semley. Have you ever met him? One time. When I was working the Peabody Awards for journalistic excellence, he passed by me and I was awestruck. Yes, I did fangirl. You are not gonna like this one. Oh, this take's gonna piss you off, brother. I mean, there's definitely, my opinions have changed. Like that is. Like, I think I think that Jon Stewart and this entire article literally actually covers this, basically. Like, is Jon Stewart still the right guy for the moment? Basically, that's what the question that this article seeks to answer. He does not live out, let's say, subscribe to the Hasanabi broadcast for free. Or if you have $6 laying around, you can use your $6 to support this stream. At the top of the hour, I no longer run ads, but you can still subscribe for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get one free Prime subscription a month. You can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky. This allows you many benefits, like being able to link shit. The problem is that's a roast. Okay? That's a roast. In that circumstance, there is a collective understanding. There is a collective understanding that, like, you know, this is an environment where, like, everyone is friendly with one another. You can't do that when your joke is Puerto Rico is a trash island at Madison Square Garden. Okay? That's not even a good joke. Like, it's like the joke that okay, here, let's dissect the jokes. The Kevin Hart one, where he says that Kevin Hart is so tiny, his ancestors would have called picking cotton deadlifting. That joke is hyper edgy, okay? But the underlying premise there is a joke about Kevin Hart's stature and size. He's invoking a white supremacist sentiment about black people picking cotton, but that's not the heart of the joke. When you say there's an island that is full of trash. There's a trash heap in the middle of the ocean, and that island is Puerto Rico, and you dissect that joke, the punchline is Puerto Rico is trash. The punchline in the most insane joke that he made, aside from, invoking the Holocaust or anti-Semitic memes against Jeff Ross, the Rose Master, is that like the punchline is about Kevin Hart's size and stature, not just saying like Kevin Hart is black. And you can see that. You can see that in the other joke he made as well, where he's like, "Oh, that's my black friend. He loves watermelon." That is, once again, a worse joke than the Kevin Hart one. Like, worse, not in the sense that it's more racist or whatever. It's a worse joke overall than the Kevin Hart joke. Because the underlying premise there is, haha, black people like watermelon. You're just basically relying on other people also being just as racist as you to laugh at that joke. The Gronk one is bad, I think. Yo, he's saying you look like a Nazi that would burn himself in the ovens, is saying Gronk is stupid. He looks Aryan, and also he looks stupid. He's a dumb guy. That's what I'm reducing it to. It's like, bare bones here. Context matters. Where you make what kind of joke matters. Okay? And ultimately, like what the underlying premise, like what the target is, matters when you're joking. If your punchline is just Puerto Rico is trash, is a trash island, then that's just not a good joke. It's a fucking horrible joke. It's bad. It's hack. Leftists can't take a joke. Leftists can't laugh. Good one, brother. You're right. Chatters who thought you weren't going to agree with Stewart's POV don't understand that. Yeah, opinion. Some people may find it funny, like John. No, I think those other jokes that he made are significantly better. At the roast that he made those jokes at, those are significantly better jokes than being like black people like watermelon or Puerto Rico is a trash island. Like, those are actually, there's writing behind it. There's a misdirection. Sure, it's edgy, but there's a difference. Autistic chat, yes, this is literally a public service that I do every single time there is even something that is supposed to be marginally a joke. It's always going to happen. Also, I'm going to have Greg Kazar on right now. And I hope he's ready. I hope his team has been able to figure it out. Earlier you said, let's be serious, guys. Stop making jokes. Oh my God. Okay. I'm calling Greg Kazar right now. Hold on, let me start my virtual cam. I feel like you're a little more on the no joke side of it than usual, though. What? No, I'm not. Okay, we're not talking about jokes anymore. Okay? We have company. Hello? Hello? Can you hear me? Hello, hello, hello? Oh, I can see you. I think I can hear you as well. Let me see. 1 second. Can you speak? Okay. Oh, perfect. I can hear you as well. All right. Hold on. Let me pop you out so everyone else can see as well. Here it is. Congressman Greg Kazar. Wonderful to have you once again on the broadcast.
Hey, y'all, what's up? Thanks for setting this up, man.
Of course. We are a week out from the election, and there's been a lot that has happened in the past.
Saying that gave me some feelings.
I know.
Here it comes.
So, I mean, I want to talk to you about a bunch of different things, specifically about Texas Latino outreach from the GOP. Well, there was a lot that we didn't get to talk about when you came on the broadcast when I was at the DNC. I'm going to turn your audio up a little bit too, I think. Wait, let's see. Can you give me another? Can you say some stuff? Oh, it's yeah, you're muted. I don't know why. You might have accidentally muted yourself.
All right.
Oh, you're back. Okay. Oh, you're muted. Okay, you're back. Nope, you're muted again.
Okay, I think I'm in, right? This is it.
Yes.
This is it?
Yes.
Good.
Perfect. All right. I'm going to read out your Google Doc talking points real quick to introduce you. A native Texan, son of Mexican immigrants, and community organizer Greg Kazar serves as the U.S. Congressman for Texas 35, which includes the I-35 corridor from East Austin to Hays County to the west side of San Antonio. A progressive Democrat, Kazar is known for his work on federal heat protections, the Connect the Grid Act, housing immigration reform, and workers' rights. In just 2 years in Congress, he has delivered more than $8 million directly back to the constituents in the district through VA benefits, back pay, or tax refunds. Is that a good enough?
You have fun saying that?
Yeah, it was great. I mean, look, I think you're dope. Everybody knows that already. You were fantastic. I recently saw. Let me see if I can find this clip really quickly. I recently saw you talking specifically about how like right-wing border policies, white nativist border policies actually end up helping the cartel quite a bit. I think it was a congressional hearing where I heard you speak on this matter, and I think it was really brilliant. If you don't mind, we can just talk over it instead of just like replaying that video. But you said some things about how a lot of our border policies end up benefiting the cartel quite a bit.
Oh yeah, I mean, if you were like a cartel leader and wanted to write out a set of policies, like a lot of Texas Republican policies would be the most pro-cartel policies that you could come up with. And I don't just say it tongue in cheek; I say it really seriously. Just to viewers at home, I mean, if we talk about drug policy, if we talk about immigration policy, if you talk about gun policy, the Republican policies on this, and frankly, some of the worst Democratic policies, but heavily the Republican policies, are really in cartel's favor on these issues. So if we talk about guns, for example, especially as progressives try to be labeled as not being tough on violence, I mean, the majority of guns that are recovered from cartels in Mexico are U.S. sourced guns. And the majority of those come from Texas, where the laws recently have been updated that you don't need a license to get a firearm. You can buy a weapon of war and rifle starting at age 18. And then those guns are easily smuggled into Mexico. So those Texas Republican gun policies are about as pro-cartel of a gun policy as you can get. Same thing on migration. If you push migration into the underground market, that is, you restrict legal forms of migration, then cartels are the option that people pay for. They don't want to do that. They don't want to risk their lives. They don't want to pay criminal organizations to be able to save their lives. But if you're going to save your life and your kids' lives, that's what people are going to do. So that Republicans, by killing legal migration options, have created this underground market. On drug policy, same thing. When you talk about defunding public health and addiction services for people, then yeah, you're helping create the underground market that cartels exploit. So I think the Democratic Party should be instead of leaning into trying to be Republican light to be tough on things like cartels, let's call out the actual truth, which is that Republican policy is pro-cartel policy.
Yeah, that's a really good way of framing this issue on partisan lines, I think. And it's something that I hope the Democrats pay attention to and potentially also repeat. It does seem like on this election cycle, however, the Democrats have definitely, since last October of 2023, when Biden unveiled the right-wing border package that was written by one of the most conservative senators from Oklahoma. The Democrats have genuinely tried to either avoid talking about immigration at all, or in their worst moments, chosen to take a rather reactionary stance. Now, the problem with this is that this kind of sentiment is not born out of any real issue. I've never heard from a single Republican a conclusive reason, a real reason as to why migration into this country constitutes any sort of threat whatsoever. No economic problems, or the economic problems that exist are directly born out of the two-tier immigration structure that we currently have, that is by design, that is created so that there is a permanent underclass that is easier to exploit. And not only that, but also no national security threat whatsoever. There's no empirical evidence to suggest, and only empirical evidence to prove that undocumented migrants actually are responsible for less crime per capita than natural-born U.S. citizens. So it's very frustrating that we don't get to hear this perspective at all from the Democratic Party in general.
I mean, it is core. It's the core political issue that's deciding this election right now.
Yeah,
and it's worse than frustrating. And part of it, you described how too often Democrats have run away from the issue, and I describe it as when we see a fire, we've got to run at the fire. But this is a fire where the arsonists, every time they see a firefighter, they say, look how that firefighter started that fire. Because it's those right wingers that are making the so-called problem worse. And you've described that actually undocumented immigrants are the ones saving Social Security by paying into that system and never being able to pull out of it, adding trillions of dollars to our economy, all of that. But I do think also, coming from Texas, we do want to try to address, well, what is it that people are feeling? Why does this stick out as an issue? Because voters are smart, and this is an issue that people raise not for no reason. And I think of a couple of things. One is they see disorder on their TV screens, and people don't like to see things be disorderly. They want to see a powerful country like us run things well. And what's interesting is that actually the legal migration process that we are trying to expand and modernize, that isn't shown on TV, and that doesn't concern people. And so when we have asylum seekers that we actually accept and process through a center and make sure they get a court date and make sure they get reunited with their family and it runs smooth, then, and there's enough staffing and the process is good, everybody's good with that. But when people do the kinds of things like you said, militarize the border, make it so that people can't apply, make it so that there's limited slots, and you got people in tents, you got people waiting in line, and then that gets exploited. So that's issue one. And then the second one is economics and cultural issues where people feel uneasy. And a lot of Americans feel uneasy for a huge number of reasons. I'm sure tons of people watching right now feel uneasy about a lot of stuff. Prices have gone up, storms are crazy, life is crazy, and it doesn't feel like things are right. And Republicans have sent a consistent message led by Trump that is, you know what, who the villain in this story is? And pick a vulnerable group. And the main one they've picked is immigrants. Yeah. And they've told that consistently. And Democrats need to have a consistent message that says, hey, if you feel like something's wrong, how about Wall Street? How about these big venture capital firms that are consolidating everything and jacking up prices? How about the politicians that serve them? But we haven't told that consistent message. You've heard more of a dispersed message at best. And so, yeah, so at least those two things, a disorderly process that's purposefully been made disorderly, and a clear story being told by the Republicans, the oldest playbook in the book, pick some vulnerable group that doesn't sound like quote unquote you, and put it on them. And we got to have a counter story.
And it's obviously a resilient message, unfortunately, because there is data to suggest that like more and more Americans are on board with heinous policy that is truly harmful to tens of millions of Americans. Donald Trump regularly says, he regularly lies and claims that hundreds of thousands of Americans are being murdered by undocumented migrants. That is an abject lie. The real data on that is, I believe, 26 in the fiscal year of 2024, 26 homicides and instances of manslaughter so far, which is such a massive disparity. Like, the truth is so different than what the way that Donald Trump presents it. He then tries to package that up if people actually ask follow-up questions on it, which many people never do, because I feel like the media is also kind of dropping the ball here in communicating the truth. But when asked about it, at least like some smarter Republicans will claim, oh, it's fentanyl deaths. Okay, how does fentanyl actually get over the border? Well, if you look at the actual truth, if you look at the Department of Homeland Security's own data, if you look at the Customs and Border Patrol's own data, chemical compounds necessary to create fentanyl are actually apprehended at the border in regular ports of entry. Regular points of entry like regular border checks. And 90% of the people that are trafficking the drugs are American citizens. They're not undocumented migrants. It would be a logistical...
And it makes sense why they would be.
Yeah, it would be a logistical nightmare.
Cross with a passport. Yeah. The Venezuelan mom escaping with her kid, the thing in her backpack is like just a couple sets of clothes and the little bit of money they've got. That's what they've got.
Yeah.
But they don't want to tell that story. But I think the place that the Democratic Party needs to beef up, and we're trying to get the message out now, but it feels last minute, is why is it that they're telling that lie, right? Because it's hard to imagine that people with so much power, go out and tell the lies constantly that you've said that they tell. So they're like, why haven't I heard that? It's because they want to cover for their real agenda, which is helping Elon Musk write off more business expenses, helping, a billionaire get a tax cut. But that doesn't sound as popular. So they go off saying that it's immigrants that are trafficking the fentanyl, when the truth is that 93% or something like that are legal residents and U.S. citizens.
Yeah, I want to ask you, because we have a limited amount of time here, I think, or they said only like 30 minutes. But I wanted to ask you about the state of the election, specifically in Texas. Now, Kamala Harris recently was in Texas with this massive Beyonce rally that happened. I wanted to ask you specifically about like what you think Colin Allred's chances are. I do hope he unseats Ted Cruz. I mean, is there a lot of resentment in Texas towards Cancun Cruz, a person who like very openly did the classic trope of like the shitty politician where he escaped his own constituents and his own problems, something that you've actually unironically advocated against, specifically with restoring the grid or bringing Texas's energy grid back into the national energy grid, something that you authored, the Connect the Grid Act, plays a role in this as well. So are there a lot of Republicans that might not vote for Kamala Harris, but will at the very least vote against Ted Cruz?
Yes, there will be a chunk of people that even no matter, they are not Democrats, but they just cannot stand Ted Cruz. I mean, Ted Cruz brings the left and right together in incredible ways with his unlikability. But I think the real story here, I hope Colin wins. We're working hard on his race. People throughout the state are working hard on this. But the fact that this is this close to the election, and that everybody's talking about it here in this last month, I think the real story is that Ted Cruz has been vulnerable this entire time.
Yeah.
And that Texas has been a swing state these last 6 years because Beto O'Rourke kept Ted Cruz from even getting to 51% of the vote. And folks sometimes don't remember like what that moment was like 6 years ago in Texas. It was pretty electric and really close. And so my message to people is that, of course, if Colin Allred wins, it changes electoral politics, not just in Texas, but for the country for a generation. If, which I hope he doesn't, but if he doesn't, but it's close, we can't make the same mistake across the country that was made 6 years ago, where folks kind of let it go, said it was a lost race, and then let it go, and then suddenly start talking about it again here in the last couple of months of the election. Because you've got to get people engaged throughout those 6 years. Because while some small number of Republicans or some significant number of Republicans will cross over, in Texas there are millions of people that we just don't engage with and don't talk with at all.
Yes.
who could completely change the game, and Ted Cruz would be a thing of the past if over the last 6 years those people had been adequately talked to.
So can we talk about the Latino vote in Texas a little bit? Because this is something that I have tracked for quite some time. Personally, I've always thought that it was very interesting that Latino voters, specifically in Texas, but like Latino voters outside of like the diaspora Cuban vote or diaspora Venezuelan voters, like the voters in Florida, Latino voters in Florida are a little bit different than Latino voters in the rest of the country. Time and time again have consistently in polls said that they want more social safety nets across every demographic, which is really interesting because in every other group, when polled on more government spending and more government programs, more social safety nets, the older you get, usually the less likely older voters are to say that they want that sort of thing. Latino voters are different, however. While some may have the same social conservatism demonstrated in the older demographics across the board, when it comes to economic policies, Latino voters are very progressive, at least as far as I have seen in the data. Now, looking at that reality, the lack of infrastructure within the Democratic Party to actually fight these battles on the ground in Texas, like the lack of funds as seeing Texas not as like a potential swing state, as you just said, but instead just like, it's going to be red no matter what we do. And refusing to actually dump more money into these races. I fear that the Democratic Party's GOP outreach, like its Latino outreach, has basically become nationalized, where in the absence of the Democratic Party door knocking and coming out and saying like, no, here's what we are going to offer you. We know that you want better social safety nets. We're going to do that. We're going to fight for that. In the absence of that happening, I feel like the Republican Party, especially for Latino outreach, has made social conservatism the major priority, right? And I feel like there are a lot of people that you could shake away in every demographic, in every age group, specifically among Latino outreach in Texas, which is very important, very significant. What do you have to say to that? Do you feel like there's any truth to what I'm saying? Are the polls lying?
No, there's a lot to that. Here, I'll tell you this: that tactic of right-wing social policy definitely activates a core group of people, and then there's the Democratic core voters that a lot of them got organized up through the Chicano movement here back in the day. And then there's the huge untapped number of Latinos. I mean, we're almost a 40% Latino state.
Yeah.
Huge numbers of people that we just don't talk to and are just left. And that economic policy messaging could be so powerful, both messaging wise and organizing wise, to transform the state. 40 electoral college votes would not just determine this presidential election, generation of presidential elections. And my experience with Latino voters and people in Texas, like you said, somewhat different than in other states, is when I was on city council, we had a big mobile home park that got bought by private equity. They wanted to throw everybody out, but they were organized as hell. They fought back. And the elder from the community that kind of knew everybody, he was mayor of his town in northern Mexico, and he was head of his railroad workers union. Right? We had another apartment building where they stood up and fought back to get basic things like air conditioning and taking care of the seniors in the building. And the head folks there, they were heads of some of their immigrants' rights groups up and down Central America and in Mexico. So a lot of time you had people that are in these, they're working construction, they're framers, they're carpenters, but they have a history in Texas and in Latin America of populist economic-based organizing and taking care of each other. So that message can connect. But when all you're being fed on your phone and on your TV screen is just the culture war being fought, that just oftentimes isn't going to move people. And people more often than not will say, well, whoever I vote for, whatever happens, the same kind of thing happens. And without a Democratic Party that shows short-term wins to people and then can remind them of those wins, hard to bring them in.
Yeah. Absolutely. And so how do we prove this to the Democratic establishment? I feel like I mean, the fact that you have won your race is I think slowly but surely moving in the right direction. But how do we get the Democratic Party on board with this kind of messaging to hyper focus on issues that people do actually care about, like to get them on board with the idea that, like, yeah, if you go out to people and you say, I see where you're hurting, I'm going to do something about it, I'm going to fix it. Housing is an issue for you. I'm going to create more opportunities for affordable housing. Maybe even some actual federal funds will be dished out for massive housing projects that we will create with federal funding. Like, how do we do that? How do we get the Democrats to be on board with that?
I think we have to pair our actual policy wins, like you said, with a strong and clear political message. And I think that does require Democrats to unpair ourselves from some of those billionaire interests so that we can say, hey, we're going to set up tax policy where if you make under $400,000 a year, we're going to help you out. People that make over $400,000 a year, they're going to pay more. Clear and make it clean and simple. And then for there to be the investment in Texas long-term to actually go and talk to all those voters at their doors so that we don't have to just rely on Elon Musk's app. But the last thing that I'll say is it's not like the Republicans are going to take this lying down and just let it happen. I just spent a week in Nevada talking with undecided Latino voters, especially, Latino men. And it's a real battleground state where they have that kind of electoral infrastructure and they have local seats and they have people knocking on folks' doors. And even still, where I was like, hey, real talk, talking to some iron workers, sheet metal workers, that said they voted Obama, they voted for both Clintons. This time they don't know. Maybe they vote for Trump. They bring up, they have had this message that the Democratic Party isn't focused on them. Even if their congressperson has been focused on them, even if we did deliver the infrastructure bills that have created the construction jobs they're working on. So how does that propaganda break through? And I think we're going to have this challenge, and it's an important one that we have to face down, where people like Greg Abbott, my governor, they pick on LGBTQ youth. And do you decide you're not going to stand up for LGBTQ youth because you don't want a news story that distracts from the economic issues? No, I mean, you got to do the right thing and stand up for, trans young people have rights. We should be able to stand up for civil rights.
Yeah.
But then at the same time, we don't want this distraction from the core economic issues that some of these disaffected voters care about. And I think that takes that pairing of the issues and saying, why is it that this guy with all this power is picking on trans middle schoolers? Isn't that sick? And maybe he's doing it because he's trying to take money out of your pocket and not have you notice. And I think it's that connection, that piece that we have to do, because we can't just tell people, hey, don't worry about what you see on TV. We have to make that connection for folks.
Absolutely. I think that we need fighters in the Democratic Party. This is something that I've been screaming about for years and years and years. Not people who cave and capitulate the right-wing framing on the issues because they see a couple polls that scare them and think that, like, if we submit to right-wing framing on this stuff, that maybe it'll be easier for us to win elections, but instead fight back, push back on it. I think Tim Walz does a pretty good job, I would say, in terms of, like, defending trans rights. I think that the Republicans are weird. Messaging was I guess maybe it was really successful, at least from my perspective, because, like, it's something that I've also said for quite a bit. But I hope that there are more fighters in the Democratic Party because I've never seen a Republican cave to liberal values or liberal issues or left-wing framing on anything, even if it is the actual reality of the matter. And in many instances, it is the reality, right? Like, the liberal framing is the correct position in many of these circumstances.
And I think that's a critical part of why Donald Trump's defeat is going to be so important. We need to be able to repudiate that kind of just immigrant bashing, vulnerable people bashing every step of the way. And then with Harris and Walz in the White House, create that new frame for the Democratic Party. Because if Kamala Harris wins, and I'm urging everybody watching to go and vote, now that's early voting most places, if she wins, it will likely be close. And in that close election, we got to say, we can't have cut it this close again. We've got to rebuild the working class multiracial majority that can deliver real wins. And the only way to do that, I think, is to not keep on running that old playbook where you're a Republican light on something like immigration. I just don't think that has worked. And I'll be there making sure that if and when I really, really hope she wins, that it's not like people say that the Republican light thing worked. I mean, nobody can say that that's been the way to do immigration or anything else.
So, question for you. I don't know if this is my only gotcha for you.
Okay, I'm ready. Well, maybe it's not a real gotcha if you're letting me know it's coming.
Okay, well, it's a little bit of a gotcha. So there is an article in the Austin American Statesman talking about you potentially vying for a position of leadership beyond the one that you currently hold in the Congressional Progressive Caucus. Is this something that you are interested in, leading the
Progressive Caucus? Yeah. So it's an internal election. Pramila Jayapal has been our chair for these last few terms. She's termed out. And so I've submitted my name, and progressives will decide. We're this group of over 90 progressive members of Congress, hopefully to use our collective power to sort of bring the Democratic Party back to that populist, popular, and principled place, and want to help with that kind of no matter what our members decide.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm very excited at the prospect of such a thing happening. I think that would be wonderful. Just, what would you?
Thank you, man. If you gotta come at me with a harder gotcha question next time.
Okay. Well, okay. Well, here, I'll follow up on it.
Oh no, I'm
what are some of the things that you could do potentially as the leader of the Progressive Caucus? Like, what are the things that the leader of the Progressive Caucus could do for a lot of the uninitiated in my community that might not fully understand what this is?
Yeah. So 435 members of Congress. You either have a Democratic majority or a Republican majority. Hope that we have a Democratic majority with Democratic speaker, and the Progressive Caucus is almost half of the Democrats. It's a membership-based organization, and so you have to say you sign up for certain progressive priorities, and then you get to vote. And as the chair, you don't just get to say, "Here's what we're doing." You got to work with your members to come up with a strategy and a plan. And I hope that we can have a strategic progressive caucus that can get the kind of progressive legislation that we want on a variety of issues. But I'll talk about one here for everybody listening. The Trump tax scam is expiring. This was the Trump tax plan or cuts that really overwhelmingly went to the biggest corporations and the top 1%. Very, very little to the everyday American.
It's expiring for some.
Some, the big corporate stuff, some of the corporate stuff doesn't fully expire.
The corporate tax rate doesn't expire, and I believe that the top marginal tax rate does not expire either, if I'm not mistaken.
But a big part of it does. And requires a vote of Congress. So again, I'm not even talking about it as being chair or not chair, because that would get decided after the election. But even just as a Progressive Caucus member, we could bring together many of our members to say, we're not going to just let there be a vote to keep extending tax cuts for the top 1% and screwing everybody else over. And especially if the Democrats control the House, not just the Progressive Caucus, we could go and say our job is to go do outreach to the entire Democratic Caucus to say, you know what, we're just going to let these things expire and have the top 1% start paying a little bit close to their fair share in taxes. And if there's, say, Republican senators or Republican Senate or some sort of problem on the other side, we'd say, if you want to play ball and we want to end half of child poverty or end homelessness as we know it in American cities, you can come and negotiate with us. We're not really going to be here for giving away tax breaks to the rich, but come tell us what you want to do for working class people and show us your true colors instead of sort of letting somebody else run the show, because we know that on this issue of making things more affordable for working class and middle class people and taxing the rich, that actually the majority of the American people are with us. I'm not a person anymore that says the majority of the American people are with us on every progressive issue. I mean, there's places we got to do persuasion, places we got to talk to people. But on this issue of taxes, where we've got tons of people watching this that are paying a way higher tax rate than freaking Bezos and Musk, this is a place where I think we could bring together progressives as a block, not just a few of our best and brightest voices, but as a block to kind of rebrand progressivism as something that is popular and populist and principled and for you, whether you're interested in politics or not. Your day-to-day life and how much money you've got, politics has to do with that.
Yeah, that sounds amazing. Is there anything I might have missed that you wanna speak on before I let you go?
It's good to be on, and I'm happy to be back. I just want to remind everybody just how important the vote is. I know that things can be difficult. I know it feels like sometimes you're just a drop in the bucket out there, but people died for this right for a reason, and it's part of one part of the process. So get out there and do it, and keep on pushing on your elected officials to be accountable and do the right thing.
All right. Thank you so much, Greg.
See ya.
All right, bye. That was Congressperson Greg Kazar, ladies and gentlemen. He's dope. He's awesome. Yeah. Austin vindicated. Texas is a swing state. I have talked about harm reduction and lesser evil voting and things of that nature. But beyond that, I really, really, really do want Ted Cruz not to be a senator. I mean, just think about it. Just think about Ted Cruz out of Congress for a second. Like, I'm not even going to fucking tell you, go out and vote for Kamala if you live in the state of Texas. Okay? I've vote with your conscience. Of course, I will tell you never to vote for Donald Trump. But think about how sick it would be to make sure that Ted Cruz does not. Ted Cruz would become a podcaster, a peer, yes, and then I could debate him. A better world is possible. One without Ted Cruz in Congress. Anyway, are you out? Damn, this guy came in with his Harris Waltz tote bag straight up from the event where he did some phone banking.
Got my merch.
All right, give us a quick. Tell us. Wait, hold on. Yeah, okay.
So
tell us quickly what you did.
Well, I did some phone banking. I called voters in Arizona and got hung up on every single time. Anecdotally, I don't think Arizona. I think it's the worst of the swing states for Kamala Harris. Pennsylvania was actually really receptive. I talked to voters who were undecided, and I met real undecided voters in the wild, which was crazy. And it was very clear. So I talked to some undecided voters. I'll tell you a little bit about a conversation I had. Women were infinitely better to talk to than men. Most of the men were just like, I don't care. I don't want to vote. A lot of the women cared a lot more. They were more receptive to talk to me. I talked to some women who were like, I don't know what's like. I was like, so I would start off by saying, hello, my name is AustinShow. I'm calling on behalf of the Pennsylvania Democrats.
You did not say AustinShow.
I swear to God, every time.
That's crazy.
So I said, my name's Austin. I have video of it. I recorded myself the entire time. And I talked to this one voter who I said, have you made plans to vote? And she said, no, I'm not sure who I'm voting for. I said, perfect. What are some important issues for you? And she's like, well, the economy. And I'm like, okay. And then I told her, you should do some research on the economic plans. Trump is a billionaire. He has never known what it's like to be in the middle class. He has never worked paycheck to paycheck like you and me.
Did you convert anyone?
What?
Did you convert that?
No, she was like, yeah, I think I'm going to vote for Kamala Harris afterwards.
Wow.
I got her to vote.
Look at you.
Yeah, I said he's never worked in the middle class. He's never been in the middle class like you and I. Never known what it's like to live paycheck to paycheck. And I told her, I said, look, you compare the economic plans. Trump is a billionaire. He's going to give tax cuts to people that are like him. All right. If you compare the two economic plans, all economists agree at the end of the year, you're going to have more money in your pocket from Kamala Harris. I said all economists agree on that. The other thing I said was, oh shit, my bad.
No,
the other thing I talked about was I talked to a man who is 20 years old, and I was like, what are some things that are important to you? And he's like
banning Hasan off of Twitch.
He's like women's rights. And I was like, well,
that's an undecided 20-year-old.
That's why I was like, what is so undecided? I said, he's not going to be. I said, Donald Trump is bragging about overturning the rights of women to control their own body. He's bragging about it. He's showboating the fact that he was the guy to get it done. There's only one candidate to vote for that's going to protect those rights that could actually win, and that's Kamala Harris. And I think he let me talk to her for like 10 minutes, and then the end of the conversation, he's like, oh yeah, I'm at college, like on the other side of the country, and I can't make it back in time, and I don't have it. I was like, why'd you let me talk to you that long?
That's incredibly common.
Yeah, no, I called somebody who like moved to New York, but look, everybody I talked to, a lot of them, especially women.
He can vote on his campus.
Yeah, I don't know. Honestly, I didn't know where he was, and he hung up on me shortly thereafter. But I talked to
how many people reached out and were like, I am an undecided voter, and my single issue is Kamala Harris sufficiently pro-Israel?
Zero. I talked to zero. In fact, but
but there probably weren't people that were like pro-Palestine either.
I didn't talk to anybody that brought that. Well, okay, so the women one, right? The guy that was like, he actually started with like human rights, and I was like, oh, okay, what sort of human rights? Could you get more specific? And then I was expecting him to bring up Israel-Palestine, but then he went, like women's rights. I was like, oh, okay. Abortion.
Famously, no women in Palestine. So
yeah. Okay. That's not what I meant. But I thought he was going to go down that road. Anyway, it was an experience. I shook hands and met Governor Newsom.
You took a photo with him?
I did. I took a photo with Governor Gavin Newsom was there, so I took a photo and shook his hand.
Was he hotter in person?
I mean, he's pretty hot. What was I supposed to? Oh, hey, yo.
Newscom.
Yo, Chad, hold on.
Governor Newscom.
What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do? Debate him? Like, shut the fuck up. What am I supposed to do? Debate a governor? In like, what am I supposed to do? Not shake his hand?
Yes, that's what you're supposed to do.
Yeah, what am I supposed to do?
Okay, go on.
It was just brief. Oh, shit. My ride's here. Oh, my God. They're spamming me.
Okay, well, I'm glad that you were able to give us a little bit of background on what you were doing today.
I'm lying to my driver and saying, sorry, I'm late. My suitcase is heavy. Okay. Also, I saw a girl in West Hollywood with a MAGA hat on.
That's weird.
At Dialogue Cafe.
She
was wearing a MAGA hat and the gays.
That's troublesome.
So I was with Jen and Pumps, from the I've Had It podcast.
Yeah.
And we had the merch. So Jen puts on a Harris Waltz hat. The gays were eating that girl up with the MAGA hat. They were coming by. They're like, in West Hollywood. It's crazy. Okay.
Yeah.
We'll see you guys later. Take care.
All right. Bye, Austin. Bye. That was a little feedback from his driver is gonna see Austin's luggage and be like, you fucking lied to me, you son of a bitch. Maybe the girl lost the bet. Who knows? Trust fund baby from Calabasas. Yeah, no, it goes back to there are no shy Trump voters argument, I'm Austin's driver and watching the stream. Tell him to get his ass in the car. Too late. He already left. Okay, Kaya. Place, baby. Place. See how he moved away from you? Oh, yeah, Austin escaped the stream again. He's scared that he's going to get canceled. Yeah. That girl was Chapel Roan, actually. What would you say to someone who genuinely can't vote because Kamala supports the genocide? I wouldn't say anything to a person who says that. Why would I say something to that person? You've made up your mind on this. What? I'm like, okay. Vote down ballot, please. Vote for your ballot measures. Vote for your local elected representatives. And vote extra hard. I cannot outflank the Democratic Party, okay? No matter how hard I try. It would be lying if I were to tell you, like, well, Kamala Harris has done a lot to ease the pains of the Palestinians or anything like that. I'm not in the business of lying to people. If you personally believe that Donald Trump would be worse on Palestinians, I understand that. You know? Voting is the absolute bare minimum of what a leftist should do. Everything else should do in terms of action sits on top of voting. You can't do action and then just not vote when given the opportunity. Yeah, I mean, I'm a fan of voting. I will always tell you to vote. This is correct also. Even if I had 200,000 viewers, I would not have the motion to outflank 200 million in ads. It would not happen. If the Democratic Party chooses to be like, yeah, I don't really give a shit about Arab voters. I don't really give a shit. It's not even just Arab voters. Like, there is a lot of people who are not Arab, even in this fucking community, who are not voting because they are personally think that it's unconscionable. Anyway, we'll talk about Bernie Sanders' take, on the other hand, right now, as a matter of fact. Let's get to that. Which I feel like is going to hurt my fifis, but it is what it is. I'm a single issue voter in Pennsylvania and undecided, and my single issue is Shai Davide getting rehired at Columbia. Yeah, me too. Same, King. It's truly unconscionable. It's truly unconscionable what they've done to Shai Davide.
Luffy is a terrorist. He is. He is.
I hate that. You're kind of right.
He is a freedom fighter in the most honorable sense of the word. Quite literally fighting against an unjustifiable, corrupt military apparatus that is holding the entire world hostage and the Navy. He's literally killing cops. He's killing sea cops and they're like, no, that's not politics. What do you mean? That's just gum man having fun.
One of my best takes of all time.
Understand that there are millions of Americans who disagree with President Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris on the terrible war in Gaza. I am one of them. While Israel had a right to defend itself against the horrific Hamas terrorist attack of October 7th, which killed 1,200 innocent people and took 250 hostages, it did not have the right to wage an all-out war against the entire Palestinian people. It did not have the right to kill 42,000 Palestinians.
Damn, they hit Bernard with the 2 different camera angles on this one. That's crazy. They hit him with a cinematic. And yet they couldn't get him anti-reflective glasses. I mean, that personally makes sense. It's come on, Bernard is a relic, okay? That's not happening.
2/3 of whom were children, women, and the elderly.
I gotta
or
pee.
Injure over 100,000 people in Gaza. It did not have the right to destroy Gaza's infrastructure, housing, and healthcare system. It did not have the right to bomb every one of Gaza's 12 universities. It did not have the right to block humanitarian aid, causing massive malnutrition in children and, in fact, starvation. And that is why I am doing everything I can to block U.S. military aid and offensive weapons sales to the right-wing extremist Netanyahu government in Israel. And I know that many of you share those feelings. And some of you are saying, how can I vote for Kamala Harris if she is supporting this terrible war? And that is a very fair question. And let me give you my best answer. And that is that even on this issue, Donald Trump and his right-wing friends are worse. In the Senate, in Congress, the Republicans have worked overtime to block humanitarian aid to the starving children in Gaza. The president and vice president both support getting as much humanitarian aid into Gaza as soon as possible. Trump has said Netanyahu is doing a good job and has said Biden is holding him back. He has suggested that the Gaza Strip would make excellent beachfront property for development. And it is no wonder Netanyahu prefers to have Donald Trump in office. But even more importantly, and this I promise you, after Kamala wins, we will together do everything that we can to change U.S. policy toward Netanyahu.
He's right. You just don't need to bring up Biden and all this if you want to talk about this. I don't think that's fair. I don't think that's fair. It's also not how this works anyway. Like, it's just not a thing that people do. Like, the idea, the cold, hard, calculated, lesser evil voting mentality is not a is not a strong message whatsoever. It's not a strong message at all. It is demonstrably failed. And the reality of the matter is, for most people, if this is their one issue, I don't know if he'd be able to convince them. Like, if Kamala Harris, dude, here, I'm going to be radically honest with you, okay? Like, lesser evil voting, in theory, is correct, okay? It is. It just is. It doesn't matter, though, because that's not how people operate. That's number one. And number two, okay, not only is it not how people operate, but also beyond that, the Democratic Party takes advantage of that time and time again to move to the right on every single issue, even when it is actually sabotaging their own chances. And worst of all, if Kamala Harris had done anything, like anything at all, even marginally different than Joe Biden, to like distance herself from Joe Biden on this objectively unpopular issue, on this objectively unpopular thing, if she had even communicated a different perspective, then these arguments would make a little bit more sense. Okay? I will never tell you not to vote. Things aren't just right because you say so. What the fuck? Wait, what do you mean? Dude, it's literally 99% Hitler versus 100% Hitler. Technically, it is correct. 99% Hitler is better than 100% Hitler. What are you talking about? But that's not how it works. Like, that's not how anything works. The fuck do you mean? Who the fuck do you think you are? Instance of a lesser evil is nothing but motivated reasoning for what? For an either or fallacy? In a duopoly, it is unfortunately how that works. Also, I'm not even saying that like you should vote for Kamala Harris or you shouldn't vote for Kamala Harris at all. I don't know why you're so fucking aggressive about this issue. Yeah, vote socialist. If you want to vote socialist, go ahead. You know, I'm not going to convince you otherwise. The fuck do you mean? As long as you're not voting for Donald Trump. The claim that they've been working around the clock to get a ceasefire deal, but they don't have anything to show for it. If they did, they would have swung a lot of votes just for the chance of a ceasefire happening. Yes. Okay. is correct 100%. If Kamala Harris had done anything, like anything, and not just like communicated that her and Biden are tied in this situation to one another, it would be so much easier for the likes of Bernie Sanders and many others, who I would still be critical of, mind you, to at least put forward a convincing argument. But at the end of the day, it goes back to the same problem. You cannot outflank the campaign. You just can't. Okay? There is no world where you can just imagine a separate way that the Democrats are going to operate. You can't convincingly tell people that, like, what the Democratic Party is tirelessly actually doing is false. What they're spending their money on, what they're spending their finite amount of time on in this truncated campaign is actually not the truth. You cannot correct for the mistakes of the campaign. And this is something that a lot of people don't understand for some reason. That's why they place a lot of emphasis on the likes of myself, right? Oh, dude, your opinion on this matters quite more than you think. You have a lot of influence. It's like, I cannot convince people personally on an issue that the Democratic Party chooses to not convince people on. It's just not going to happen. That's it. It's that simple. And it didn't work in 2016. And it didn't. I mean, I literally advocated for fucking Hillary Clinton. As a Jew, I couldn't vote for president when my siblings in Abrahamic faith are being genocided because they're Palestinian. Morally, I just couldn't vote for genocide. The first time I voted with my faith. No, it's not just that I'm a Twitch streamer. Even if I had 250,000 people watching and hanging on every word. As the chatter correctly pointed out earlier, you cannot, as a singular person, outflank the campaign. You just can't do that. If I had that kind of motion, Bernie Sanders would have fucking been the president in 2016, okay? You have to work within the framework that the Democratic campaign is operating in. This is why I was early on, when the swap out happened, unceremoniously hopeful because of some of the decisions that they had made. Netanyahu literally serves as a national security threat. I think the Democratic Party would want to rewrite the dynamic with Israel prior to the next election, as they must see the threat it represents, which is why they aren't poking the bear. Completely radio silent on it compared to Biden. I think if they win, the tone changes. I don't think Kamala is ideologically aligned with Zionism in the same way that Biden was. I think she is. Maybe not to the same fucking degree of like ultra Zionism. Like she's not as rabid as he is, but I think that she has not personally done anything. And I consider myself someone who like pays close attention to this. I don't think she's done a lot to show that. Not only is she currently the vice president, but beyond that, she had a fantastic opportunity to separate herself, which she did not. And there was plenty of evidence to show why this would be a smart decision in terms of her electoral chances. But consistently, time and time again, the Democratic Party and the campaign has basically cast aside and has chosen to try to win in spite of this very obvious gimme. Whether it be snubbing a Palestinian American from speaking to kicking out a prominent Arab invited guest, to consistently giving Benjamin Netanyahu unlimited weapons every time Benjamin Netanyahu comes out and shits on Joe Biden over and over again. It's just very frustrating.
An immediate ceasefire, the return of all hostages, a surge of massive humanitarian aid, the stopping of settler attacks on the West Bank, and the rebuilding of Gaza for the Palestinian people. And let me be clear, we will have, in my view, a much better chance of changing U.S. policy with Kamala than with Trump, who is extremely close to Netanyahu and sees him as a like-minded, right-wing extremist ally. But let me also say this, and I deal with this every single day as a U.S. Senator. As important as Gaza is, and as strongly as many of us feel about this issue, it is not the only issue at stake in this election. If Trump wins, women in this country will suffer an enormous setback and lose the ability to control their own bodies. That is not acceptable. If Trump wins, to be honest with you, the struggle against climate change is over. While virtually every scientist who has studied the issue understands that climate change is real and an existential threat to our country and the world, Trump believes it is a hoax. And if the United States, the largest economy in the world, stops transforming our energy system away from fossil fuel, every other country, China, Europe, all over the world, they will do exactly the same thing. And God only knows the kind of planet we will leave to our kids and future generations. If Trump wins at a time of massive income and wealth inequality, he will demand even more tax breaks for the very richest people in our country while cutting back on programs that working...
Do you genuinely think that not voting as a form of protest to the Dems will actually motivate them to change their stance on things moving forward? I agree with you, but they're so fucking dumb. No, they're not necessarily dumb. They're deliberately just refusing. And no, I don't think that a protest vote it causes them to learn an important lesson. I don't believe that. Yeah, no. The Democratic Party will never, ever in a million years, quote unquote, learn a fucking lesson. Okay? If they learned a lesson, they would have learned it in 2016. They did not. The party since then has moved more to the right. What lessons did they learn? You cannot teach someone a lesson when they're holding a bag that requires them to not learn that lesson. It's just not going to happen. What you can do is organize outside of this and create pressure campaigns. Become impossible to avoid. Unlike the top of the hour, which I will no longer be serving, like I said, now that my contract is up, but you can still subscribe for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime or by getting gifted a sub if you're lucky.
Families
Uncle
desperately
Grampy,
need.
thank you for the 10 gifted
The rich
subs.
will only get richer, while the minimum wage will remain at $7.25 an hour.
Organizing under a Kamala presidency would be significantly easier than Trump. That's one of my core points. I mean, the only counter to that is that, like, liberals do get real fucking quote unquote fake radical under a Trump administration. And there was objectively more mass protests under the Trump administration than there was under the Biden administration. And the Democrats themselves also clamped down on college campus protesters. So, you know. That's something to consider.
And millions of our fellow workers will continue to earn starvation wages. Did you all see the recent Trump rally at Madison Square Garden? Well, I did. And what I can tell you is that as a nation, as all of you know, we have struggled for years against impossible odds to try to overcome all forms of bigotry, whether it is racism, whether it's sexism, whether it's homophobia, whether it's xenophobia, you name it. We have tried to fight against bigotry. But that is exactly what we saw on display at that unbelievable Trump rally. It was not a question of speakers getting up there disagreeing with Kamala Harris on the issues. That wasn't the issue at all. They were attacking her simply because she was a woman and a woman of color. Extreme, vulgar sexism and racism. Is that really the kind of America that we can allow? So let me conclude by saying this. This is the most consequential election in our lifetimes. Many of you have differences of opinion with Kamala Harris on Gaza. So do I. But we cannot sit this election out. Trump has got to be defeated. Let's do everything we can in the next week to make sure that Kamala Harris is our next president. Thank you very much.
No matter what Bernie says or does, I will still always love him and I will still always respect him. That's just the case. Okay. Don't care. I still think that this is a man who's given his entire life to advocating for progressive causes, and I will forever respect that. That's it. Doesn't matter. It's true. What is this? Someone sent me this TikTok, and I didn't realize at the time when they sent me this TikTok. Someone in the chat said, actually, no disrespect to Bernie, but this person has a significantly better take on lesser evil voting or the ethics of voting than Bernie. And I wish I had seen that it's a 28-minute TikTok so I could have, one, humiliated the person for linking it to me, and then two, banned them from the community. It's far too late to do that now because I have no idea who it was. But if you think that I am going to watch a 28-minute TikTok, like there could be a hidden truth in there. There could be a secret truth that I was not privy to about how to mass bread pill every American into full tilt luxury gay space communism or whatever, fully automated. And I still would not watch it. Okay? I think if you ever find yourself convincing someone to sit through a 28-minute TikTok, that is worthy of a wellness check. You got to have someone come in and check in on you. Okay? We're moving on from that, and we're getting to this.
One potential hurdle for Vice President Harris is reluctance among some Arab American voters, especially in Michigan, to support her due to the Biden administration's support for Israel in the war in Gaza. Ed O'Keefe is in Ann Arbor, Michigan, where he spoke to voters who previously told him they would not support President Biden when he was the likely nominee. Ed, good morning.
Tony, good to see you. You know, each of these battleground states is going to be won or lost by just a few thousand votes. And while the economy, inflation, abortion rights, the future of democracy are all important issues, here in Michigan, the future of the war in Gaza is a deeply personal concern.
Now is the time to get out the vote, Michigan.
Vice President Harris rallied a crowd of more than 20,000 in Michigan Monday night.
I hear you.
But as she spoke, she was once again interrupted by a group protesting the war in Gaza.
We all want this war to end as soon as possible and get the hostages out, and I will do everything in my power to make it so.
People are so funny. They go, oh, you watch 3-hour fucking YouTube videos. How is this any different? Dog. How can I describe to you that a guy on his phone speaking to me for 28 minutes is not going to be able to keep my attention in the same fucking way that a well-produced a horizontal fucking landscape YouTube video could? Stop trying to argue with me on this. I'm not going to shame the person either. I'm not going to actually ban the person I'm memeing. But goddamn, you guys are so fucking annoying, dude. Holy shit. everybody always loves being like, oh, well, I'm going to be the most annoying fucking person on the planet. And just like now take everything you said super literally and argue with you on that instead. What is this like dunk culture that we fucking have with the chat in this goddamn chat? It's like always like, nah, you said something that is at odds with what I think the reality is.
The war remains a political challenge, and many Democrats fear support from Michigan's sizable population of Arab and Muslim American voters has slipped away.
Free Palestine!
Adam Abu Salah is a local activist who campaigned for President Biden in 2020. But when we first met him last year, Abu Salah had dropped that support because of the war.
It's that much of an issue for you?
Yeah, my people dying is that much of an issue for me.
And nearly a year later, with Harris now in the race.
She hasn't been any different than Biden on the campaign. I don't think she's going to be any different than Biden in office.
They're not listening to our concerns.
We spoke with Abu Salah and some friends.
Who here knows someone who has been killed in the last year in Gaza or Lebanon?
And all voted for Biden last time.
And what are you going to do this time?
Me, motherfucker, me too.
Third party.
Jill Stein.
Write-in or third party, I haven't made my decision, but it's one of those two.
Write-in or third party. You just can't ask us to vote for genocide, and it's a terrible position to be in. I don't want to see Trump as president, but I cannot, in good conscience, give her my vote.
You can't expect us to be healthy, functioning members of this country while you utilize our tax dollars to.
It's so gross that people just like literally tell them like, shut the fuck up and take it. It's so gross. Like, it blows my mind that we have completely dropped the ball on like being able to extract concessions from our elected representatives. And in that process, like, our elected representatives openly say like, I don't really care about you. I don't really care about your vote. And then people have the audacity to fucking yell at these people whose tax dollars are objectively killing their family members. Like, what the fuck are we doing? Did you have a problem with what Bernie said about this? Yes. Neither party is going to be an anti-genocide party. That's just the case. So focus on what you care about beyond that, I guess, if you want to if you want to vote. But the reality is, even when you're holding your nose, understand that, you know, both parties are going full tilt genocide. I'm not going to sit here and fucking lie to you and act like Kamala is different.
To destabilize our homelands and murder our family members.
The Harris campaign is reaching out to Arab and Muslim voters with the help of local officials like Wayne County Deputy Executive Assad Turfi, who spoke Monday night.
We are desperate for a president who sees us, who understands us, and who will give voice to our pain.
Turfi believes Harris is a better choice for their community.
I think we have to each do our part to prevent a Donald Trump presidency.
Tonight, Harris is back in Washington and set to deliver what her campaign calls a major closing argument on the ellipse in Washington with the White House behind her. The campaign says she's basically pushing Americans to turn the page on the Trump era and elect her. And of course, the ellipse is where Trump spoke just hours before the January 6, 2021 insurrection on the Capitol. Nate, 1 week to go. 7 days. There we go. 7 days to go.
No need for the graphics department when we have Ed O'Keefe. Thank you so much.
We had, by the way. Also, he is. But also, which is pretty sick. The other thing I was gonna say. Someone asked. Someone asked, like, what do you think Kamala's like last speech is going to look like? I'm gonna tell you right now. She's gonna talk about January 6th. She's gonna talk about Trump's racism. Hopefully, fingers crossed, a little bit more so than she has for the past couple of months, which is really fucking annoying that she hasn't done that. And she'll talk about January 6th. That's why it's important that she's doing like the symbolism of doing it in front of the fucking White House is I think that's the reason. Did this man just say he wasn't racist in Gran Torino? Bro, I learned new slurs from that movie. Like, I fancy myself to be someone who's aware of like right-wing shit and a bit of a slur connoisseur on that front. That movie taught me new slurs that I did not even know. The entire point of the movie is that he's fucking racist. What the hell? No, I don't support all women. Some of you broads are dumb as fuck, okay? This is why, like, Radlib shit falls apart so quickly. Okay? Yeah. Some of these ladies are dumb as fuck. Okay? It's just like they very clearly do not give a fucking shit about their own autonomy. Okay? You just gotta forcefully give them rights. There's not anything you can do in this circumstance. Okay? Same goes for any marginalized group that directly advocate against their best interests. It don't matter. Sucks to suck. You're getting healthcare. Shut the fuck up, okay? I don't give a shit. I just realized, like, Reno 911 was, like, kind of anti-propaganda. I mean, it was. It was anti-propaganda. It was an amazing show. And, like, do we even have shows like that anymore? I feel like that doesn't exist, really. What Brooklyn Nine-Nine fails to do? Yeah, because they're too serious. How come nobody ever tells these motherfuckers to leave if they don't like it? You know? Why is it always me? Why do I have to leave? Because I'm like, hey, we should give everybody healthcare. No, shut the fuck up. Leave. We shouldn't be using unlimited tax dollars on fucking death and destruction everywhere else. And we should, maybe use some of that money on fixing this goddamn country. If you don't like it, leave. You only think you pass? What? Shit. Oh, shit. You ain't got to do that to him. Come on now. Damn, you're going to make him act up, dude. The girls are fighting. They're having a simp off. I love that line, though. I really do. Like, look at the gear. By the way, this goes back to my like weirdo theory. Like the dude who's at the rally. Look at the gear that he's wearing. He's wearing a Kamala Harris wallet. It's like officially sanctioned campaign merge. Kamala Harris democracy officially sanctioned campaign merge. And then look at this fucking guy. I mean, he literally sells unofficial, unsanctioned campaign merge. Like, this is what I mean. Like, even on the aesthetic front, there's something very weird about the way that Republicans are. He's tactical. There's too many buttons, man. What's the fucking tactic with having that many goddamn buttons? Is this starting yet? Megaphonics, I will literally fucking put you on a goddamn spaceship with Elon Musk to Mars. You've literally been chirping in the goddamn chat about the rally that is supposed to be live right now. And the rally didn't even officially start yet. What do you want me to do? Watch this? Megaphonics? You know that's one of the things that fucking frustrates me to no end. Is when people fucking come in and they're like, the rally started. The rally started. Sick. Kamala came out. Is that gun real? You don't want to find out, brother.
Good evening, and thank
Damn, bro, the camera work is nasty over here. It's good as fuck. How the fuck are they shooting this in real time and it still looks like it's a goddamn commercial? Whatever the fucking filter is, it's working hard.
So listen, 1 week from today, you will have the chance to make a decision that directly impacts your life, the life of your family, and the future of this country we love. And it will probably be the most important vote you ever cast. And this election is more than just a choice between two parties and two different candidates. It is a choice about whether we have a country rooted in freedom for every American or ruled by chaos and division. Many of you watching have probably already cast your ballots.
Why would they clap after chaos and division, dude?
Still considering who to vote for, or whether you'll vote at all. So tonight, I will speak to everyone about the choice and the stakes in this election. Look, we know who Donald Trump is. He is the person who stood at this very spot nearly 4 years ago and sent an armed mob to the United States Capitol to overturn the will of the people in a free and fair election. An election that he knew he lost. Americans died as a result of that attack. 140 law enforcement officers were injured because of that attack. And while Donald Trump sat in the White House watching as the violence unfolded on television, he was told by his staff that the mob wanted to kill his own vice president. And Donald Trump responded with 2 words: so what? America, that's who Donald Trump is. And that's who is asking you to give him another 4 years in the Oval Office. Not to focus on your problems, but to focus on his. And Donald Trump has told us his priorities for a second term. He has an enemies list of people he intends to prosecute. He says that one of his highest priorities is to set free the violent extremists who insulted those law enforcement officers on January 6th. Donald Trump intends to use the United States military against American citizens who simply disagree with him. People he calls, quote, the enemy from within. America, this is not a candidate for president who is thinking about how to make your life better. This is someone who is unstable, obsessed with revenge, consumed with grievance, and out for unchecked power. Donald Trump has spent a decade trying to keep the American people divided and afraid of each other. That is who he is. But America, I am here tonight to say that is not who we are. That is not who we are. That is not who we are. You see, what Donald Trump has never understood is that e pluribus unum, out of many, one, isn't just a phrase on a dollar bill. It is a living truth about the heart of our nation. Our democracy doesn't require us to agree on everything. In fact, we like good arguments from time to time. Just think of your own family, right? It's not the American way to not have disagreements. We don't shy away from robust debate. In fact, we like a good debate, don't we? We like a good debate. And the fact that someone disagrees with us does not make them the enemy within. They are family, neighbors, classmates, co-workers. They are fellow Americans. And as Americans, we rise and fall together. America, for too long, we have been consumed with too much division, chaos, and mutual distrust. And it can be easy then to forget a simple truth. It doesn't have to be this way. It doesn't have to be this way. It is time to stop pointing fingers. We have to stop pointing fingers and start locking arms. It is time to turn the page on the drama and the conflict, the fear and division. It is time for a new generation of leadership in America.
Her aura is actually unmatched. Holy. What?
Now look, let me say, I recognize this.
Why do we do Hogwatch? Like every fucking day, only to have the president, the presidential candidate be like, we got to hug and kiss Republicans. And then people go, oh, her aura. I don't believe that that's a real person, by the way.
Well, let me tell you.
Or they're being sarcastic.
Spent most of my career outside of Washington, D.C. So I know that not all the good ideas come from here. I am not afraid of tough fights against bad actors
I'm lived up
and
on
powerful
America.
interests. Because for decades, as a prosecutor and a top law enforcement officer of our biggest state,
You are going to seethe when Trump wins a landslide. Let's say that does happen. You still are probably going to end up killing yourself when you realize that like fucking locking up migrants and trans people is not actually going to fix any of the underlying problems. It's not going to cause you to get pussy, okay? Consensually, especially. It's not going to cause your family to think that you're brilliant and not a fucking pathetic loser dead ender. You know what I mean? And inevitably, you're going to come to that conclusion all on your own. So let's say Trump wins. I have a child and care about their future. Oh, it's not going to bring back your wife. And not only is it not going to bring back your wife, it's not going to be able to stop the flow of resentment that your child is inevitably going to have over you. Okay? Now, you can fix the problem. You can fix the problem. Yeah, okay, sure. My wife votes Trump as well. You can fix the problem by not behaving like this. Okay? Fix your life. Oh my God, you're so toxic. Shut up, bitch. Suck my dick. Yeah, I'm toxic.
Listen to you, even if you don't vote for me.
If you are Trump 2024 pilled, then you're like openly demonstrating that you want awful shit in this country. Surprisingly, even more awful shit than the Democrats are advocating for. So yeah, I have no issue being very honest with people like that. Many of them came to that conclusion after 4 years of Donald Trump. They realized like, oh, none of the things that I thought were going to make my life better actually occurred. You know, you can cry about that all day, every day, but I'm sorry. I'm not going to look at a dude who's like, I love the fascism that Trump represents and then be nice to them. Okay, you can suck my dick too if you want to defend someone who's like, Trump 2024, bitch, you're going to fucking hate it when he wins by a landslide. It's like, you're a fucking idiot.
If elected,
you're crying.
on day one, if elected, Donald Trump would walk
Let people
into that
vote for who they
office
want.
with an enemies list.
Yeah, dude. Let people
When
vote for
elected,
Adolf Hitler,
I will
dude. You're
walk into the-
crying. You're crying. Let people vote for Adolf Hitler or you're crying.
Of what I will get done for the American people.
Hassan, your level of aggression indicates a very probable Trump win. Just my observation.
Republicans and independents.
Deborah's not coming back, folks. Okay?
Who are working hard.
Your wife is not going to come back when Donald Trump becomes president.
I have been honored to serve as Joe Biden.
And the more you chirp about like Donald Trump being the fucking great white hope or whatever the fuck, the more people are going to stop calling you. There's a reason why your family, your immediate family members don't want to fucking have Thanksgiving with you no more, okay?
Are different.
That's because your vibes are horrendous.
Priority as a nation 4 years ago was to end the pandemic and rescue the economy. Now, our biggest challenge is to lower costs that were rising even before the pandemic and that are still too high. I get it. I still remember our mother sitting at that yellow Formica table, late at night, cup of tea in hand, a pile of bills in front of her, trying to make it all work. And I've heard from so many of you who are facing even greater financial pressures. Donald Trump's answer to you is the same as it was the last time. Another $1 trillion in tax cuts for billionaires and big corporations. And this time, he will pay for it with a 20% national sales tax on everything you buy that is imported. Think about it. Clothes, food, toys.
The only good thing that the Trump tariffs would do is destroy the Trump merch economy.
Average family, nearly $4,000
Like all of the
more
Trump merch stores that rely on overseas merchandise, garment production would inevitably collapse because they would never be able to pay the tariff fee. And that's the one positive of this entire process, is that like they would suffer. Okay. The Trump merchandise stores in every fucking rural town would literally suffer so traumatically. And honestly, great.
Not going back. We are not going
Gatlinburg, Tennessee would be in ruin. The Beamer would still be there though.
We are not going back, because we also know Donald Trump would deliver tax cuts to his billionaire donors. I will deliver tax cuts to working people and the middle class. I will make sure you have a chance not just to get by, but to get ahead. Because I believe in honoring the dignity of work. I will enact the first ever federal ban on price gouging on groceries.
True. It would also destroy drop shippers too. So you're cooked if you're a drop shipper. Oh my God, 100% of drop shippers and 100% of Trump merch store owners vote for Donald Trump. He's directly cooking his base.
Sure that hardworking Americans can actually afford a place to live. I'll never forget how our mother saved up and how excited she was when she could finally afford to buy our first home. I remember how excited she was. And I know that owning a home is not only a measure of financial security, it's about the pride of your hard work. And as president, I will fight to help first-time home buyers with your down payment, take on the companies that are jacking up rents, and build millions of new homes. For years, we have heard excuses about why America can't build enough housing. Enough with the excuses. I'm going to cut the red tape and work with the private sector and local governments to speed up building and get it done.
Oh.
And the cost of housing is
yeah,
the only
deregulation
pressure on middle-class
private
families.
sector.
I've met so many
I love the
young
private
people who
sector.
have a
I
natural
fucking
desire to
come.
parent their children
I come
well.
when I think about real estate developers. I nut every time we cut some red tape. Let's go. I fucking love deregulation. Oh, I'm a deregulation voter. Are you a small business? I love small businesses. Tell me more about how you're a small business. Tell me about how your mom was a small business. Kamala, I love you. Whoa! The thing that I hate about Donald Trump is that he's not serious about deporting all the migrants. Kamala will do it. Let's go!
People in the sandwich generation who are raising young children and taking care of a parent. Juggling all of it is extremely difficult. You know, I took care of my mother when she got sick, cooking food that she had a taste for, finding clothes that would not irritate her skin. And understand, as I do, that caregiving is about dignity. It is about dignity. And currently, if you need home care and you don't have some money to hire someone, you and your family need to deplete your savings to qualify for help. That's just not right. So we're going to change the approach and allow Medicare to cover the cost of home care so seniors can get the help and care they need in their own homes. Now, Donald Trump has a different approach. He tried to cut Medicare and Social Security every year he was president. Look, I believe that when people have worked hard their entire life, they deserve to retire with the benefits they have earned. And I believe in the fundamental freedom of Americans to make decisions about their own bodies and not have their government tell them what to do. I will fight to restore what Donald Trump and his hand-selected Supreme Court justices took away from the women of America. Today, 1 in 3 women in America, think about it, 1 in 3 women in America lives in a state with a Trump abortion ban. Many with no exceptions even for rape and incest. The idea that a woman who survives a crime of a violation to her body should not have the authority to make a decision about what happens to her body next, that is immoral. That is immoral. And Trump's not done. He would ban abortion nationwide.
Bro, it's crazy that this speech is literally identical to every other speech that she has given so far. Like, come on. You got to do something different, dude. Like, you've spent 30, 40, 50 million dollars on these like focus tested, means tested policies that you are advocating for that are nowhere near meeting the expectations that massive chunks of voters want, and you're still running with them. At a certain point, you have to realize, like, you know, maybe we got to spice it up a little bit. She didn't give a new policy when I walked away. She said she's going to expand at-home health care for Medicare, which is a good policy of hers.
And look, on another subject, politicians have got to stop treating immigration as an issue to scare up votes in an election. And instead treat it as the serious challenge that it is, that we must finally come together to solve. I will work with Democrats and Republicans to sign into law the border security bill that Donald Trump killed. When I was Attorney General of a border state, I saw the chaos and violence caused by transnational criminal organizations that I took on. And when I am president, we will quickly remove those who arrive here unlawfully, prosecute the cartels, and give Border Patrol the support they so desperately need.
Fuck yeah! I wasn't off base when I said the deportation thing. Like that. Go back to the earlier rant that I was doing as a joke, and then match it up against what Kamala Harris just said.
Work with Congress to pass immigration reform, including an earned path to citizenship for hardworking immigrants like farm workers and our dreamers. As Commander-in-Chief, I will make sure America has the strongest, most lethal fighting force in the world. Donald Trump, on the other hand, has shown his contempt for our nation's heroes, calls them suckers and losers, called a 4-star Marine general a, quote, lowlife. I will always honor, never denigrate, the service and sacrifice of our troops and their families, and fulfill our sacred obligation to care for them. I will strengthen, not surrender, America's global leadership. And I will stand with our friends, because I know that our alliances keep American people safe and make
talking about Israel.
America stronger and more secure. Look, world leaders think that Donald Trump is an easy mark, easy to manipulate with flattery or favor. And you can believe that autocrats like Putin and Kim Jong-un are rooting for him in this election. I will always uphold our security, advance our national interest, and ensure that the United States of America remains, as we must forever be, a champion of liberty around the world. America, we know what Donald Trump has in mind. More chaos, more division, and policies that help those at the very top and hurt everyone else. I offer a different path, and I ask for your vote. And here is my pledge to you. I pledge to seek common ground and common sense solutions to make your life better. I am not looking to score political points. I am looking to make progress. I pledge to listen to experts, to those who will be impacted by the decisions I make, and to people who disagree with me. Unlike Donald Trump, I don't believe people who disagree with me are the enemy. He wants to put them in jail. I'll give them a seat at the table. I pledge to you to approach my work with the joy and optimism that comes from making a difference in people's lives. And I pledge to be a president for all Americans. And to always put country above party and self. I love our country with all my heart. And I believe in its promise because I've lived it. I grew up as a child of the Civil Rights Movement. My parents would take me to marches in a stroller, where crowds of people of all races, faiths, and walks of life came together to fight for the ideals of freedom and opportunity. I've lived the promise of America. I saw how hard our mother worked to give her daughters the same chances this country gave her. Growing up, I was blessed to have family by blood and family by love, who instilled in me the values of community, compassion, and faith that have always defined our nation at its best. I've lived the promise of America. I've spent my life fighting for the people who have been hurt and counted out, but never stopped believing that in our country, anything is possible. I've lived the promise of America, and I see the promise of America in all of you. In all of you. I see it. I see it in the young people who are voting for the first time, who are determined to live free from gun violence and to protect our planet and to shape the world they inherit. I see
36K chat of cynicism and negativity. Damn, you're right, dude. I should fucking... People in here should be listening to her talk about how she's going to have the most strongest, most lethal military and how she's going to deport those who are illegally here. As a Democrat running for president against Donald Trump, should be excited at the prospect. You're right. Like, you do understand, first of all, yeah, it's actually 38,696 people who are filled to the room with cynicism. Cynicism of what they're seeing. Cynicism of what they recognize means for the future of America. Okay? I don't know how you can look at this, even if you're voting for Kamala Harris. I don't know how you can look at this and fucking be like, yeah, shit's not good at all, as a matter of fact. Does this speak to you? Actually. Does it actually speak to you? It doesn't speak to me at all.
Nearly 250 years ago, America was born when we wrested freedom from a petty tyrant. Across the generations, Americans have preserved that freedom, expanded it, and in so doing, proved to the world that a government of, by, and
75,000 people apparently went out there to listen to her.
Endure. And those who came before us, the patriots at Normandy and Selma, Seneca Falls and Stonewall, on farmlands and factory floors, they did not struggle, sacrifice, and lay down their lives only to see us cede our fundamental freedoms.
What?
They didn't do that only to see us.
Like, why fucking yeah when you don't have proof over what you're upset over? I'm fully for her, and yeah, no fucking shit, it's not good. But fucking choose a lane to be upset over. You can't be a Kamala writer up until 6 months ago when it was better for you to be a negative cunt and going middle road. Are you hallucinating? Have you just like closed your eyes and plugged your ears for the past 6 fucking months? What the fuck are you talking about? You think I have no issues with the way that Kamala Harris has run her campaign? You think I have no issues with her legislative agenda? Are you fucking dumb? Even before Kamala Harris, a lot of the arguments that I have for Kamala Harris are actually arguments that I directed towards Joseph Robinette Brandon. That's the ironic situation here, is that like she also, not only did I dislike Kamala Harris in 2019, but also a lot of my criticism towards Kamala Harris has been her rushing towards this supposed centrist Brandonian position. Also, I love that you openly said you're fully for her, and yeah, no fucking shit. This speech is not good. So you're directly fucking advocating for the thing that I'm saying. There are plenty of people in this community that already early voted for Kamala Harris. They don't want Donald Trump to win. They went out and they plugged their nose and they fucking voted for Kamala Harris. And they're still just as disappointed as you are. The difference between you and them, on the other hand, is that they're not trying to fucking fantasize about an alternative future, an alternative reality. They're recognizing what is going on. They're recognizing the problem. I think this speech was the exact same speech that she's delivered time and time again. Nothing different, nothing new. And clearly that message has not actually been all that successful. They've been pumping every fucking television. They've been pumping every TV station with ads in all of these key districts, reiterating these positions over and over again. And it hasn't been good. It hasn't been positive at all. Here's something really important from, of course, friend of the show, one of my favorite authors, one of my favorite journalists, Osita Nwanevu. Okay? He said, whatever happens next week, Democrats are eventually going to have to contend with the fact that some of the most pivotal voters in the electorate, including more and more non-white voters, think our political norms and institutions are bad and have considered Trump on that basis. This was the underlying resentment that people had towards Hillary Clinton in 2016, something that the Democratic Party has basically brushed aside. Like they forgot, as though 2016 never happened. And I don't just mean Donald Trump won in 2016. I mean their underlying resentment towards our institutions existed in 2016. That's why that Donald Trump won. Someone wanted to blow up the system. That's why they fucking took a shot in the dark and went with Donald Trump. Okay? And the Democrats ignored it. And here we are, still ignoring it. This is really interesting from Zach Carter, okay? Another great writer, columnist for Slate, okay? He says, very interesting that so much of the persuasion game is focused on conservatives who think norms and institutions are good and making them comfortable with the idea of switching parties. Do you not recognize what's going on? We are staring down the barrel of fascism, okay? Right-wingers are ripping everything apart and using the instability to say shit is fucked up. And more people are on board with shit is fucked up. Democrats are desperately trying to hold on to a coalition of people who are like, shit's not that fucked up. This election cycle was worse than every other election that I've covered. Okay? It's terrifying. It is genuinely terrifying that the Democrats are like, no, it's fine. Shit's not that bad. Come on. My anger and my resentment for the Democratic Party will always be because of their capitulation to the right. It will always revolve around their framing of right-wing values and right-wing issues with a liberal veneer. Okay? That is what is fucking frustrating about this. I agree, but I worry that the problem is that many in the key U.S. political norms and institutions are in fact bad, and there's no way to fix most of the worst ones without a constitutional amendment. The general feeling of cynicism is right. The prevailing diagnoses and solutions these voters are hearing are obviously terrible. It would be ideal if the Democrats began offering others rather than a return to politics as usual. Democrats love running the appeasement route to right-wing charlatans, to like straightforward fascists, okay? They do it. They do it over and over and over and over and over again. And then, when they're done doing that, they turn around and they say, what do you expect? They will call her a communist. Well, guess what, dumbass? They're calling her a communist anyway. The fuck are you talking about?
Be about the change from Trump.
Now listen to what the
to
CNN
future,
panelists have to
not
say.
About Joe Biden, which is where the Trump campaign was.
And the former president certainly helped out with the rally he had. Gretchen, I just want to play something the vice president said tonight.
America, for too long, we have been consumed with too much division, chaos, and mutual distrust. And it can be easy then to forget a simple truth. It doesn't have to be this way. It doesn't have to be this way. It is time to stop pointing fingers. We have to stop pointing fingers and start locking arms. It is time to turn the page.
The majority of Americans think the border problem needs to be addressed politically. Why wouldn't she say something to alleviate their concerns? Oh my God. 60% of Americans also want conditional amnesty afforded to all citizens. The Democratic Party never addresses that, nor do they ever talk about that. They only fucking talk about deportation. They only talk about right-wing border apprehension. They only talk about border control. You are framing an issue around made-up Republican concerns and saying you're the only one to fix it. That is an idiotic way to fucking operate. Why did you accept a multi-million-dollar exclusive streaming contract from the very company you describe as evil and utilizing slave labor? You know very well they are using you to peddle military ads and funnel people to signing up for Amazon Prime but have no problem with it. Why are you such a greedy capitalist? Can I ask you a serious question? If you despise me that much, if you despise me this much to this degree where you're like, why aren't you living out in the mountainside? You know what I mean? On your own. Like screaming the same things that you're screaming from a soapbox next to a metro station instead of the most prominent, loudest, broadest platform that you can arrive at. Okay? If you despise me to that degree where you want to set forth insane expectations that do not correspond to my worldview, that are not hypocritical at all, especially when it's impossible to avoid any kind of monopoly in terms of like being online. Amazon owns AWS. That's like 60% of the fucking servers online. And the rest are owned by Microsoft. It's not like they're a great company either. It's impossible to avoid capitalism. We are living under a capitalist organization of the economy. But having said that, if you despise me to that degree, the question is, why don't you want to punish me? Why don't you want to punish me by advocating for things that will take away my wealth, my ill-gotten gains? Okay? Why don't you want to punish me by demanding that I pay higher taxes? Ask your Democrat, ask your local Democrat to punish me directly by doing that, okay? All right? You feel me? It's possible to avoid. Don't act like you need to accept the contract from Amazon. I'm on an Amazon platform, and I'm a fucking loyal servant to Amazon, okay? You got to play ball sometimes, and I do. And that's probably the reason why you're so annoyed, Because in spite of all of that, I'm still here. You know? Also, I don't have a contract anymore, so I don't know what you're talking about. I'm literally currently not running ads. You can still subscribe, though, if you have an Amazon Prime account, as a matter of fact, by connecting your Amazon Prime account or your wife's boyfriend's Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, and you'll get one free Prime subscription a month. Yeah. That way you'll be able to dodge the auto pre-roll ads and everything else. Asman takes sponsors. Shut the fuck up. Smartest Asman fan. Yeah, I know. Like, everyone has a different way of generating revenue. Asman isn't on the left. They would absolutely laser you if you did the same shit Asman does on his Zag channel. Yeah. If you decline the contract, does that make the border crisis more real? Yeah, that's what what would have happened. If I had not been a loyal servant to Amazon, my goat, my king, Jeffrey Jebediah Bezos, that the border crisis would be real in the minds of everyone. Everyone would recognize the real harm that's happening, and that Kamala will be the only border czar, the border police. He wants you to be poor so you have no resources to say shit. Exactly. I like that most people don't realize that the contract also is not just about running ads, but also about earning a fair distribution of the revenue that you generate for the platform, which is, you know, one of the foundational tenets of any kind of socialist movement. But hey, that's fine.
This campaign believes are gettable with the C words like common ground and common sense. We don't know, but they believe that they have about 3 to 5% of undecided or gettable voters, and that this is the kind of message that those Haley voters, many of them are probably Haley voters, will actually be open to.
Dems moved to the right when Biden beat Bernie, not when Hillary lost to Trump. Bernie or buses were right. Capitulating to corporate Dems leads to fascism.
And she's asking them to come on style.
That's not true.
She's making them do most of the work on policy. Their hesitation with Kamala, they have hesitations about Donald Trump. Right? If you're a Haley voter, you've got a hesitation about him. But their hesitations with Kamala Harris are on ideology.
But objectively, you didn't listen. I don't want to. This is your job to debate him, but she gave a lot of policy there.
She did, but nothing on ideology. She's not. Home health care is not an ideological.
No, her
issue.
ideology is America, right? Her ideology was I am like the story of like how you proceed in America, how you can achieve in America, and you know I think that's something that she was really trying to.
Ideology.shop, where you can purchase the merch that I'm wearing, USA made.
A table
made in the United States with unionized labor.
We're not. I mean, who knows? But that is certainly what.
That's what they're talking about. The election collection is live at ideology.shop.
A permission structure. Liz Cheney was trying to give a permission structure for Republicans to vote for her. She is certainly trying to keep that door open.
Well, just look at Pennsylvania. If you want to drill down there, 42,000 people still voted for Nikki Haley, even when she was a month out of the election. And Trump only won by 44,000 votes in Pennsylvania. I mean, that alone could turn it. So even if some of those disaffected Republicans...
Let's just play something she said, trying to kind of draw a contrast between how she views her political opponents, how Trump views them.
And to people who disagree with me, Unlike Donald Trump, I don't believe people who disagree with me are the enemy. He wants to put them in jail. I'll give them a seat at the table.
Yeah, ew.
That was an olive branch. I mean, in my mind, that was an olive. Whether or not it works, who knows? But that was an olive branch to those disaffected Trump voters who maybe will vote not on policy, but on saving America.
In terms of like ground.
That's such dumb wish casting, dude. Like the polls have literally not moved. Okay. The polls on that front have not moved. This is very, very, very frustrating. Okay. I hate it. I hate it so much.
Donald Trump has won the people who voted early by 5 points in a state that the Republicans haven't carried since forever. So I think that the ground game proofs in the pudding and who shows up, and I think Republicans are doing okay.
But just to clarify real quick, that is true, but it's also because Republicans might be culturally voting differently earlier rather than on Election Day, which is what they historically do.
It's a part of it.
Bash, Jamal Simmons, thank you. Gretchen Carlson as well. Thanks so much. Coming now, the former president speaking tonight in Allentown, Pennsylvania, which according to the mayor is home to more than 35,000 Puerto Ricans. 2 nights ago at Madison Square Garden, one of his warm-up speakers likened Puerto Rico to his words, an island of garbage. The so-called comedian also aimed racist slurs at Latinos, Black Americans, and Jews. Today, the former president told ABC News, quote, "I don't know him. Someone put him up there. I don't know who he is," which, by the way, is what he always says about people he's desperately trying to distance himself from. And about the rally, which saw other speakers as well spewing out hateful messages.
This is the real reason why I still think Kamala Harris is going to win, in spite of running a dog shit fucking campaign consistently and reliably, trying to desperately lose. This is the real reason.
That was the greatest.
Because people can fucking hear Donald Trump.
I mean, Madison Square Garden is really big. It's big and it's beautiful. The thing went all the way back to the river. The love was unbelievable.
Well, it wasn't the love. Just to remind you,
Here's another brilliant take from Osita earlier. The main question I have for the Harris campaign and analysts at this point is why the college-educated moderates and Republicans the campaign's been focused on for weeks aren't helping in the polls already, if there are still gains to be made. Trump has only risen since this pivot. They seem to be betting that we'll be surprised by this demo on Election Day in ways that aren't actually showing up in the polls. And maybe we will be, I suppose. I think it's a false reading of the polls as they currently are in terms of the margins. They've essentially remained the same since September.
Together. And these Latinos, they love making babies too. Just know that. They do. They do. There's no pulling out. They don't do that. They come inside, just like they did to our country.
and of course the Puerto Rico slur. Late today outside Philadelphia, the former president said, quote, "No president's done more for Puerto Rico than I have." Joining us now is Victor Martinez. He lives in Allentown, where he owns the Spanish language radio station La Mega. Mr. Martinez, I appreciate you being with us. What are you hearing from your listeners about Sunday's rally?
Listen, let me tell you, there's no doubt the Puerto Rican community here in Pennsylvania is pissed off. They are not happy. They are expressing their anger towards what happened on Sunday. They can't believe that this was actually said in a major...
Wait, so a comedian can't make a joke, but Tim Walz and Hillary Clinton can call any Trump supporter a Nazi? That's so offensive. Wait, do we get another one? Is this guy baiting, or do we have another Trump supporter in here? I think I popped off on the other Trump supporter too much. So I'm just going to be gentle with this. I'm a liberal, and I love Kamala Harris, and I'll be very sad if she loses. Please stay in here and keep repeating all of the wonderful talking points that you have that we've never heard before. Guys, stop calling him a Nazi, please. He's going to run away. We want more hogs in here. I want to fucking hear from the hogs. Call me Kamala Harris the way I'm fucking capitulating to the hogs, okay? I'm begging them.
concern about what was said, he could have come out that night. These speakers were all before him.
We
He
need to
could have come
give
out.
new pets a seat at the table, a seat in my cabinet.
I don't approve of what was just said. We have, and said whatever he was going to say. He chose not to do that. He still hasn't done that. How much do you think the so-called joke about Puerto Rico, the refusal to condemn it, how much do you think that might hurt him on Election Day in Pennsylvania or elsewhere?
I think it will definitely hurt him. I mean, you have about 500,000 Puerto Ricans in Pennsylvania. About 300,000 of them are registered to vote. If 1%, 2% of those Puerto Ricans decide to come out and vote or change their mind on who they're voting, that could cost them the election. But listen, this is not just about Pennsylvania. We have about 100,000 Puerto Ricans that live in North Carolina. We have about 50 to 60,000 Puerto Ricans that live in Arizona.
You're
We
not
got,
even Muslim.
Wisconsin.
No.
We got Puerto Ricans living
My name is
all over
Hank.
this country.
J.D. Vance has tried to kind of downplay this. He said that Americans have to, quote, stop getting so offended at every little thing. What do you say to that?
Listen, more important, what I have to say, my audience was, again, mad at the fact that these people can acknowledge that that wasn't right, that was completely out of bounds. You don't just call any country, and then for us Puerto Ricans, you don't call Puerto Rico trash or garbage. There's two things that, Puerto Ricans, we are proud people. There's two things that for us are sacred. That it's the island and the flag. If you mess with any of those things, we'll come back hard on you. And just to give you an example of how deep this situation has gotten, the Puerto Rico representative in Washington, Jennifer Gonzalez, which is a very strong Trump supporter, and right now the candidate for governor to Puerto Rico, said this afternoon in live television in Puerto Rico that she acknowledged that this situation will cost Donald Trump in those states where Puerto Ricans live. So a strong supporter.
Yeah, I mean, myself included, but like everybody's kind of farming this Puerto Rico thing a little bit too hard. This Kamala Harris speech shows why the big debate over fascism versus the economy as a message was a false choice. What? Kamala Harris's answer literally was, Kamala Harris's answer to the fascism that Israel's doing in Gaza right now was, we're going to lower the egg prices. So I don't know what they mean by that. Biden looked so awful, I had to move away from that. What is it? Biden doing his best deplorables bit? Donald Trump has no character. He doesn't give a damn about the Latino community. Just the other day, a speaker at his rally called Puerto Rico a floating island of garbage. The only garbage I see floating out there is his supporters. My fucking goat. Say it, dude. Watch the Republicans cry, oh, deplorables. They're calling us deplorables. Yeah, dog, if you go to the Nazi rally at MSG and you fucking clap like a goddamn seal at a third-rate hack-ass fucking quote-unquote comic being like, Puerto Rico's an island of trash, then yeah, you're a fucking piece of shit. You suck. And your life will always be fucking miserable, and you will constantly spiral out of control every single fucking day, day in, day out, not realizing what you should be angry at, and people like Donald Trump will be able to use that anger, that frustration that you have to their own advantage.
Happen. Again, because that's all we hear about. Oh,
here's Harry
Trump's
Anton.
going to outperform his polls. So I went back and checked out whether or not a party outran the polls 3 presidential election cycles in a row in the key battleground states. It's never happened. It's never happened. 0 times since 1972. So if the polls are going to underestimate Donald Trump once again, that would be historically unprecedented. Now, maybe you want to make the argument that Donald Trump himself is historically unprecedented, but what normally happens is the pollsters catch on, hey, we're underestimating, we're not taking into account some part of the electorate. They make adjustments, and I think that helps to explain why we have never seen that the same party has been underestimated 3 times in a row in presidential elections, at least over the last 52 years.
And Harry, you're seeing other evidence here that a polling miss, as we'll call it, wouldn't necessarily even benefit Trump as much this time.
Yeah. So, if we went back to 2020, right, all the polls, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, those three key Great Lake battleground states, they favored Trump by a wide margin. But there was this group of pollsters that actually had Trump out ahead. And indeed, Donald Trump's best polls in 2020 were 8 points better than the poll averages in those states. So there was this idea, this universe, hey, maybe the averages are really underestimating Donald Trump. This time around, the question that I had was, are there still these polls that may indicate that the averages are really underestimating Donald Trump? This time around, there's really not the evidence for it. The best polls for Trump actually only have him running about 3 points ahead of the polling average in the key Great Lake battleground states versus the 8 last time around. So last time around, there was this group of pollsters that said, hey, wait a minute, the polling average may be underestimating Donald Trump. This time around, John, they simply put, do not exist. And one little last thing, I'll note that those polls that really underestimated Donald Trump were still too good for Donald Trump, the polls that indicated that the polling average was underestimating Donald Trump. So I wouldn't be surprised if even this is indicating, hey, wait a minute, these polls that suggest that Trump will do better than the average are actually too good for Trump.
Interesting way to look at it. And of course, we talk about 2016, 2020. We have had a big election since then.
That's exactly right. So, if the idea is that maybe the pollsters have, in fact, been making adjustments, you might have seen it in 2022. And what do we see in 2022 in Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin? Well, it turns out that the average poll in those states actually underestimated Democrats by 4 points. It underestimated Democrats by 4 points. And I want to apply that to the electoral map, because if it turns out that the polls underestimate Donald Trump, or underestimated the Democrats, like they did in 2022, what happens? Well, Kamala Harris wins a sweep because she wins all these Great Lake battleground states. She wins down in the Southeast, and she wins down in the Southwest, and she gets the 319 electoral votes. The bottom line is this, dear audience and Mr. Berman. I think a lot of folks are sort of counting in that Donald Trump will, in fact, be underestimated by the polls. But when I'm looking at the evidence, I think you got to hold on a second. Maybe that'll happen. Maybe it'll happen. But I think that there are folks who are underestimating the idea that maybe Kamala Harris will be underestimated by the polls at least a week out.
A public service announcement from our senior data reporter, Harry N. Thank you.
Thank you.
Much.
New Dave Wasserman article. Uh-oh. What do Feasterville, Milledgeville, and Nashville and Saukville have in common? They're all within my picks for the 13 best counties to watch for clues on election night. Okay, well, I'm not going to subscribe to Dave Wasserman's. What? Even if all the young people boycotting voting to support Palestine, do you think Kamala can still win? Yes. Yes, I do. And I have said this over and over again. Her chances of winning have gotten worse and worse the more she's presented herself to the American population. But I still do think that Kamala Harris has a chance of winning this election.
And to culturally like to vote on.
All right, let's look at
We want to take a closer look at where this race stands 1 week away. Let us turn to the king of the big board, NBC.
I think that is not how margin of error works. What are you talking about? He's just describing poll crowding. Do they think poll methodologies weren't adjusted after 2022? All I'm hearing is that polls aren't that great. Okay. The only thing that is a saving grace for Kamala Harris here is that Donald Trump is running a really bad campaign. There's not any other way to put it. Okay? He's focused way too much on weird culture war shit that doesn't track. He's dropped the ball on communicating, if he had even a plan at all, honestly, on the economy. And he is ramped up the rhetoric over and over again to a degree where it's like genuinely gross for people. So much so that even though people don't want to vote for Kamala Harris, they still most likely will. That's it.
ABC's national political correspondent Steve Kornacki. Good morning. So here we are. This is the national race 1 week out. This is the snapshot.
And we say it's close, but I think one thing to keep in mind, too, is remember the last two elections when Donald Trump ran looked very different at this point. So Harris with an advantage nationally now on average of 1.1 points over Trump. 4 years ago, on this day, the national poll average was Joe Biden by 7.4 points. Look at that difference. Go back to 2016 on this day. Hillary Clinton's advantage.
Damage control. Oh, God. When Biden said, a White House spokesman said President Biden was referring to the comedian who supported Trump and insulted Puerto Rico. A comedian who appeared ahead of Trump at Madison Square Garden in New York City on Sunday called the American territory and island garbage. Biden, in Zoom call with the organization Voto Latino, said the only garbage was the hatred of Trump supporters who said such things about American citizens.
Or Puerto Rico, where I'm in my home state of Delaware, they're good, decent, honorable people. The only garbage I see floating out there is his supporters. His demonization is seen as unconscionable, and it's
Yeah, my goat. He said his supporters are fucking garbage. I agree. My goat. My goat. Yeah, Trump supporters are fucking garbanzo beans, okay? You're garbo. You're fucking garbo. Oh, I just want to be racist in peace. Let me be racist. Let me be racist, and then you can't say that I'm garbage. How dare you? Meanwhile, Donald Trump's like, we're going to kill everyone to the left of, like, we're going to kill everyone to the left of Marco Rubio. And his board's like, yeah, that's why I'm voting for him. But God forbid, somebody out there fucking says, hey, man, if you like that shit, you're garbage, okay? You're a bad person. How dare you? How dare you? I'm going to slaughter you extra hard. It's like, no, you're not, dude. You're going to slaughter the fucking jalapeno poppers in front of you. That's the only thing you're going to slaughter. And then inevitably, it's going to slaughter you with heart disease. Shut the fuck up. That's my message to the fucking Trump supporters. Does Kamala disavow? Fuck them. I love that Trump can run on using the military against enemies from within and a metric. Are you going to finish that Jordan Kleber video? Yes. Trump says wildly racist shit. He's just hyperbolic. Biden says Trump supporters are garbage. Oh my God, he's a monster and a fascist. I know. There's just no, dude, this is the same exact nonsense. I'm not even going to say Hitlerian policy because people are going to be like, you're exaggerating. I'm just going to write out exactly what he's saying. Enemies from within. Mass deportation camps. Libbed up. That's not libbed up. It's correct. Fuck the Republicans. Suck my dick. I wish liberals were like me, okay? I would be libbed up if that was the case. That's the problem. Liberals are pussies. They're too fucking scared to actually fight Republicans, okay? They never want to correctly point out how ridiculous the Republican insanity is. They want to get Republicans to vote for them. They want to love Republicans. They want to hug Republicans. They want to fuck Republicans. They want to be Republicans. That's my problem, okay? I want someone who's going to fight. Not whatever kind of bullshit Kamala Harris is presenting. Like, oh, yeah, I'm going to have fucking Republicans in my cabinet. Oh, my God. Oh, sick. Thanks. Using the military against the enemies from within, mass deportation camps, and that immigrants are poisoning the blood of our country, but God forbid someone correctly calls them trash for supporting that shit. This is what a lot of people don't understand. This is why I will never vote for a Republican. Okay? Oh, they're all pumping it. They're all pumping it. Look at this. All at the same time. They're all doing the same shit. Madam Vice President, when President Biden called Trump supporters garbage moments ago, did he mean older people like my parents or young people like my children, nephews, and nieces? Let me explain it to you. Yes. If they are voting for Trump, they're all garbage. Joe Biden using dehumanizing language towards 80 million Americans. Like, do you hear this shit? Do you hear this shit, dude? I hate this. I hate this so fucking much. This does not work on anybody. And I hope that this will cause Democrats to at least not be fucking pussies about it. Okay? These people crying after calling Palestinians subhuman for the past year scum. Yes. They will be pussies. Target the critique to the Democratic Party response because looking at Trumpers is a waste of effort. Like, this stuff is so lame. It's so lame. As though we can't see them running the Haitians eat cats and dogs for a whole month. Springfield, Ohio, shutting down. It falls flat after this crowd tried to play the original comment off as a joke. Now they're acting like it's a big deal all of a sudden. Yeah, it's fucking bullshit. It's just, this is like the same thing that they tried to do. This is the same thing that they tried to do with the political rhetoric has really gotten out of control. We got to tone it down. Okay? Remember when they did that after Trump got shot by a registered Republican and they were like, well, you've been calling Trump's fascist policies fascist, so of course someone was going to shoot at him eventually. Democrats really need to tone down the fucking rhetoric. It's like, that didn't work. You want to know why it didn't work? Because Americans, regardless of how pussified the Democratic Party is, regardless of how much they want to fucking love the Republican Party, regardless of how much they want to hug and kiss the Republican Party, even then they were like, yeah, no, this is not going to work. What do you mean? Biden's out here continuing to sabotage the campaign from within. No, I disagree. Kamala will distance herself from Biden's statements by tomorrow. What are the odds? She probably will, because she fucking sucks. Okay? You want to know why she fucking sucks? She should be distancing herself from Biden, not on this, but on Israel, Palestine. Okay? That's what's fucking annoying about it. Because her distancing herself from Biden is so stupid, because Biden is communicating the actual feelings that many people have. When Hillary Clinton, the most annoying establishment Democrat, a beacon of privilege and elitism, called what at the time many Americans thought was a person who was going to shake up the system, that was more moderate than the average Republican by many metrics in terms of like social shit, okay? Calling Trump's supporters at that time basket of deplorables, especially when you're Hillary Clinton, was genuinely annoying. But we're not in that time frame anymore, okay? When she was still correct, by the way. She was still correct. She was still correct. It's just that Hillary Clinton was the worst person to say that. And one might even say, Hasan, Joe Biden is not the best person to say that. Yes, he's not, but he's still correct. There are a lot of people that are going right now to a fucking a ballot box and dropping in their vote specifically because that's how they feel about Trump and that's how they feel about Trump's supporters. This is just a gaffe, just like the other thing was a bad joke. Oh, God. Neek Skit, I can tell, like, I forgot that this was your new username, but I can tell from the fucking stupid things that you're saying that it's still you. This is just a gaffe, just like the other thing was a bad joke. Like, both sides can de-escalate and admit wrongdoing here. Isn't that horrible? No president should be calling Americans garbage just for supporting their political opponent. Dude, if that's your metric, then yes, you should literally be the biggest, like, not both sides are on the situation. Okay? If your metric is, oh my God, a president said that people who believe that Puerto Rico is trash, people who believe that we should do mass deportation are trash themselves, that's crazy. That's so shocking. Well, let me tell you a thing or two about what Trump says on a regular fucking basis. Okay? Are you fucking stupid? There is no both sides. If you got one side that's literally like, we're going to use the military on people that I consider to be undesirable, okay? And the other person's like, hey, man, voting for that means you're fucking trash. And you're like, well, both sides have some differing opinions here. That's crazy. That chatter makes me want to move to North Korea. Yeah, he is already the way that we present North Koreans and their fucking admiration for Kim Jong-un. He does that for the Democrats, I think. Anyway. Here we go. Calls for Kamala to condemn Biden. Kamala Harris was deeply outraged by a comedian's joke. If she has any decency or integrity, she will condemn her partner Joe Biden's despicable statement calling half the country garbage. Oh my God. Oh my God. Anna Kasparian. Ugh. It's literally like they're primed, dude. They're like once there's like a little bit of like reactionary sentiment that you are captured by, it just like overtakes your body. It's like a fucking zombifying mind virus. I swear to God. That's all it takes on one issue. And then slowly but surely, you just like bludgeon your head over and over again against the wall until you've become a fucking shell of what you once were. Chatter is 100% of white chatter if the worst... What? Chatter is 100% of white chatter if that's the worst thing they've ever been called? Yeah, I know. And I say this, and I get fucking called a terrorist Islamist fundamentalist by like people who are voting for Kamala Harris every goddamn day on this broadcast. And yet, in spite of all of that, Republicans are still somehow fucking worse. Okay? It's shocking, I know, because they also feel that way, and then some. Anyway. Fox is talking about it. All right, let's hear it. Ooh, big news. Oh, Joe Biden.
It may be raining. I don't think I'm going to do it. But the president of the United States just called me garbage. I'm a little pissed off about that. I think I'm going to go stand in line. And I'm going to vote. I think that was.
Are you sad? Oh, no, the president called me garbage. Aren't you fucking Canadian? The fuck do you mean you're going to vote? Are you Canadian? Who are you voting for? It's illegal.
Is crazy. And it's 7 days away until Election Day. And apparently O'Leary's going to wait in line to vote right now. Thanks, guys. Dana, good to see you.
Already voted. 4 votes in my house.
Bank it. I like it. More prime time straight ahead.
He murdered a guy drunk driving a speedboat at night. It's not surprising. Holy shit, the media has been all week crying about a joke from a comedian. Meanwhile, Tim Walz called Trump supporters Nazis. Kamala Harris refused to condemn it. And now Kamala's biggest Democrat ally, Joe Biden, is calling all Trump supporters garbage. Absolutely disgusting. Maybe this will fucking light a fire under the asses of the Democratic Party into remembering that there's a goddamn election in 7 fucking days and they start running like it. Who knows? Who knows, dude? Oh my God, I can't believe they're calling me Nazi. I only Sig Heiled like 8 times, okay? Calm down. On the 9th time, maybe we can start talking about my associations with the National Socialist movement. Maybe they'll do it. Who knows? Kamala is going to go on stage and apologize like J. Cole. Yeah. Them's are about to shoot Joe Biden like Old Yeller instead. Oh. Yeah, they can't even call conservatives weird, dude. They're so fucking stupid. God damn it. They're so cowardly. Fuck them. All right, let's see what this guy has to
Donald
say.
Trump has a better marketing team than what Kamala Harris has.
And Republicans.
Yeah, in general. They adopted bro culture.
Yeah.
The things I was into 10 years ago, the same people I used to follow online.
Yeah.
I used to be a big Joe Rogan fan. Who else is there? Bradley Martin. And they adopted bro culture. People who don't even know they're taking in right-wing ideology.
Well, I have had to talk to a lot of people who don't know, and they say that's where they get their information from. And Donald Trump has actually been able to activate and energize that demographic in the electorate, which could put him over the top. So I think you're right about that. And so you don't listen to them anymore. Did you realize that you were ingesting right-wing talk?
Do you really think getting emotionally triggered is the ideal to prove the double standard that each party holds? Wait, what? Emotionally triggered? I'm not the one who's fucking crying about being called garbage, dumbass. You can fantasize about me being emotionally triggered all day, every day. That's not going to change the reality. Just like I'm fucking more swole than you. You know what I mean? You can fucking keep saying like, no, he's soy. He's a libtard. He's a cuck. He's soy. But, you know, this speaks for itself. Okay? Now go ahead. Look at the mirror. Look at what you look like. Okay? Republicans love fantasizing about an alternative reality when they think like maybe if we say certain things that it'll become true. You know? No, you don't understand. Ben Shapiro's more masculine than you because he agrees with me. And by transitive property, I'm more masculine than you as well. You're soy. I'm not the one crying, dumbass. Donald Trump Jr. is. Vivek Ramaswamy is. Oh, I can't believe they called us garbage. You like keep manifesting, dude. It's like The Secret, you know? If you keep repeating it over and over again, if you keep repeating it over and over again, maybe you will also, you know, no longer be the thing that you are that you personally hate about yourself. Trump supporters get off thinking they're hurting others' feelings. Exactly. Trump called America a garbage can.
This to happen to us. She allowed us to be invaded. We were invaded. This was a mess.
Yeah, dude, if you agree with any of this shit, you're a fucking ginormous, monstrous scumbag, okay? Straight up. Don't give a fuck. You're a giant, monstrous pieces of shit. You're garbage. Oh, there it is. The Jordan Klepper guy. He's right there. That's awesome.
Invasion of criminals. She has violated her oath, eradicated our sovereign border, and unleashed an army of migrant gangs who are waging a campaign of violence and terror against our citizens. It's vicious what's happening. They're killing our people. Kamala has imported criminal migrants from prisons and jails, insane asylums and mental institutions from all around the world, from Venezuela to the Congo. Oh, the Congo. They're supplying lots. They're taking them out of their jails. They're opening up their jails, and they're busing them. They can't get enough buses, frankly, because I'm shocked. Venezuela is only about 60% empty. Do you know that Venezuelan crime is down 72%? You know why? Because their criminals are being taken into the United States of America. It's like, I said this, the press gave me a hard time on this one. They said it was very, no, I don't think it's decision. It's like we're a giant garbage can. That's what they treat us like. And these are killers. These are drug dealers. These are gangs, gang members. These are some of the worst people. These are terrorists. And they're treating us and dumping. They're dumping like we're a dumping ground. And it includes savage criminals who assault, rape, and murder our women and our girls. And then they say, oh, my people said, sir, please don't say that. What?
Yeah, dude, this guy sucks. And this guy sucks. And if you like him, you suck too. Sorry. You know, there's a fucking reason why so many of your immediate family members don't want to be around you, you know? It's that. It's the general attitude you have towards, things that are happening all around you that you refuse to reckon with. You suck. Interesting note by Dave Weigel. I'm ready for a 5-day discourse about whether he said supporters or supporters. Ugh. God, Democrats are so stupid. They will probably do that. They'll be like, he didn't mean it. It's like, you can hear it, dude. You can hear it in the fucking video. You can hear it in the video because he's right. But of course, liberals have a genuinely fearful predisposition, right? So they're going to be like, oh my God, remember when Hillary said basket of deplorables? Like, that's why she lost. No, she lost because she was fucking Hillary Clinton. And nobody knew, well, not nobody, but at least Trump's, plenty of Trump supporters did not know how fucking nutty he was going to get, or at least believe that he could blow up the system in a positive direction. It didn't happen. And, you know, it doesn't fucking matter anymore. So we know what Trump is like. We know what his fucking supporters are like. The average liberal, dog scared. What is this? What is this emote?
Talking points and propaganda?
I did. There was a couple of Joe Rogan interviews that threw me off a little bit a couple of years ago. And then you looked up the names and who these people are, and you're like, well, this guy's an obvious white supremacist or a race scientist. And you're like, how did we get here? It's so confusing.
So that's what I said. I said that black men are subjected to the same media environment than anybody else is, right? Yeah. The same media ecosystem that everybody else is. And so they're listening to that as well.
Yeah, it is. I mean, we all get caught in the echo chamber. Yeah. And everybody, they co-opted things that we're all interested in. Finances, fitness.
So you stopped listening to those guys?
I did. I did.
Cut them off.
It was a complete cutoff. It's
cold turkey.
It's very easy.
Who do you think's going to win?
I don't know. I don't think, based on what I see, we're not all as dumb as I think. Yeah. So I'm hoping Kamala wins. I can only hope.
Kamala.
Yeah. See? Kamala. I'm sorry, bro.
All right.
Was 4.
After this, we'll get to the Jubilee video where Hasanabi heads were represented.
0.6. So the polling has just been much tighter this time around for a long time now.
There were polling misses in 2016 and 2020, so we'll see how much of a differential that is. Let's look at the battlegrounds. We vote by electoral college. Yep. This is where the votes really count. Show us about these swing states.
Yeah, and I mean, you could just see how tight they are. We have the candidate who's ahead sort of here, but the margins are so slim. One thing to think about, though, look at the 3 where Harris does have a small advantage. If she does hold Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, if there's no surprise anywhere else, she will have exactly 270 electoral votes. And from Trump's standpoint, to show you how tight this is, look, the poll right now has him, the average has him slightly ahead in North Carolina, slightly ahead in Georgia. If he gets those two, all he would need to get exactly 270 is to change Pennsylvania, where the average right now is just 0.6 of 1 point to Harris. Do that, and Trump has exactly 270.
Well, that explains why the candidates have been parked in Pennsylvania for the last couple of months for the most part. Okay, let's talk about the gender gap, because it's really looking like this may well be the story of the election. Whose voters show up in greater number?
A good pollster once said that Texas will flip to blue. That pollster was AustinShow. The best. He's not just a good pollster. He is the best pollster. Folks, many people are saying that AustinShow is the best pollster and the best at calling people and telling them to vote for Kamala Harris. He's the best phone banker.
In terms of women and men.
And it's fascinating, Savannah, because our own NBC poll found this recently. Now our friends at CNBC with a new poll, again, showing what would be a historic gender gap. Among men, Donald Trump would...
See, when I see among women, I want to see some crosstabs, okay? Does anyone have the crosstabs for this? What percentage of white women? I'm trying to see something, okay? Because the fact that Donald Trump still has 41% support among women, that's a little crazy. That's a little crazy. if majority of white women are still voting for Donald Trump, Kamala Harris is losing this election. That I will say. Where is it? Where is it? Approve, disapproval, public opinion. We'll get better. No, that's not, they don't have it. Control F, dog. It's not working, dog. Calm down, dog. I don't think they have that. Okay.
With a 17-point advantage over Harris among women, Harris with a 12-point advantage among men. That is a total of a 29-point gender gap. That'd be higher than anything we've seen. The one thing I'd note, though, is
some of the American election graphics in 2040. I read gender lead for votes is like significant, way more women so far in the early vote. I know. My suspicion is that like a lot of women. Look, the last bastion of hope for the Democratic Party is white women voting for Kamala Harris over Donalde. All right. That's it. If that doesn't unwind, it's terrible.
often have talked in the past about the gender gap helping the Democrats. It's often netted out. The Republicans think they may be turning the tables. Again, like in our NBC poll.
White women will save us? No, I'm not saying that at all.
A bigger advantage for Trump.
The question is, will white women save themselves? Okay. That's the question. Are they going to be deluded enough to be like, all the shit that I don't give a fuck about, okay, Kamala Harris is not good on, but the one thing that I should give a fuck about in terms of like reproductive rights or whatever the fuck, right? If that is not enough of a motivator for white women, like that's the peak of white feminism. Like, what the fuck more do you want? That's it. Trump gains with Hispanic men, Harris up with white women. Reuters Ipsos poll shows. Former President Trump now trails Vice President Harris by 2 percentage points among Hispanic men, 44 to 46. Holy shit. Trump's gains have been offset by the increased support for Harris among white women, who favored him over Biden by 12 points in late 2020, but now lean Republican by 3 points, 46 to 43. Oh my God. Nope. More white women are still voting for Donald Trump. Never mind. Never mind. Oh, never mind.
Men than Harris has with women. Republicans think this may net out in their favor this time. That would be a change, and it's a big if, obviously, though.
Okay. Thank you so much. That's where we stand 1 week out. We'll see you soon, Steve. Thank you.
Hey, thanks for watching. Don't miss the Today Show every weekday at 11 a.m. Eastern, 8 Pacific on our streaming channel, Today All Day. To watch, head to today.com/allday or click the link right here.
Let's bring in our political director, Washington Bureau Chief.
84% of voters pick Biden in this county. Here's what they're saying about Harris.
This is probably the hardest election decision I've ever had to make, because I'm basing it off of not my personal self, but my core belief of who Trump is inside is what's driving me towards Kamala.
This is Clayton County, Georgia, just south of Atlanta, where more than 84% of voters picked Biden in 2020.
It's super dangerous to cross-tab dive like this and make any conclusions. Like I said, 10 polls showing the opposite, or a Hispanics only poll by Univision showing Harris up 5 over Biden's margin with them. It's a crapshoot. Lib Dishder is back. It's dangerous to cross-tab dive. Okay, well, I'm looking at 41% of women still supporting Donald Trump. Okay, they've got to be coming from somewhere. Where are they coming from? Probably from the largest pool of voters, which happens to be from the white variety, right? How else does Donald Trump still have 41% of support from women? That's my suspicion. 41% by mass? No, that's what I'm saying. That's like, my point is, how is Trump still able to keep 41% of women? It's because there's a fuck ton of white women out there. There's more white women than any other kind of woman in this country. There's more white people in this country than there are any other kind of person. And my point is, white women have voted for majority Trump in the last 2 elections. There was a white woman running for president, Hillary Clinton, and they still voted by like 54% for Trump. And then there was a white man that was running for president, and they still voted majority, I think it was like 52% for Trump. Or wait, is it 52 then 55? 41% is not a lot. Oh my God. In this election, 41% is a lot. It's definitely a lot. The difference now is Dobbs. Thank you. That's why I'm saying 41% is a lot. That's my point. That's my point. That's why I'm saying, like, will white women respond to Dobbs and actually fucking vote along their own self-preservation boundaries, as in the largest group of women voters are still white women? Will white women still go by majority numbers of Donald Trump, or will they vote for the Democrats? That's literally what I'm saying. Roe v. Wade, Roe v. Wade, Roe v. Wade, Roe v. Wade. That's Dobbs. Roe v. Wade. That's it. That's my argument. Plenty of white women voted against abortion access even before the overturning of Roe v. Wade. Oh my God. I know, guys. I know. And also, no, it's not even plenty, okay? It's half of the 30%. Please. So 15%. Like, you're ridiculous. Out of all those who voted, plenty of people voted for Donald Trump, not really thinking about fucking abortion at the time. You are no longer making that decision. You're not making that choice. Okay? Abortion is the key issue in this election. The economy is significant as well, but abortion is the key issue. And if the majority of white women still go to Donald Trump, then it's cooked. That means white women are like, nah, fuck that. I don't care. I'm white first, woman second. By the way, I have seen people doubting in chat what Hasan is saying. He's right. In 2020, Biden won all women by 11%, but he lost white women by 7%. There you go. People don't understand how percentages work. White women still comprise around 60% of the entire women vote, okay? So if the majority of white women are voting for Donald Trump, And Donald Trump is making gains in Hispanic women too. He's not making gains in black women, obviously, but like he's making some gains in Hispanic women, and white women still overwhelmingly vote for him. That actually hurts Kamala's chances quite a bit, especially because this is the most resilient, most significant fucking difference between the two parties. Your misogyny is showing, Sweaty. Yeah, I know. once again, my statement that no, I don't support all women. Some of them are very dumb. Rings true. Okay? This is true. Like, if you are a suburban lady and you don't give a fuck about Palestine, you don't give a fuck about anything, you're in like a comfortable situation overall, and you see one party over the other straight up be like, yeah, I don't care. I am literally interfering in your pussy, okay? I am coming in and I am cutting the bond and your patient-doctor relationship that you have, and I'm going to interfere in that affair, and you're still like, yeah, I'm going to go with that party. You're a fucking idiot, dude. You are. Like, many people make significantly more complicated decisions in their lives in terms of like who to vote for, okay? There's a whole bunch of shit that they care about. But all of these fucking people that Kamala Harris has been like trying to captivate, trying to capture, are the fucking suburban white ladies. You're forgetting religion? Guys, abortion is not popular, okay? Anti-abortion is not popular. Stop saying you're forgetting religion. Oh my God. There has never been a poll where it is polled over 25%. Please stop. It's not religion. It's not religion, okay? It's not. There are plenty of fucking Christians who also don't give a fuck about the government interfering in abortion. Okay? Goddamn. How did Kaya shrink? It's because I groomed her and she shed a lot. My mom is a white woman and claims to be a feminist and has had an abortion. She's pro-life but believes Israel should have carpet bombed Israel. You mean Israel should have carpet bombed Gaza? A lot of them are hypocrites. I know. Anyway, let's continue.
Makes Clayton the most Democratic county in all this year's swing states.
2020, when Biden won, it was Clayton County who turned Georgia blue and got Biden the presidency.
How so?
Our people turned out. Clayton County turns out. We expect the same for Kamala Harris.
Almost 300,000 people live here, and nearly 70% are black. The campaigns are fighting hard for these voters. Kamala Harris was just here with Stevie Wonder. We spoke to people at black-owned businesses about what they were thinking in the last weeks before the election.
As someone from Alabama, I disagree with your analysis that Christians aren't against abortion. I don't know what the latest numbers look like in Alabama, but I'm willing to fucking bet that even in a deep red state like fucking Alabama, where the literacy rate is like 10%, people still are like, yeah, maybe you should be able to get a fucking abortion. Majority, okay? Majority. There is not a single state in this goddamn nation where protecting a woman's right to choose is not the majority, overwhelming majority, okay? No. Views about abortion among adults in Alabama. Illegal in all/most cases. Legal in all/most cases. When is this from? When is this from? When was this polling done? Live debunk. Yeah, most likely pre-Dobbs. Dude, there are we don't have to fucking like hypothesize about this. We don't have to fantasize about it. Okay? Yeah. Missouri abortion ballot measure is going to pass. It's 52% for, 34% against. Thank you. Kansas, Kentucky, Ohio. Okay. Do you understand? Do you understand? Florida. I mean, Florida makes sense. Texas. Protecting abortion in the form of a ballot measure always passes. Okay? Nearly 2 in 3 Americans believe abortion should be legal. Alabama political reporter. In Alabama, 55% of people surveyed supported abortion being legal in most or all cases, while only 12% support abortion being illegal in all cases. That is from a more recent survey. March 1st, 2023. That survey that you sent me is probably a much older survey. The Pew survey was from 2014. 2014. Now, I didn't have access to that information. How did I know? I didn't know that. How did I didn't know that that survey was done in 2014. How did I assume it was? Is it because I had the gift of fucking foresight? No. It's because I understand what things look like. Okay? Stop relying on your fucking coworkers. Anecdotes from your coworkers are not an adequate substitute for empirical evidence, for data, okay? You talk to like 8 of your dumbest coworkers that are, spending a shitload of time on Twitter, and then you fucking turn around and you're like, nah, you don't understand. I live in Alabama and every single one of my coworkers was anti-abortion. It's like, okay, so what? Jesus Christ. Yeah, I work at the Anti-Abortion Corporation in Alabama, and all of my coworkers at the racism factory love Donald Trump and also love denying women the right to choose. Democrat, yeah, that was another one. Democrat who ran heavily on abortion rights and IVF wins Alabama special election. I wonder how that happened. Now do you understand? How come it changed so fast? How come it changed so much so fast? What do you mean? Guys, what do I always say? Like 90% of Republicans vote for Republicans, and when asked about the impact of the legislative agenda of the Republican Party, they say, that's not real. You're making it up. That's it. They don't know what they are voting for, okay? But once actual changes happen and people start fearing for their lives, then there is no obscurity, okay? There is no more obscurity. Everybody knows the Republican Party, specifically the Trump Republican Party, took away this medical access. And if you got a pussy in fucking Alabama or Missouri or Kentucky or Kansas, unless you are the most brain broken dipshit on the fucking planet, you're like, God damn, I might fucking die. Okay? I might not be able to get this medical procedure now. That's a very different calculation than voting for Trump because you think he's going to save America, voting for Trump because you think that he's, doing this or that. It's a very different calculation that you're making post-Dobbs. Me looking at my Alabamian pussy. It's crazy. That's why I'm shocked that like white women still are just like, yeah, I got a pussy, but fuck it. Maybe I'll die from an ectopic pregnancy. I'm voting for Trump. Like, how the fuck do you make that calculation? That's actually insane. Like, I don't understand that. White women are white first, okay? They literally forget that they're women, I think, sometimes. Like, what the fuck? It doesn't make any sense. You don't think religiosity plays into this at all? Dude, America is nowhere near as religious as you make it out to be. Please stop with this bullshit. We are literally held captive by like an increasingly shrinking demographic of sociopaths. Okay? What the fuck are you talking about? Religiosity? Like, church attendance is at an all-time fucking low. Okay? Americans keep reporting, more and more Americans keep reporting that they do not believe in anything. Okay. There's no fucking religion. The Republicans are constantly crying about that. And you're still like, no, religiosity is the reason. No, there's a shit ton of different reasons. One of the major reasons is just awful dog shit education. Okay. What are we talking about? It's funny. Yeah, you're right. It's like someone said the evangelical vote is representative of the white supremacist vote, not the religious vote. Thank you. You're right on the money with that. Evangelicals are more... Evangelicals literally became an active voting bloc with the moral majority, Paul Weyrich, that fucking demonic scumbag. It was a Catholic himself, by the way. Not even fucking evangelical Protestant, who activated the evangelical Protestant base on the grounds that they did not want to go to school. They did not want their children to go to school with black children. Okay, that's it. The American evangelical movement as an active political bloc has always been one that cares about white supremacy. That's it. There's no argument there. You cannot fucking argue with me on like religiosity. Like, they don't give a fuck. They voted for Trump. What do you mean? He's like the fucking Antichrist. What are you talking about, religiosity? It has always been and will always be about enforcing segregation. Okay? It will always be about racial domination. Stop. They literally got on the scene because they wanted to keep schools segregated. Okay? They used religion for dummies to be like, no, it's our religious freedoms to keep our schools what? It's fucking ridiculous. You should go to the South. I think your opinion would change. A lot of religious people still. Dude, remember what I just told you about the Alabaman chatter who was like, I don't understand. Like, a lot of my coworkers or a lot of the people around me anecdotally fucking, don't want abortion to be legal. And I told you that you cannot substitute anecdotes for data because it will cause you to have sampling biases. It will cause you to paint a false reality. It's the same. Okay? My argument for you is the exact same. I respectfully disagree. Okay. Sure. Yes. Southerners are all fucking religious cousin fucking monsters and they all hate abortion. Please do not look at the data. Please do not look at the many ballot measures that will pass with overwhelming majority support in each and every one of these fucking red states. Yeah, people are literally making the Andrew Tate argument.
I'm really not into politics, but Kamala Harris, her movement, I will say I support two things that she said and is doing. The $20,000 loan thing for the black entrepreneurs, I really like that because it gives us a chance to, get our businesses up off the ground. And another thing is she's trying to legalize marijuana. Because, a lot of us get locked up just for our cars smelling like weed. It's a lot of synthetic weed out here, a lot of fake weed that's, bad for us.
You want it to be legalized and regulated.
Yes, and what gets me the most is it's banned in the South, where it's mostly African Americans or black people down here. But up in the other states, the union states, the blue states, whatever you want to call them, it's legalized.
Well, who would you vote for if you do decide to vote?
I don't know, maybe Harris.
And why?
Just listening to some of the stuff that she's said so far as like helping people. I'm big.
Why are all these interviews in barbershops? I don't know, man. I think white people don't know where to find black people. Like, no disrespect to this journalist. I like her. She used to work at Vice too. But I just genuinely think like white people saw barbershop and they were like, oh, that's where black people are. And I mean, it's not wrong. Like, black people do go to the barbershop. but it's just like, it is funny that everyone is just like, oh my God, there's a barbershop here. We have to go interview the people.
Gonna help him.
So why would you be undecided right now then?
I would have to say because this will be.
Yeah, everybody knows if you want to see white people, go to a diner. Be nice. Elle is one of the only good CNN people. No, I do. I do like her. She's great.
My first time.
Yeah.
First time, like, woo, okay.
The bald black voter is not being considered. It's true.
My mom, none of them, they've never done it, so.
We found a little more ambivalence about Harris than we expected based on past voting here.
I'm indecisive. I'm gonna be straight up with you.
That's okay. Tell me more. Why?
Because it's two of the lesser evils. They're all bashing each other and saying this and saying that. Then I take that and I go do research. When I research it, I'm like, but I do know one thing. Trump is so bold that if the aliens is coming, he gonna tell you.
So in an Independence Day scenario,
yes,
he would tell you to evacuate.
He would tell. So I mean, he can't keep his mouth shut.
What are your constituents saying about the election?
You get a mixed bag of peanuts. You get a lot of people that say, go Kamala. You get a lot of people say, I'm not into politics. And then you even have voices say that I'm voting for Donald Trump.
Early voting numbers were really high. Woo. What do you think that means?
I think that means people have something to vote for. I think that people are impassioned, emboldened. They're excited to vote for something. I'm just hoping they're voting for Kamala Harris, honestly.
We are house divided.
Really?
At this time, my husband, he's more leaning towards the Trump side, and I'm leaning more towards the Harris side, but I'm still trying to persuade him to come to the other side.
And what is his objections?
Well, he just doesn't feel that like a woman is fit for the job, so to speak.
What you getting, 10 fade? And then we bringing the top down. I'm gonna be honest with you. During his time in presidency, a lot of money was flowing around.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that was kind of like my reason for being like, hey, if you're gonna do that again, you run that back. He does a lot of stuff for shock value, just to get you to look at him. You know what I mean? So I don't really be taking none of that stuff serious. I'm gonna take my time with it, cause it's like the lesser of the two evils type of thing.
One topic of conversation has been the idea that some men don't want to vote for a woman president. Do you think that's a factor?
I hear that a lot.
Yeah. What do they say?
Women are too emotional to run the country.
And what do you think of that?
What do I think of that? I'm married. You think I'm about to answer that?
But what do you say to them?
What do I say to them?
Yeah, when they say that.
I tell them the same thing I told you. I'm married, and my wife run my household. So, you know what? If they run the household like that, they could. I believe they can do it. I just thought about it. I believe a woman could run the presidency. I believe that.
I've never seen a president tweet so much out of emotions.
So to say a female cannot run the country.
Yeah, that's the craziest part about it is like Donald Trump is not only incredibly zesty, but also the most emotionally not regulated person on the planet. Like, it's just like, oh, women are emotional. You don't even hear that much this time around from like most people. It's just like Donald Trump is the number one. He's the messiest bitch of all time.
Because of emotions, and then the person she's running against stay on Twitter all day reacting because of emotions doesn't make sense. There are some men that are very much emotional. Their emotions might come out in different ways, anger, rage, but it's still an emotion. If y'all say a woman can't run the country because she's emotional, well then he can't run the country because he's emotional. And that's all we got. It ain't like we got 10 candidates to pick. We got 1 and 2. So it's, you want the emotional female, so to speak, when I say, and I'm quoting it, emotional female since women are emotional, or do you want the emotional male?
In the Harris campaign's latest push to appeal to male voters, Tim Walz sat down with AOC to play video games.
Harris campaign sacked for ridiculous play to win over young men. All right, let's do it. 60 Republicans versus Democrats debate the election. 2 hours? 2 hours? 2 hours? Are you fucking kidding me? What the fuck? Hell no. That's part 1. There's a part 2 as well. God damn. Let me finish the Jordan Klepper video while I think about it.
Identified as a cat, and several of her students.
I gotta pee.
Come on, that you know.
And
you know that's not a real story.
Gotta subscribe to the Hasanabi broadcast. Even though I'm not running ads, you can subscribe to get a bunch of goodies like emotes. Persian magistrate. By the way, I don't know if you talked about this already, but Aspen Gold is back now, so we can literally spell out word for word racist and supremacist stuff about brown people that Nazis used to say about Jews, but not get permabanned. But God forbid you say anti-Semitic stuff, you're gone forever. That isn't a case of double standards by Twitch. They're not even shameful about it. Here's my assessment on this. If you say anti-Semitic stuff, you should get banned. Okay? What kind of fucking stupid question is this? Yeah, if you are bigoted in any way, shape, or form, you should get banned. I don't give a fuck about like some weird like hypocrisy baiting conversation here. Okay? What the fuck? I've never said anti-Semitic shit. And yes, I would deserve to be banned if I did. Okay? Ridiculous. Okay, that's awesome. He was a fucking... Yeah. Don't you advocate for the advancement of Hamas in Gaza? So you should get banned? Don't you advocate for the advancement of Hamas in Gaza? Brother, I advocate for Israel to no longer maintain an apartheid state. Okay? If you consider that to be an anti-Semitic statement, you might be anti-Semitic yourself. Okay? There is no like inalienable quality to the Jewish community globally that says like they have to fucking love Israel and that they support Israel unconditionally and that Israel's values that it represents in terms of doing a fucking genocide in Gaza is like some kind of Jewish value. Okay? You are the anti-Semitic one. I am not. He'll be put in jail if Trump loses. Oh my God, I hope.
If he loses, man, what?
You're fucked, dude. I'm fucked. If he loses, I'm fucked.
Oh my God. Oh my God. This motherfucker's about to make me go get on the Mamala train, dude. Oh my God. Oh my God, dude. Please. Please, please, please. That'd be so sick. I'd vote for her a third time if she locked them up. Yeah, prosecutor gang. I'd be so pro cop. You don't even understand, okay? I have become a single issue voter. My issue is locking up Elon Musk, the number one transnational criminal gang supporter. Okay? He is the number one transnational criminal of all time.
Clear. Respectfully, are you a trans person?
I'm not.
So you're taking up space where I believe a trans woman should be here talking to me, to be quite honest, because I feel like we as trans women need to be having these conversations.
Oh no, is this fucking rage bait? Oh yeah.
Abolish this economic model and create a new one. Thank you.
Sounds like you guys have some people to vote for.
Favor of the first gentleman, raise your hand.
Parker. Even Sean the Black said the first part is ass. Is systemic racism still an issue? All right, let's see this.
All right, we're going to move to the Republicans. You have 3 minutes to select your speaker.
All right, if you are confident on race relations in America, please raise your hand.
So I am speaking from the perspective, I grew up in a very far left family. I was super woke my entire life, so much so that in 2020, I was cast to be on a Netflix show teaching people how to become a BLM activist. In the process getting ready for that show, I started...
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, he's like, I've been a grifter and I'm still a grifter. I'm just grifting in a different direction because I saw that there was more money to be made. Okay. I saw more money to be made. And I'm a failed actor.
Started studying the counter arguments, and it completely flipped my perspective of being black in America. And I really,
dude, this is like Aiden Ross levels of stupidity. Like Aiden Ross having like Holocaust deniers on to convince him as a Jewish man to believe that the Holocaust might not have happened. Is like that level of stupidity to be like, yeah, as a black man, like I really got owned in the marketplace of ideas, and it just totally made me reconsider all of the experiences that I've had in the United States of America. That's awesome.
realized being black in America is a very easy life. So I would love to speak on this topic. It's what I do for a living.
All right, I feel like I'm best to argue this topic because I'm black in America. I experience it every single day, and it's what created my political views, and I feel like I'd be pretty good up here discussing this with somebody.
So personally, my vote wasn't going to be for me. It was going to be who I think should go. We have Connie on the other side, who is a previous conservative black woman. So I think for, honestly, fairness sake, we should have someone who is a previous left-wing black man. I think that would be a great topic and discussion to have.
So who votes for Xavier? Raise your hand.
Damn.
All right, Xavier's the speaker. Connie,
you're fucking cooked, Joshua.
Xavier, let's come to the middle.
Nice to meet you, Xavier.
Yeah,
That's a very king name, Xavier.
I know that's right.
Hey.
So I don't believe that we have a systemic racism issue in America anymore. I feel like we have a systemic disempowerment issue. And what I mean by that is really two things. First, let's start with the rhetoric that is put on black people. So you and I disagree on pretty much everything political.
Dog, you know this dude is this motherfucker. Uncle Tom's favorite nephew. Ew. Ew, dude. What the fuck? What? Ew, dude. Ew. Why do professional black Republicans always do this? Like, escape the plantation. Uncle Tom's favorite nephew. Is like, why are you adopting white supremacist framing and white supremacist language voluntarily to describe yourself? It's so weird, dude. Yeah, I mean, he's a PragerU guy, so of course.
Politically, and I will fight tooth and nail for you to be able to speak your piece and say what it is that you feel. But me, as a black conservative, I'm called an Uncle Tom and a sellout. And it makes you just sit and wonder, who is it that I'm being sold out from? This belief system that we have to have this unapologetic, unwavering.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty simple. Both parties are pretty fucking racist. It's just that one party at least like politely says that there is some underlying racism and maybe we should fix it. They don't really do anything about it. The other party's like, hell yeah, we're racist and we love racism. We want to do more racism. Yes, everyone that's not white is inferior to me and to you. That's it. That's literally it. It's just, and I think this is a reality that most black people also understand. It's just like, it's the devil you know versus the devil you don't type of situation. Like, that's it.
Perspective of just loving what the Democrats tell us to believe is an issue. And it goes into the BLM thing and how for so long we were told that we were supposed to be terrified of police officers who are literally the people who are supposed to be protecting us. The other part of that is when we start looking at what is actually hurting us on a systemic level. Let's look at policy. One of the biggest things that are hurting Black Americans today is policy regarding crime. We have all of these woke DAs who are putting forth policy about
He said, we need more Klansmen as DAs, okay? Can we go back to a better time when lynchings were happening? This is what I like as a black man. Also, there's no real racism in America. My man said woke DAs, dude. What are you saying?
About like, or getting rid of policies, I should say, with like the 3 strikes rule, which is allowing repeat offenders on the street. We got.
Oh my God. Dude, oh my God. He said we need to repeal the 3 strikes rule. Or like he said repealing the 3 strikes rule is a bad thing. Sorry. Yeah, we need more mass incarceration.
Rid of the cash bail system, which again is letting criminals back on the street, and all this different list of issues where they're even decriminalizing theft under $900. Who is that destroying? Businesses and opportunities in Black predominant areas. So when we talk about why we're still struggling, that has a big reason because we're losing our opportunities.
Yeah. I would just like to say that I empathize on every position that you have that you explained to me, especially when talking about people calling you names.
Why are you always doing too much with black people? Leave them alone. I want to go back to lynching. Like, I get it, but fucking relax. Man, shut the fuck up, okay? God damn. Yes, dude. It's because I'm racist. That's why. It's because I'm fucking racist, dude. You got me. Okay? You got me because I'm a fucking racist person.
People saying really mean and nasty things to you, demeaning you.
Like, there's a line, okay, when talking about or to black conservatives. I do not cross that line, okay? I might come near that line, but I do not cross that line. So shut the fuck up. I understand the boundaries, okay? Like,
you because of your race, I would argue. I experienced that as a Black conservative, and it was the hardest part of being a Black conservative. But I don't understand how you can have this perspective as a Black man in America that there is no racial tension and no racial discrimination when we as Black women are 3 to 4 times more likely to die giving birth, when Black men are twice as likely to be killed on death row than white men for committing similar crimes, when you have the Hopi Nation of people who don't have clean water to drink. There's a diabetes epidemic because there is no clean, accessible water that they are able to afford.
one thing I've noticed is Hassan definitely doesn't like criticism. I don't like that. Do you have no capacity to analyze what just unfolded in front of your eyes and you just respond to shapes and colors? Is that what's going on? Yes, dude. A cynical radlib framework that chatter was operating off of is unimaginably annoying. You think I don't encounter that on a daily basis a million times over, in especially progressive spaces like the one that I've cultivated here? Shut the fuck up. That's not criticism. Someone saying you're doing too much on black issues is not like real criticism, okay? What the fuck do you mean? Especially when I'm in the process of describing systemic racism. It's so stupid. People have no way of like analyzing what just unfolded. Okay?
I don't understand how you can have these positions that there is no racial disparities and that these things weren't set up against us when there is so much going against us in this country. I would say, as a woman who has experienced police violence, I was pregnant when I experienced police violence. I told them I was pregnant and they still mishandled me. They did not see me as a citizen. They did not see me as somebody to serve and protect. And by the way, there is no constitutional basis for serve and protect. They are not constitutionally obligated to serve and protect you. I just want to tell you this. I told them I was pregnant and they still mishandled me. They didn't see me as somebody to protect. They saw me as a... That's what they saw.
So a lot to unpack with that, and I'm truly sorry that happened to you. I think one thing to start with the middle ground that we can agree on is that, or two things.
He's going to say there's bad apples in the police force.
Really, is that there is still racial tension. Now, if that's a systemic thing, I wouldn't say. Are you going to encounter racist people? Absolutely. Are you going to encounter racist people in positions of power? Unfortunately, absolutely. That's a very real thing, and I do think when it comes to the criminal justice system, even black conservatives, look at the Blexit movement. One of the biggest things that the Blexit movement...
The Blexit movement. Come on, dude. Yeah. Look at our jobs program. Like, come on, dude. The Blexit movement. Look at black conservatives. A whopping 8%. It's crazy, okay? There's dozens of us. You understand? There's dozens of us, and every single one of us has been hired by a Republican think tank. Okay? It's weird. The only thing they keep asking of me is to keep saying, as a black man, I know what racism looks like, and insert whichever political figure on the Republican side has been accused of being a heinous white supremacist charlatan is not a racist. Please look at CPAC. Look at the RNC. One, there's never been, at least in contemporary society, not in the past, but post-party swap, post-Southern strategy, there's never been a fucking black congressional representative on the Republican Party that has not come from a majority white district. Black people do not vote for black Republicans. Okay? That's number one. Is that surprising? I don't know. Let's think about it. Interesting. I wonder why. Okay, that's number one. Number two, go and watch CPAC videos. Go and watch videos from the RNC. Go and watch videos from any number of Republican conferences. Okay, they live stream them. Pay attention closely to what the black speakers talk about. Okay? White speakers talk about a litany of different things that the Republican Party is doing really well. Black speakers are specifically put there to talk about how the Republican Party and the Republican platform is not racist. Okay? That's all they got. That's all they do. One must ask the question, why?
Which stands for Black Exit, exiting the left, is criminal justice reform. So with that being said, I empathize with what you're saying and I understand your perspective there. But that being said, when it comes to systemic racism, that would infer that there's this whole system that is holding you down because you're a black woman.
But there is.
But here's the thing, is there's not. There's over 2 million black millionaires in America. Black women are outpacing in education in so many different metrics compared to every single demographic. I mean, just look at yourself. I mean, just hearing you sound very educated. You can't have all of these different success and be self-made in a country that is oppressive to you because of your skin color. We've seen what that looks like in the past, and that is just not the situation that we're in anymore. Because as I look at you as a black woman, there is not a single thing that this white man, no shade, can do that you can't do. You are capable.
I would like to disagree with you because I think that all throughout American history, we have had black people, we have had indigenous people, we have Chicano people, we have people of all races and colors that have beat the odds, but that does not mean that those odds are not there. That does not mean that those odds are not there. A lot of people on the conservative side like to say, like, oh, well, you have all the same legal rights and responsibilities that I have. There's no law against you as a black person.
Correct.
The law is not an entity in and of itself. Law is a social construct. We enact laws in everything that we do every day of our life.
She's great.
And the way that people enact laws is what affects these disparities, what allows black men to be imprisoned for the same drugs that white men are doing, what allows black women to be dying on operating tables, giving the same birth to the same babies that white women are giving. And so I think that if we're talking about America in and of itself, why are we having these discussions about Ahmaud Arbery? Why are we having these discussions about Breonna Taylor? Why are we having these discussions about Frank Tyson, who was killed in my hometown because they kneeled on his chest? He was dying and he begged them to help him and they said, shut the F up. And he died there under their knee.
So a couple quick things with that. So with some of the issues you were talking about, such as black women dying on the operating table, unfortunately what that is, that's a socioeconomic issue. And I feel like what a lot of people attribute to being an issue that has...
That's a socioeconomic issue? Okay. Why are black people underserved on average in comparison to their white counterparts? Why is it that the black son of a black middle class family has less job opportunities, even if they have the same exact fucking educational attainment of a comparable white son of a white middle class family? You can't just say, oh, that's a socioeconomic issue, while simultaneously saying systemic racism is not real. Okay? Also, the issue in terms of like black women dying during childbirth is it transcends class boundaries. Like, his argument is not only wrong, but even if his argument was correct, his counter was correct, oh, it's like a money problem, that still does not undercut the main premise here that like systemic racism is still a problem. You can't just like wash that away by saying it's socioeconomic. It's very simple, okay? Either you believe that there are intrinsic qualities to black people that cause them to be in the positions that they are right now, which means that you believe that they are inferior genetically, like something that black people have that causes them to be in the position that they're in right now, or you believe that there are external qualities, which is systemic racism. That's it. People can masquerade and say, oh, it's just culture. Oh, it's just this or that. But like, ultimately, black culture is all American culture, okay? It is the number one cultural product that Americans consume and Americans export. There are more white people in this country, and therefore more white people listen to rap music, for example. So even when you say black culture, what you're actually trying to substitute is that black people, I guess, like react to black culture differently than white people. There has to be something that is wrong with black people then. That is the reason why a lot of these people that say like, oh, it's just black culture, it's not the black race, are just racists that are embarrassed and are trying to hide the underlying racist sentiment. Dumb take. This is wrong. Dumb take. Why can't you guys, why are you physically incapable of just addressing what is wrong about it instead of just being like, this is wrong and dumb? I will not elaborate further. Rage baited. Okay, good. Take a day off.
To do with systemic racism is really socioeconomic, because you don't see wealthier black people having those issues at the same rate. If it was a systemic racism issue, it would have to do with race, not to do with wealth. And then when we look at situations like some of the names you said, let's start with Breonna Taylor. The way that the media lies to black people to gaslight us into thinking that we need to be terrified of police officers is absolutely unacceptable. If you really look into the tea that happened with Breonna Taylor, we were lied about. They lied to us about that whole situation. Breonna
Are you
Taylor,
talking about the Tatum report? That one?
I'm talking about all of it. I'm talking about the whole system. I don't need to look at what Brandon Tatum has to say about it, but I think he had a lot of intelligence things to say about it. Because if you go and you look at the actual facts of what happened with Breonna Taylor, she was knee deep in that criminal investigation. That being said, with the...
What? Bro, what the fuck? That is just a lie, dude. What the fuck? That is an insane lie. Also, here's the other part. Here's the other role that black conservative spokesmen play as they put a black face on white supremacy. Okay? That is to get away with shit that like racist white people would not be able to get away with saying. It is once again creating a permission structure for racist white people to feel more comfortable because they're like, see, a black person agrees with me. Candace Owens does this as well. It's really fucked up.
The reason I bring that up is I'm not saying that her dying was something that should have happened. However, you can't ignore that her boyfriend shot first. You can't ignore that they were at the right house. When I first heard
Breonna Taylor's boyfriend, Kenneth Walker, fired first when police broke the door off the hinges. The bullet hit an officer in the thigh. He later told police he thought Taylor's ex-boyfriend was attempting to break in. Officers returned fire, including one officer who was fired 10 rounds blindly into the apartment. Yeah. In the middle of the night, when someone is breaking into your apartment and you fucking shoot at them, it's, you know, it's your understandable position. You have a right to defend yourself. Fucking no-knock warrant on a wrong house, too.
heard about Breonna Taylor, back then I was a BLM activist. I was out there marching for Breonna Taylor, literally, because I thought that this black woman was minding her business, laying in her bed, and a police officer came and shot her in the window.
Okay, but
that
you
is
have
not what
homeowners'
happened.
rights. If we're talking about guns, you as a homeowner, you do not know who is entering your home. You have the right to shoot.
They announced.
No, they didn't, because
Yes,
there's
they
actually
did.
3 different neighbors who each contested that they did not announce themselves. But if I'm being honest, it's not even just socioeconomic, because they did the same study with black women and white women of the same socioeconomic stature, and black women still died more. Yes. Why are we poor? Because this country was.
Why do I think he's lying? It's because he is lying. He's just straight up lying. He's a straight up white supremacist. You cannot be a conservative commentator, especially as a black person, without fulfilling a very specific role. That role is straight up justifying white supremacy and white supremacist talking points on a regular basis. That is what you're there to do. That's it.
Set up to make us poor, because we were given a culture of desperation that makes us poor, because we were set down hundreds of years down the line. We do not have the education we need. We do not have the reparations we need. We do not have everything we need to thrive and to strive. They killed our leaders. They killed Martin Luther King.
Wrong house. What news you reading? Wrong house, as in the supposed quote unquote investigation that they conducted to be able to get a fucking search warrant, to get a no-knock warrant, was not justifiable at all. That Breonna Taylor was not even remotely involved. The fuck are you talking about? Breonna Taylor's a nurse, dude. Fact check. Separating the truth from the lies in the Breonna Taylor police shooting. The facts. What happened at Breonna Taylor's apartment. Claim. Police were at the wrong apartment. Various Facebook and Twitter posts claimed that Louisville police went to the wrong apartment the night of Taylor's death when they served the search warrant. Ben Crump, a Florida attorney involved in the Taylor case, wrote on Twitter, police had the wrong address and their real suspect was already in custody. The Courier-Journal obtained copies of the 5 search warrants that Louisville police received authorization as a part of the narcotics investigation. Wait, this is correct. What are you talking about? 1 was Taylor's apartment. 3 were in the Russell neighborhood for adjacent homes on Elliott Avenue, and 1 was for the house of West Muhammad Ali Boulevard. The Muhammad Ali Boulevard was not executed. The search warrant for Taylor's home includes her street address, apartment number, and photos of her apartment. Yeah, they still went to the wrong house. What are you talking about? Unless you think that Breonna Taylor is not a nurse, but instead a fucking drug dealer, then yeah, they went to the wrong house, dumbass. What do you mean? Your fact check. Hello? R rating false. The search warrant for Taylor and her home explicitly identified her and her address. Yeah, the Louisville police was not Did you not read? This does not. The argument is not whether or not the police had a warrant to go to Breonna Taylor's house, you fucking idiot. They did. The point is that she is not a drug dealer. They believe Taylor had ties to Glover, one of the main suspects in the investigation. However, the search warrant they used to enter her home contained erroneous information that Taylor was receiving suspicious packages tied. Do you guys just like Google fact check Breonna Taylor and then just like post it in here? You said wrong house. You said wrong house. Not unreasonable. I don't understand your point. The fucking fact check that you sent me literally proves what I'm saying. They went to the wrong house, as in, not that they didn't have a search warrant for that house. They went to the wrong house because there were no drugs there. Breonna Taylor was not involved in this fucking drug case. The detective literally lost their job for claiming that that was the case. What the fuck are you talking about? The article itself literally proves that. Are you okay? Like, when I say they went to the wrong house, okay, I thought you meant the wrong house as it wasn't the right people. No, that is what I'm saying. It wasn't the right person. Breonna Taylor was not the right person. What are you saying? Do you have a hard time with reading comprehension? Because the same article that you sent me that says this was false literally proves the point that I'm making. No, they're just taking you out of context on purpose. They know what you mean, but are going off of your exact words was a gotcha. It's really a mystery how you, of all people, have the dumbest shadows of all time. The reason for that is because a lot of people want to feel smart, or at the very least, they come in here because they want to debate this kind of stuff. That's why they come in here.
King, they killed.
Who's they?
I'm talking about the CIA, the FBI, the American government.
That's T. That's T. I actually have a middle ground thing that she.
Yeah.
Said.
So let's let Connie start, and then you respond. Okay. What's a middle ground you want to offer between the two of you?
I think I would agree with you that the Black community and many communities of color are currently suffering a crisis.
No, don't agree with anything.
With you on is that Black people were essentially set up to fail in this country, but the thing is, if we're really going to get into it, who set us up to fail? The Democratic Party. I mean, if we look at everything just from the welfare system, are you familiar with the whole origin of that? And then a lot of people try to say, oh, they switched sides. No, they didn't. That is a myth. But when you look at the welfare system, it was set up to keep us poor.
I'm not hearing any overlap. I'll give you.
I heard a lot.
Okay, let's give you one more chance.
We need to give our communities of color more tools to thrive in this country.
I think we need to give all Americans more tools to thrive in this country.
Oh my God, bro. Oh, see, this is the problem with liberalism in general. Not saying that Connie is a liberal. I don't think she is, because she said a bunch of stuff that I don't think is in line with like liberalism. But I do think that this is the problem with this sort of rhetoric and how right-wingers dominate this shit.
And I think that we've already given Black Americans so many. I mean, just look at affirmative action and DEI, but no one wants to have that conversation.
Affirmative action actually benefits white women the most.
Oh, I've seen. Trust me, I know. But it's still helping Black people, too, because you can see Black people.
He's like, I mean, that he's just revealing his perspective. He's like, I wouldn't mind if it helped white women, but I hate that it helps Black people.
who should not be in the colleges that they're in, they're there. To find a middle ground with you, I do think that there is still more progress to always be made in our country when it comes to healing racial relations. I don't think that we need to do things that are too artificial to get there. I don't think we need to give anyone special treatment. However, I think we need to put more tools and resources in the communities that need it most.
I would just have to disagree with that prompt. I don't think it's special treatment when white people have had special treatment in this country for over 200 years. I'm sorry, you can scoff all you want, but it's the truth. And you know it's the truth, so I'm sorry.
Okay, so we're going to put a pin in it. It's basically, I feel like we heard.
Something that I've mentioned before is that, like, the previous historic wrongs committed were dished out on the basis of your skin color. You cannot offer restitution to that without addressing that problem. Okay? It's very weird when people try to be like, no, you don't understand. Like, it's just, why not everybody? It's like, first of all, he does not want that to happen for everybody because he's a Republican. Okay? He doesn't want that to happen at all. It's a classic Republican deflection to be like, oh, well, what about, what about homeless veterans? Anytime they try to fucking, anytime that anybody tries to talk about immigrants, they're like, oh, what about homeless veterans? It's like, you don't care about homeless veterans. You don't care about homeless people at all. Okay? You don't. Shut the fuck up. You're just using that as a talking point to deflect away from the main point of contention here.
Heard a good summary of both of their perspectives, so we're just going to take their perspectives. So,
did he say that? I'm using an analogy. I'm using a argument that is used by Republicans often in a similar vein. Okay? Him saying, oh, we need to uplift all Americans when she's talking specifically about uplifting black Americans to right historic wrongs that were done to black people is a deflection mechanism.
So, based on those statements that we just heard, raise your hand if...
Dude, of course you're pushing the Nazi Trump propaganda. What? Oh, I'm going to throw up. Don't take the bait is hard.
If Connie's statement resonated with you more. Okay, anybody on this side disagree with Connie?
I appreciate your respective standpoints on how you both handle this, and I think you both had some great points, and I agree.
No, they didn't. No, they didn't. Stop. What's the next question? What should America's stance be on the war in the Middle East?
Please raise your hand.
Okay, I just
strategy, but you used to live there, and now there's not necessarily safe.
Oh, this is the crazy lady.
I
Find an agreement, a middle ground statement that you would both stand by, and then we'll share it with the group, but you have 10 minutes to discuss the issue and get to that point.
Yeah, so I think one thing we can agree on is that it is against U.S. law under the Leahy Law and the Foreign Assistance Act to supply military aid to a country that is violating international law abroad.
Okay.
And we know from the U.S. Department of International Aid and Development, as well as the U.S. State Department for Refugees and Migrants, that Israel is guilty of blocking and obstructing humanitarian aid to the Gaza Strip, particularly within the first few months of the war. And that's why the ICC chief prosecutor that Israel said was their preferable candidate has applied for arrest warrant applications to top Israeli officials.
This guy knows a lot.
Why the ICJ is currently on trial with Israel for a case of genocide, and why the ICJ has already weighed in on that the illegal occupation in the West Bank needs to end. And we also have had a Security Council resolution when the United States abstained from the Security Council that once again there should be an immediate ceasefire. The only time that the most amount of hostages were put back in Israel.
What are these fact checks? The U.S. abstained from the UN Security Council resolution in March because it was a watered-down version brought forward by Russia and China, not what the State Department described as a comprehensive version. The U.S. always supported a ceasefire in exchange of releasing hostages. What is happening with the fucking Jubilee fact checks right now? They're going nutty mode. What the fuck?
Was when there was a ceasefire and a negotiation and a hostage exchange between Hamas and Israel. Israel has actually killed more of their hostages than they've rescued. They have shot and killed Israeli hostages.
Hamas released 105 Israeli hostages during a ceasefire between November 24th and 2023. In total, approximately 117 of the 251 hostages have been released.
Waving a white flag, speaking Hebrew. That is the kind of conduct that Israel uses in this war.
There's a lot that was put into that first statement. First of all, the ICC had to push off their case against the genocide of Israel for lack of evidence. Number one,
The ICJ ruled in May that Israel should halt its military operation in Rafah. The ICC was not hearing a case against Israel. No, the ICC had to halt prosecuting its case against Israel because Mossad literally went after the prosecutor that came before Karim Khan. They're going after Karim Khan as well. They went after Bensouda and even went as far as to get the United States of America under Donald Trump to issue, to literally sanction her. Okay. The ICC doesn't prosecute countries. The ICC prosecutes people. Yes. The ICC prosecutes people. The ICC was prosecuting on the basis that people in the Israeli government were conducting a genocide before Karim Khan.
I'm speaking now. Number two, oh my God, there is so much. So, okay, Israel is our number one ally. There is so much work between Israel and the United States, and I understand the America First strategy, but you have to understand there is so much intelligence going back and forth to keep Americans and Israelis safe from all of the terrorists coming out of the Middle East, number one. Number two, Israel's fighting 7 fronts right now. They just killed a Hezbollah leader that murdered 100.
According to Foreign Policy magazine, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said that Iran is fighting Israel on a 7-front war. Iran itself, Hamas, and militant groups in Gaza, Hezbollah, Lebanon, Houthis in Yemen, Iraq-backed militias in Iraq and Syria, and efforts to arm Palestinian militants in the West Bank.
42 Marines that
I like that the fact checks are agreeing with her.
had a bounty on his head by America. That has happened now twice where Israel has murdered terrorists because they had killed not only U.S. military personnel, but also were just bombarding Israel.
Fact check reiterating what Benjamin Netanyahu said is all you need to know about these facts that are being checked.
And they don't care who they kill, Muslims, Christians, Jews, mosques. They don't care. They just inadvertently bomb the city. Okay, number one. Number two, there is no genocide. Let me explain why. The Palestinian population went from 500,000 people in the 1940s to 5 million right now, as opposed to an actual genocide where the Jews in Nazi Germany went from...
The population of Palestinian territories was 1.8 million in 1990. It more than doubled to over 5 million by 2022. Fact check. Fact check. Fact check. Genocide denial. Like, what the fuck? It's like saying the Jewish population globally was 12 million before and is now 15 million. Like, what do you mean? That doesn't undermine the fact that the Holocaust happened. This is such a fucking insane thing. This is an insane fact check.
A population of 10 million to 4 million. I'm not done. That is an actual genocide. Why is Israel so good at so many things, but they're just so crappy at genocide? Why is the...
I don't know if Israel's so good at so many things. This is the CEO of the fact check website. What is this fact check? TD Ameritrade, acquired by Charles Schwab Corporation. Straight Arrow News. Mr. Ricketts, a conservative and GOP donor, came up with the idea for Straight Arrow News after a discussion with a longtime liberal friend that left both men wondering why people on different sides of the political spectrum couldn't put their biases aside. Oh, I'm losing my mind, dude. Dude, what the fuck? I feel like I'm going crazy. Thank God for this unbiased man doing the Herculean task of combating misinformation with a straight arrow fact checks. Oh my God. Oh. I'm dying. Bottom of his wiki page, he's an Islamophobe. On February 5th, 2019, Splinter News released a cache of Ricketts' emails from 2009 to 2014. He wrote that Islam could not create a civil society, that we cannot ever let Islam become a large part of our society, and that Muslims are naturally my, in parentheses, our enemy. Included were Obama citizenship conspiracy theory emails and claims that Obama favored Islam over other religions. Also included were multiple racist joke emails that he received and responded to positively, including slurs against black and Hispanic people. He apologized for the emails after they were made public. I'm so glad that we have the CEO of racism doing fact checks over issues that pertain to racism. He gave $2.2 million to Donald Trump's 2020 campaign. Oh my God. Oh my God. I'm going to throw up. I'm going to throw up. This is the guy that's running the Jubilee fact checks. I mean, it smelled weird to me when I looked at the supposed fact checks that were occurring. It didn't make any sense. And now it makes too much sense. I don't think you understand the point behind the fact check bubbles is not just a dispute. Yeah, when this person is saying that Israel's currently not doing a genocide, okay? When its conduct has all the markings of a genocide, when not only that, but also the ICJ is currently prosecuting Israel for conducting a genocide, and that they have found it plausible enough to continue an investigation into it. And her counter is, well, Palestinians fuck a lot, you know? So obviously there is no genocide. And the fact check bubble underneath goes, yeah, she's right. Palestinian population has skyrocketed, so there is no genocide. Then it's not just fact checking, okay? Kaya, please. They're saying that she's right. This is how propaganda works.
The population booming. Number two, what else did he bring up? Occupation. Okay. When I did my genetic testing, it says in my genetic testing, Judea. It tells me that I come from, my indigenous homeland is.
What? What? I don't think that's real. I don't think that's the case. Is 23andMe also just like, it would be weird if 23andMe itself was like so in the tank for Israel, despite the fact that I'm pretty sure that you can't even like directly get a 23andMe test in Israel. That they're like, hey, 23andMe said I'm from Judea, so the West Bank no longer exists and Palestine doesn't exist. To be fair, the Romans called it Judea. That being said, the Zionist lady's a 7-figure net worth plastic surgeon from LA who has appeared on PragerU. Of course, every single person that we watched so far is a PragerU person. Also, hey Hasan, please check messages. Don't populations boom under extreme circumstances? Yes, they do.
Judea. No other religion, when you do your genetic testing, is going to say you come from here or from here, from here. It doesn't say that because Judaism predates the current definitions of ethnicity and religion. It's an ethno-religion, and this is an indigenous homecoming of Jews.
The Jewish people are an ethno-religious group, and Israel is an ethno-religious nation. However, Judaism is not the only ethno-religion in the world. Nice fact check.
I know
Thanks.
the left always likes to say this is oppressed versus oppressor, or it's darker people versus white people. Israel is 70% non-white. They look like
Israel 73% Jewish, 21% Arab, and 5.4% other, according to the CIA. More than 60% of Israel's Jewish population comes from Middle Eastern and African nations. Why this distinction then? Why is it that Israel's own distinction, according to the CIA, its own demographic designation is different? Yes, Judaism is an ethno-religion. Okay, that's true. But having said that, it's quite odd that 60% of Israel's Jewish population comes from Middle Eastern and African nations, from the MENA region. Why are they categorized separately than the other Arabs that happen to be non-Jewish inside of Israel? I wonder what that could be. What's that about? That's weird. That's weird. Itamar Ben-Gvir is, when you first look at him, virtually indistinguishable from any other Arab or Kurdish man because he is Arab and Kurdish. I wonder why Israel chose to make a specific demographic classification on the virtue of his religion. They don't speak Arabic. Yes, they do. Plenty of Arab Jews do speak Arabic. What are you talking about? The fuck? The fuck are you talking about? I work for a plastic surgery conference and we got like 1 million emails along to remove this lady from our faculty list. Her social media is insane. Judea, yeah, my DNA says I come from Agraba. Because Jewish is an ethnicity, they aren't the same because historically they didn't mix much. To be fair, you can actually look at their DNA and differentiate. Yeah, the irony, of course, of that conversation is you could look at the fucking DNA and trace the genetic ancestry of the Palestinians that are living there back to also the OG Jews. Not everyone left. Okay? That also, none of this matters. You can't just be like, sorry, I own this, and then just fucking kill or ethnically displace 1 million people almost that live there and then continue to dominate them for almost a fucking century. Like, that's an idiotic proposition to begin with. Genuine question, why are there different demographic classifications in Israel? I mean, because Israel is a ethno and religious supremacist state. It is fascist inherently. Zionism is inherently fascist. That's what it is.
like me. Okay, there are people of color that have returned home after being sent out from all other places. If you look at the populations of Yemen, Syria, Jordan, Egypt, where hundreds of thousands of Jews used to live there, and now there's less than 50. And in a lot of states, 1 Jew left. So don't talk to me about apartheid. Arabs are allowed in Israel, no Jews are allowed in Gaza. Don't talk to me about apartheid. Don't talk to me about occupation. Don't talk to me about genocide.
So the first thing, you said that the ICC dismissed the case
They
of
didn't
genocide.
dismiss it. They pushed it out because they don't have
first
enough
of all,
evidence.
You don't know what the ICC is because it's the ICJ that is actually
The ICJ, I'm sorry. I work with an organization called ICC. I apologize.
Yeah, so the ICJ is still continuing.
Right, but they don't have enough evidence to close their case. So they have to push it out.
If you know anything about, for example, the Rwandan genocide or the case in Bosnia, these sorts of cases take years to finalize.
So we'll see
They've already given a preliminary ruling that there is sufficient enough evidence that there is a plausible case to be made for the case of genocide. And the reason for that is because, again, the ICC chief prosecutor, Karim Khan, who Israel's was preferred candidate, has said he has sufficient enough evidence to believe that top Israeli officials were using starvation as a weapon of war. And in terms of the in terms of the debate regarding occupation, that has nothing to do with genetics. The occupation is a political reality. It depends on what sorts of states have legitimacy or sovereignty over a specific land. And the ICJ once again has already made their ruling that the occupation within the West Bank is illegal. Wait, do you dispute whether or not the occupation by Israel is illegal in the West Bank? And do you dispute that Netanyahu is attempting to annex Area C?
I dispute the word occupation wholeheartedly and altogether. Because the tomb of Rachel, who is a Jewish matriarch, is in the West Bank. Do you know I cannot go visit the tomb of Rachel, who is in the Bible, because Jews are not allowed to go into the West Bank without getting lynched? Number 2, who brought
Jews are not allowed to go into the West Bank without getting lynched? The West Bank is literally occupied by the IDF. I mean, if you want to go to visit the tomb, abolish the apartheid. What do you mean? You can't go to the West Bank without getting lynched? No one's claiming Jewish people didn't exist in Palestine before Israel. I know. That's like so fucking... Oh my God. There were Jewish people living in historic Palestine as well, under the Ottoman Empire, and also during British Mandate Palestine as well. Like even before the settler colonial occupation.
brought the ICJ case? Who brought it?
South Africa.
Why? Because they were going broke. There was about to be literally a coup against them.
They were going broke. So they were like, let's go after Israel for what? By the way, going to Rachel's tomb is literally a Jewish pilgrimage. I mean, okay, you're sending me this, but I'll have you know that this is moments before they got lynched. So that I imagine that that's what's happening. So guess what? The Israeli occupying force needs to occupy even harder.
And Iran came and said, we'll pay your debts if you do this for us.
So
okay?
I just want to.
And then, but a ton of other countries have joined the ICJ.
Because they're anti-Semitic. Look at the UN.
I want
to. Sand fact check. The countries are indeed anti-Semitic.
Don't laugh. I come from this.
Quiet.
Don't laugh. I mean, it's a laughable statement. Yeah, the UN is anti-Semitic. Everyone that criticizes Israel is anti-Semitic. Like, nobody believes this shit, man. What the fuck are we doing?
Sheila, can you just clarify your opinion on the settlements in the West?
That's so funny. Someone's going to clip it and be like, wow, Hasan is laughing at anti-Semitism again. Yeah. Okay, this convo was annoying me.
So I think that everybody should be able to live in these areas. I don't think there should be parts of Israel where Arabs cannot go, and I don't think there's parts of Israel where Jews cannot go without fear of being lynched. So these things, there's no reason why we can't live together. And I'll tell you why the reason is, maybe this is our common ground actually. When I grew up in Iran, okay, they would tell us, as I was in kindergarten, they would tell us, scream death to this, death to that, death to America, death to Israel, when I was a child. And we know for a fact that in Palestine, they're doing the same thing. We've shown images of their TV shows where it's a fake Mickey Mouse saying, stop the Jew, stop the Jew. This is teaching hate from a young age to children.
Palestinian children in Gaza attend summer camps that teach them to be the generation of victory, to never recognize Israel, and to never withdraw from the right to return, or the belief that descendants of Palestinian refugees have a right to return to their homes and property of what is now in Israel. So that's a wild thing to say, and I can't tell if this fact check is like supposed to discredit her, or if the fact check is trying to be like, yeah, and that's actually exactly what she's talking about. Wow, I can't believe Palestinian children learned that like they should be able to dream that one day they can return to their ancestral homes. How anti-Semitic, dude. Wow, this sounds exactly like what she said, except not at all.
That don't know any better, and it is brainwashing, and it is hateful, and it is child abuse. Once we raise these children to love, to value life, to believe that we can thrive and we don't have to kill Jews, and our thriving is more important than killing Jews, they will have a future. They will have a future.
Is that your middle ground?
That is my middle ground.
Netanyahu's own administration.
What a great middle ground. My middle ground is Palestinians learn at the age of 2 to kill the Jew. That's my middle ground. I will not elaborate. Also, the UN and every other country that has ever disagreed with Israel is anti-Semitic. That's awesome. That wonderful middle ground there. Thank you.
With people like the National Security Advisor, Ben Gvir, as well as Smoltritz, don't even deny the existence of a Palestinian
That's two people.
Wait, stop. I let you speak.
Go ahead.
In terms of where we may find a middle ground, I do believe that, yes, I believe in freedom within the land and also equal rights within the land. Absolutely. But that entails in the dismantling of an ethno-state that is centered around prioritizing the religion and ethnicity of one indigenous group over another.
What about all of the Muslim lands? What about North Africa? What about all of the Middle East?
They're not Palestinians.
Okay,
they're not
but what about
Palestinians.
those states?
They're
Would you
different
say the same
people.
thing? Those are ethno-states? Would you want to dismantle?
Wait, first of all, if any of those countries were like, yeah, dude, Jews are not allowed here, yeah, that would be fucking completely unacceptable. What do you mean? They're not ethno-states. Like, they don't, I don't understand.
Those as
it
well?
seems like we're derailing.
No, there's double standards against Israel that they're not against any other country.
Does Israel have an explicit demographic issue and that they would not accept an Israel that is majority non-Jew? Yes or no?
Well, this is the case.
Yes or no?
No, let me tell you.
Yes or no?
No, it is yes. It is written in the law. There is no other country that has so openly fucking expressed their demographic concern. I'll give you an example. The United States of America is a white supremacist nation, okay? It was built on white supremacist values. That is just the truth. You might agree with it, you might disagree with it, doesn't matter. Historically speaking, it was built on these values, okay? And we have a bunch of shit, or had a bunch of shit in our laws that expressed that sentiment, that expressed that desire. There's remnants of that still baked into all of our institutions. Ironically enough, the first point of contention was whether or not America is still a systemically racist country, which it is. But even in the United States of America, okay, even in the United States of America, we do not have, as far as I know, an explicit demographic concern that is codified in the law. Okay, Israel does have that. That's crazy. Israel has that. Now imagine if America was like, no, it has to be. Where is it codified? Okay, one immediate example I can give you is that occupied East Jerusalem has directly written in the fucking law that it has to have a 60% majority Jewish ownership. 60% of the occupied East Jerusalem area has to be Jewish. That is literally in the law. Israel itself openly, since I believe 2018, says that it is a Jewish nation state for Jews and Jews only. Okay, that Israel is a Jewish state for Jews. There are a litany of different complications that Palestinian citizens of Israel, 25%, that got citizenship in 1967, that used to live in a similar structure to how the West Bank Palestinians exist under military occupation until 1967. Once they were formally recognized as Israeli citizens, Palestinian citizens of Israel, they still had a litany of different legal complications. They were no longer being prosecuted under military courts in the way that West Bank Palestinians still are because they're under military occupation. They could now be prosecuted under civil courts, having like civil criminal courts. Having said that, for example, there's still issues with interfaith marriage. There's still issues with converting to Judaism for Palestinians, and beyond that, legally, Israeli Jews can kick out or deny a Palestinian, a non-Jewish Palestinian citizen of Israel from living in their communities to this day. Yeah, stream just got age restricted. What do you mean? In your time covering Palestinian emancipation, have you noticed a decline in the quality of defense of the Israeli government's actions because this is bad? Yes. But that's also because it's like more people are aware of how indefensible it is.
Stop. There's no yes and no because this is nuanced and that's why we are here. You cannot give majority to a people that want you dead. Right. That is the end of your country.
So the answer to that is yes, they have an explicit law.
There's no law.
Yes,
there is no law.
They do have a nation state law that they passed in 2019, and the Israel's own Supreme Court has actually declared that there's no such thing as the identity of being Israeli because it would undermine the Jewish identity and Jewish character of Israel. What is we as Americans, and I heard some of that sentiment before. Once again, I'll circle sort of back. And I never heard a response to any of the initial points I made.
Yeah, but we don't have time. Just what are you trying to state?
That the U.S. should not be supplying weapons and aid to a country explicitly violating international law. We know for a fact the occupation is against international law. The ICJ, which is the highest.
Fact check. Wrong. In 2013, Israel's Supreme Court ruled against a group who wanted to put Israeli on their state-issued ID cards rather than Jewish.
Americans and
plenty of disagreement. I think that's very clear. Respect both of your passion, but it does sound like there could be some middle ground on one state solution with equal representation. I'll let you both take a swing at that.
I'll take a swing at that. Knowing and coming from the Middle East and knowing what they teach children, the only way that there can be a one state, the only way that there can be peace in that region is when you stop teaching kids to hate. And the same thing we did in Nazi Germany with denazification and de-radicalization of the youth needs to happen to these innocent children in Gaza and the West Bank to teach them that their lives and their ability to thrive and their opportunity matters more than killing Jews.
Yeah, I believe that the best and most effective way.
Yeah, I agree. Denazification needs to happen, just not in the way that she thinks. You know? Bro, she's absolutely insane. Yeah, I'm done. I can't watch the rest of this. I'm done for the night. I'm tired. It's bumming me out. Jubilee, you've bested me again. Oh. Anyway, I love you guys. I will see you tomorrow once again for more wall-to-wall banger coverage of all things that are happening in the world. You skip my part. I'll get back to it maybe tomorrow. But peace from the Middle East, everybody. Peace in the Middle East. Good night.
Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. The starlight to the starlight to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord agitprop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, on at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC.